Summary: blessed with unlimited mana, Noah travels the worlds and sees rampant corruption and injustice. Have you seen countless icebergs fall asunder? Have you watched a dragon despair? Follow one man as he overturns the order of the worlds. Author note: this is a story of fantasy and fiction. Events or names used have no relation to the real world.
Chapter 51. Not 1, but 2. I felt such an intense level of pain that I would have blacked out if I didn't have pain resistance activated. While I was targeting the enormous moving landmass of a beast below, something else that was moving in the dark almost took my life. Were it not for the many defense skills like diamond skin, hard body, golden halo, and many more that layered my body at all times, it might not be only an arm I was missing. The pain was increasing as ultra regeneration and Guardian's Light continued to fall onto my body and regenerate my arm at a quick pace. The formation of bones and muscle was excruciating, and I could only focus on flying and using instant transfer against the beast that began moving towards me again. The hunters with flying beasts on our side had met with their opponents in the skies, and there was nobody else to lend a hand as everyone had their hands full. I kept my eyes on this grotesque mosquito that moved at quick speeds, dodging the stinger coming towards me by a hair's breadth each time as I waited to move my focus from the regenerating arm and retaliate with my own skills. Boom. Boom! I was under huge pressure as green beams of light continued to come out of the wide jaws of the turtle and decimate the area around me. It had focused its attacks on me and continued throwing them out as the stinger of the mosquito continued to try and pierce me once more. Frigid impermanence was not hitting the target in front of me as it moved too fast. The moment the skill was casted, it would be at another position. My arm finally finished regenerating as I felt the movements of my fingers again, and my full focus was placed on the fast-moving enemy while evading the poisonous green blasts coming from below. Multiple dark spears surrounded me as I casted Spear of Destiny multiple times, and Miniature Tornado ES appeared all around me to reduce the movements of this beast. The rough winds affected its flight as it relentlessly tried to get near me, and the game of cat-mouse while dodging poisonous lasers resumed in the skies. Lightning Hand was putting his entire focus onto the enemies around him as he faced two rank B titans. He was swinging a large warhammer that danced with lightning, each swing causing tendrils of blue electricity to smash onto nearby enemies and push them back. He swung his hammer onto the head of one of the two titans as his face looked to the skies where a deadly battle was taking place. The forces of the beast horde on the ground was in all-out war with hunters, with admirals and those in high positions screaming out commands for the hunters every second. Large groups of hunters holding tower shields were holding back the onslaught of beasts while powerful skills were casted towards them. Balls of fire, sharp wind blades, and flaming rocks flew towards the ranks of monsters trying to break through the defenses. The rank A hunters were in charge of holding back any titans that appeared so the defense line does not get broken through. Their job was crucial as even one position that was lost would cause tons of casualties. He swung his warhammer to the remaining titan near him as its head burst in the shock of lightning, and he moved towards an even bigger boss that was making its way to the defense line. A huge black eagle got to this large beast first, its sharp talons shredding the defenses of the beast as it used its feathers as sharp swords to wound it. A roar came out of Lightning Hand's mouth as Herald of Lightning was casted, his hammer emanating wild power as balls of lightning flew forward with his swing, smashing onto the chest of the titan and knocking it back. The black eagle swooped in with its wide wings and dealt the killing blow, decapitating the head of the injured beast. Lightning Hand breathed roughly as he nodded at the figure of the golden-haired woman on this eagle as they both moved towards other locations on the battlefield, their eyes occasionally looking up to the terrifying sight of tornadoes, beams of green light, and dark spears that were being thrown around in the skies. Their fights were dangerous, but nothing as brutal as what the man in the center of attacks of two beasts higher than rank A was facing. Steel Mikhail was about to enter a bright orange monolith that represented a rank A dungeon in a neighboring city near the Empire's capital. His team was waiting for him when he turned around and looked to the south. There were only clear blue skies, but he felt that something of great significance had begun over there. His heart began pounding when he thought of the beast surpassing rank A that hunters might now be facing. He wanted to be at the center himself, but his strength was better suited to prevent dungeon breaks across the Empire. This dungeon was already their third one today that they were called to. If they weren't here, then they didn't have to wait for the beasts to come from the outside to reap the lives of their people. He reaffirmed his belief as he wished the best of the fight occurring in the south as he and his team placed their hands on the glowing monolith and disappeared. The game of chase continued in the air as the grotesque mosquito continued to dodge the rushing spears and explosive blasts of cold elements as it maneuvered around the rapidly rotating winds of Miniature Tornado I had to evade and dodge the strikes of the enemy in the air while also avoiding the poisonous blasts from the titan of a beast on the ground. My energy was still just as boundless though, my spells continuing to be thrown out while the speed the grotesque mosquito was slowing down. Percented ##. It let out a grating howl as its frustration reached the peak and its body began glowing in a green light. My skills continued to rain down on the beast to prevent whatever it was trying to do. The green light surrounding its body became denser as it became faster and came at me with much more vigor. I thought about how I could get an attack to hit this beast as I watched it speed towards me. The only time it stopped moving even for an instant was when it attacked my body for the first time. My heart raced as a wild idea spread and I recklessly implemented it as I saw the stinger come towards me again. Time seemed to slow down as I shifted my body sideways but did not dodge completely, the stinger piercing through the right side of my stomach as my hands reached out to grab a hold of the beast which had its needle-like appendage lodged in my body briefly. 3 dark pulsating spears penetrated the body of the insect in front of me as a destructive blast of ice elements bloomed between us and blew both of us apart. Boom! I was prepared for the shock, Guardian's Light, and Ultra Regeneration, already being casted multiple times as I looked at the injured insect that leaked green pus all over its body. It was wobbling in the air as it began to pull itself down towards the humongous spiked turtle below, which seemed to have become enraged as more than 3 blasts of poisonous green beams were shot towards me. Chapter 52, The Swordmaster. Kazuhiko looked at the opposing hunters before him as his katana thirsted for more blood. The inherent skill that gave him the strength to be where he was today, Swordmaster, seemed to be calling out for more bloodshed, yet, he saw the faces of terrified hunters that were putting their lives on the line and hesitated. These were the hunters whose countries fell under the tyranny of the Black Dragon and were forced to fight on the front lines of the war that continued to be waged. He looked down on the weak wills of these hunters and wanted to go back to the simpler times when he would cut down monsters without batting an eye. But it was human beings standing opposite him this time, making his blade hesitate. He didn't like this feeling. He understood their reasons, but that still wouldn't stop him from looking down on them. He was frustrated as he thought about what he should do while he watched the messy fight playing out, and the reptiles standing on 2 feet in the far back of the battlefield. They looked like a mixture of humans and lizards, having the humanoid figure with scaly skin and a thick tail coming out from behind. They held jagged blades on their hands as they struck down deserters and any hunters standing against them. The excited smile returned to Kazuhiko's face as he looked at these monsters that looked strong, especially the larger Dragon Man hybrid commanding them in the back. His katana was pulsating, ready to go, and he made his choice. He would strike down anything that stood against him, but he'll be softer on the enemies from the same species as him. He would try his best not to make critical strikes that would take their lives, and at most incapacitate them. But as for those beasts, his mouth curved up delightfully as his blade vibrated and he disappeared. A nearby hunter was knocked out cold and fell down with a thump, and a lizard man's head flew off as Blade Dance was activated. This was a rank skill he had come across months back, and was one that he loved using the most. His figure moved across the battlefield as he carried out a dance between a man and a sword. He felt the rush as his body moved in an elegant fashion while serrating the necks of his enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed. The lizard men only saw a flash before their heads left their bodies and the hunters felt a deep impact that knocked them out cold. In the chaotic battlefield, a surprising scene unfolded where an entire field of more than 10 meters went silent. Blood was gushing in the air as only a single man stood in the middle, rejoicing as the blade dance finished. The unexpected emptiness caught the eyes of one of the beast's commander, a huge lizard that looked closer to a Komodo dragon as it moved across. A long forked tongue slid out of its mouth as it sensed everything around it, its blazing eyes honing in on the only human. Smiling joyfully where his brethren lay dead. Someone dared to stand against them. Its thick legs smacked the ground as the jaws that could tear the sky snapped towards Kazuhiko. Kazuhiko looked at this large figure barreling down on him as his blood pumped. Yes. 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 This was what he wanted. This was a fight. Dark light enveloped him as his body expanded more than twice his size, the katana he was holding now looking more like a knife. With a wicked smile, Dominator's sword wave was casted as his katana became enveloped in a dark light and he collided with the large beast. Swish, an uncomfortable sound reverberated throughout the battlefield as Kazuhiko appeared behind the sizable beast and his figure began reducing to normal. The beast wasn't making a sound as its body was separated cleanly in half, all that it left behind being a corpse. CLU.S. Tears of sparkling cores, and a skill book. the ecstatic hunter put the loot away as he found himself the center of attention in the huge battlefield where forces of the United Federation were going against the army of the Black Dragon and its subjugated hunters. With the reinforcement of forces from the Blessed Empire, they pushed back the opposing hunters and made the beasts, their true enemies, join the fight. The consensus among the hunters in the battlefield was to target the beasts and not each other, as they were all fighting for the same thing. One side didn't want the deaths of their countrymen that were under the rule of the Black Dragon, the others wanted to save their people from the terror of the same beast. Yet, there were no good options. Unless the Black Dragon was killed, they had to fight. But who can take down such a terrifying beast? Kazuhiko wasn't fazed by the attention, and wanted more of it in fact from the upper ranks of these beasts. He looked to the infuriated lizards that were rushing towards him as he thought, just how many of your kin do I have to kill before you come out? He wanted to face off against the beast that hunters found themselves hopeless against. He wanted a fight with that winged lizard that kept on flaunting its authority. He might meet his death, but so what? A man has to live a thrilling life. The reckless Kazuhiko continued his onslaught of the beasts, only wishing for the main event to come sooner. The war continued on multiple fronts. In the chaotic battlefield with the horde of beasts led by not just one, but two monsters surpassing rank A deadly fight continued. A retreating and heavily injured beast was rushing from the skies and heading to a lower altitude while trying to evade the onslaught of dark spears and lightning. Its wings had taken injuries that affected its speed, causing more attacks to land on its body. The problem was, these attacks were endless. The oversized mosquito looked at the terrifying man above it as it grew enraged at the state it was in. She was a queen that had many subjects bowing their heads to. She was someone that held tremendous power and ruled over millions. Now she was forced to come down to some unknown world and be thrashed around like this. She had no time to think as she continued evading the damaging attacks and focused on regaining her mobility. She went down towards the stupid mephitic turtle to gain some respite from the enemy's attacks, but she didn't know if she would make it there in time. She hated the situation she was in. She hated those bastards that were forcing her to do this. As for this human, just how could someone this powerful exist in such a small world? Her fear reached an all-time high as she saw the enemy continue to evade the venomous blasts and rush towards her with endlessly dangerous attacks. She gritted her maxillae as her innate power activated once again and she rushed towards the coming enemy. It will either be my death, or yours. Chapter 53, Interminable Energy. The air around me trembled from the amount of skills that continued to rush down towards the retreating beast. Dark spears filled the air and arcs of lightning were dancing about. Just waiting to jump on the figure of the grotesque mosquito the moment it faltered, its injuries increased as more and more attacks were able to land, and it screamed indignantly before stopping its retreat and coming towards me, its body emanating a dangerous light. Good, come, I accounted for many possibilities as I continued to cast Spear of Destiny and Arc Lightning towards the beast. The moment the impact was about to occur, I activated Instant Transfer and disappeared from its sight, materializing right behind it where I released multiple Frigid Impermanence casts. Boom. Boom, the impact rocked the skies as I continued to cast more skills towards the insect. Not a second was given though. As I felt the full impact of the poisonous green light smash into me, dyeing my entire body a dark shade of green as blisters began to form on my skin. The turtle had aimed for the moment I let out killer blows against the insect to throw its poisonous attacks. My rapidly decaying skin started to become normal again as Guardian's Light and Ultra Regeneration were activated multiple times. I continued to dodge the remaining incoming pillars of poison as I looked at the body of the insect. Only a thin exoskeleton was left, but it was still hanging on. I let out a furious howl at this immense vitality of the beast and rained more dark spears down on it. The spears rushed into the emaciated figure and stabbed in every possible position. Turning the insect into a porcupine, I finished it all off with a Frigid Impermanence that blasted apart any muscle or bones still holding its body together, causing an explosion of core, yes, and a golden glowing skill book to appear in the skies. The cores quickly disappeared into one of my storage rings as I grabbed the skill book and brought it to my chest. The attacks from below had increased in frequency and took all of my attention in order not to get blasted again. The skill book, whose name I couldn't even get a chance to read, transformed into particles of light that flew inside my body, something new appearing among the skills in the panel, ROAR. The huge beast below was fully enraged after seeing the death of its compatriot and let out a thundering roar that stopped the movements of the many beasts in the battlefield. The beasts, whether grounded or on the skies, all turned their eyes in my location with heavy bloodl.u.s.t apparent. The flying beasts abandoned any hunters they were fighting against and swooped towards me in the skies. Some hunters got a brief respite and looked at my figure worryingly, but could not even get near me unless they wanted to be blasted to death by the never-ending pillars of green light still flying toward me. I could see an injured black eagle heading towards my direction that I sternly shook my head to. I had countless spells I could continue casting and was nowhere close to being done. The addition of a few hundred beasts around me would only delay the death of this remaining titan. I looked to the enormous green turtle in the distance while evading the attacks it sent my way and used instant transfer to a position right above it. The transfer gave me a few seconds where I checked my panel to see what the new skill entailed. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 330, Focus, Strength, 340, Skills, F, E, D, C Arcanist Sphere of Protection 100, C Camouflage 100, C Aura of Haste 100, C Explosive Rune 100, C Life Essence 100, C Increased Penetration 100, C Regeneration 100, C Whirlwind 95, C Smite 100, C Gracefulness 100, C Precision 100, C Adamant 100, C Sharpen 100, C Warcry 100, C Retaliation 100, C King's Rage 100, C Military Tactics 100, C Unpredictable 100, C Elemental Damage 100, B Giant Strength 100, B Stealth 100, B Miniature Tornado 100, B Golden Halo 100, B Doom Bolt 100, B Lightfoot 88, B Windrider 88, B Rigorous 88, B Shadow Veil 87, B Wild Heart 87, B Emboldened Ferocity 68, B Eagle Eyes 56, B Greater Cold Penetration 55, B Cold Fire 55, B Greater Flame Penetration 34, B Burning Soul 34, B Elementalist 34, B Hard Body 34, B Diamond Skin 34, B Elemental Mirror 34, A Flight 71, A Frigid Impermanence 88, A Instant Transfer 55, A Infernal Purge 64, A Ultra Regeneration 29, A Spear of Destiny 37, A Arc Lightning 23, A Expansion 3, A Pain Resistance 11, S Volcanic Eruption 1. Equipment, 6x Searing of Storage, 3x Bearing of Storage, B Adept Staff, B Dual-Coated Boots, B Striking Cap, A Fairy's Wings, A Armament of the Commander, A Emperor's Boots, A Ring of Storage, Volcanic Eruption, S Rank. I looked at the details of the terrifying skill as my heart palpitated at the thought of it. My figure evaded the venomous blasts that had found my position once more as I looked at the beast below me. Its large figure soon absconded my sight as crowds of flying beasts neared me. I looked to the darkening skies of the beasts as a devilish smile couldn't help but appear on my face. You all are fucked. A worrying scene was carrying itself out in the eyes of Elizabeth. A single man was moving through the skies dodging dangerous blasts of green light while thousands of beasts flocked towards him. White wings of light were outstretched from his back as he stood in the air, the picture imprinting itself on the minds of all the people here for years to come. An eccentric painter could spend a lifetime making a piece of art that wouldn't be able to describe what they were seeing. The picture of the converging beasts in the air and the noxious turtle blasting attacks from the ground was coming to a standstill as the man rose his hands and winds of erratic energy began to leak out. The whole world seemed like it was shaking as a gruntle voice rang out of the battlefield. Volcanic eruption. It felt like the skies had shattered, and a thundering sound boomed out as a transparent outline of a large mountain appeared in the skies. The peak of the mountain that should have been pointing up was facing down towards the beasts below, thick smoke coming out of it as it began to rumble and shake the air around it. Childish laughter rang out from Noah as the rumbling heightened, and a wondrous eruption occurred. Boom, as if the end of the world was here. The translucent mountain in the sky spit out volleys of apocalyptic magma and flames. The rupture lets out molten masses of earth that spread out to cover all the beasts surrounding Noah. If the magma did not melt them away. Hot gases and ferocious flames jumped out to grab their lives. Elizabeth stood atop her eagle with her mouth wide open as she watched the scene. All the winged beasts that were anywhere near Noah when he casted the skill below him were decimated. The overflowing magma spiraled down from the sky and washed over the beasts on the ground below, wails and shrieks ringing out as if a scene from hell was playing itself out. The humongous turtle's shell shined a dense green light as the molten rocks and extremely scorching gases and flames reached it. Its large head and limbs quickly retracted into its body as the attack thundered down. Boom! The green blinding light pervaded the surroundings as the beast withstood the skill with its extreme defenses. But great damage could be seen on its bubbling hard shell as the scene calmed down. It roared indignantly in the air as its limbs and head flailed out, having taken a pink color after being subjugated to the thermogenic earth and flames. The area around it was completely laid to waste with no other beast but it left standing. The hunters that were fighting for their lives looked at this scene in stupefaction. The beasts they were fighting against trembled in fear as they saw droves of others like them wiped out in a blink. No words could be said as silence reigned supreme in the battlefield. Chapter 54 Stupefied. Amidst all the chaos and war occurring all over the world, there was a small piece of land in a dense forest not too far from the Empire and the United Federation. In this piece of land existed a small village of less than 100 people. The village seemed full of life as plots of lands were glowing a vibrant green and a few animals could be seen being herded into a farm. A clear spring was flowing through the village providing clean water for the happily playing children. A game of tag was currently happening, and the giggles in the area came to a stop when one of the children fell down and scrap'd their knee. The boy had small tears forming in his eyes as he bit his lips and tried keeping his mouth closed. A sweet laughter rang out as a young woman walked from the distance and bent down towards the boy, her hands releasing a white light as they neared the scrap'd knee. In a few seconds, the scrap'd disappeared and the boy rose up full of energy once more, completely forgetting what just happened as he went running again. "Thank you, Sister Sophia." The boy left his thanks as he went back to his groups of friends, leaving the young woman to pick up her bucket of water and continue heading to the clear stream. The woman was in her late teen years, showing a head full of white hair that flowed down to her back. She had white and tender skin with crystal blue eyes that seemed to smile to anyone who looked at them. She had reached the stream and was putting in some water when there was a change in the air. Her blue eyes underwent a transformation and became blank white as a bland voice different from her own escaped her lips. "A pivotal moment is approaching. Preparations are nearly complete." The change didn't last too long, and the girl's eyes turned blue again as she continued with her task. A bewildered look had appeared on her face before it quickly changed to understanding as she placed the bucket above her head, dirtying her clear white hair as she moved towards one of the plots of farms. The small isolated village had a transparent blue screen covering the area all around it. It was common knowledge that nothing could come into the village, and the villagers themselves could not venture out. It seemed like a small self-sustainable paradise that would not be tainted by the horrors of the world. One man above, a colossal turtle below. The turtle was roaring in fury to the skies as it looked at the small human that had a calm expression on his face. Destruction of this scale was only possible when a being used the entirety of their energy and potential. This fight was over. The human would stand no chance after this. It had observed the extravagant amount of energy and attacks the human had thrown out. Even if he were of the same rank as he was, he should be running out of energy. Especially after that horrendous attack that nearly tore through his hard shell, the mephitic turtle would not let the human recover as it decided to use its full prim essence to release the deadliest attack and obliterate the figure above it. It had already used up more than half of its essence trying to snipe this enemy away all this time, but most of his attacks missed, or even if they hit they weren't too effective as the human quickly healed himself. This human was the only threat in this battlefield. The rest of the ants struggling in front of it were nothing in his eyes, and just his body would be enough to crush them. After he was finished with them, he would meet with that fearsome guy that he could already sense the aura of and finish their assignment here. Maybe after all of this was over they would be given some freedom. It shook itself out of its reverie and focused on finishing the task at hand. Its limbs sunk into the earth as it absorbed any energy around it, its head facing up and unnaturally opening its jaws so wide that it seemed his head was split in half. At the center of his open jaws, a dark green ball of light began to condense and grew bigger by the second. Its power was unnerving as the mephitic turtle tried to balance the destructive energies while accu.mulating even more. It looked at this fearsome human that had put up such a strenuous fight and took down the insect queen. It would remember that calm crack. Crack, crack, its eyes drained of all color as sounds as if the sky was breaking rang out again. In the air, 3 rumbling mountains similar to the one from before had appeared. The temperature rose to extreme degrees at the appearance of these transparent mountains, as people who thought they couldn't be any more shocked became astounded at the incredulous sight in the sky. The mephitic turtle trembled as it saw the 3 rumbling mountains cover its eyesight. How was this possible? How was this possible? Nobody should have this level of energy. Unless. It looked at the figure in the sky in fear. The blast it was preparing in its wide-open jaws dissipated as a croaking voice left its jaws. "Wait, go-om," the skies cried and the earth rumbled. Molten rocks and gaseous winds ravaged the field as any living thing remotely close was turned to ash. The hunters that were very far from the center of the beast horde were pushed back by the hot winds as the beasts they were engaging ran around disorderly. The destruction continued for the next few seconds as volcanic ash covered the site of everything around it. Noah looked at the devastation below him and saw the glistening piles of core, S and a golden skill book in the field of flowing molten earth. Besides the mangled body of the turtle, the cores and skill book floated atop the lava unharmed. He laughed at the sight of destruction he had caused and used instant transfer to go down and grab the loot. He was thinking about just how far he had grown after he took down these beasts. He could feel his mindset changing ever since he witnessed the destruction they caused at a large scale, and the confidence he felt now after taking down two of the most powerful beasts he had come across. He reminded himself that confidence was good, but to be careful not to get in over his head. He neared the loot on the ground when a piercing pain suddenly struck his head similarly to some time before. It wasn't as bad this time as he stabilized himself and placed the cores and book in his storage ring as he rose into the air again. The headache subsided and he opened his eyes, only to see it wasn't the scene of destruction he was in a moment before. He was in a blank white room, where a single blue hexagonal prism was slowly spinning in the center. His eyes moved around him as he realized he could see, but couldn't find any part of his body in this place. There were three distinct smaller white rooms attached to the main one he was in where blurry figures of light could be made out. One of the rooms held a figure of a burly man weakly shining with a golden light, another held a thin figure who only had a wild smile visible, and the last room had a small figure with long white hair that seemed to emanate extreme warmth. A voice rang out. As he looked around confused, "Hello, Chapter 55, a succinct introduction." I looked at the rotating hexagonal prism in the blank room as I could feel my heart that wasn't physically in this space start pounding. I heard the bland voice that called out the greeting in my head as I looked away from the smaller three rooms and replied, "What, air, who are you and where am I?" "I am, well, that is not consequential at the moment. You are in an isolated space where we can converse for the next minute. There is still a matter you have to finish before we can start the next phase of plans." I absorbed the words ringing out as I thought and asked, "What matter do I have to take care of first?" "The being plaguing the lands you call the United Federation. Its death would spell the dissolution of the enemy's plans, the regaining of control, and the beginning of our retaliation." "Enemies? Retaliation?" My non-existent heart was beating rapidly as I thought about all of this and asked one more thing before the scene in front of me disappeared. "Why did you pull me into this space?" The voice was quiet for a second before the static reply came out. "Besides telling you of the next direction you need to hurry to, it is to prepare you for the addition to the system of power that will occur with the death of the last major beast. You hold the most essence currently, so you will be the most affected. The next point to keep in mind is that the real fight will not be fought here. Do not become complacent because of the level of strength of your current enemies." The words rang out clearly, and I could even feel a semblance of emotion from the static tone near the end. I was about to speak once more, but the scene began fading from my sight. The voice rang out for the last time, "Be sure to save the reckless child." I opened my eyes once more, this time finding myself on the skies of the battlefield. The ground beneath me was still filled with thick smoke and burning rocks, with much of the beast horde decimated. I placed my hand on my chest to feel my actual body as I recalled the sensation of not having any limbs or body in the blank space a moment ago. I had to wrap up and hurry to the United Federation to take down another one of these beasts, and after that, I should be able to get more answers. Retaliation. My blood felt like it was boiling as I thought of the possibility of getting back against the enemies that tormented us so much. To get there though, there was still another beast to take care of. Before finishing the battle and cleaning up the thousands of beasts that were now without a leader, I pulled out the skill book I placed in my ring and read the description. The skill was, "Summon virulent abomination, a horrid monstrosity that only leaves destruction at its wake, stands by your side." The skill was one of the very few summon skills I had come across, and I was excited to see just what type of beast would come. Out of a rank S skill, I looked to the thousands of panicking beasts below me as I watched the golden skill book become absorbed into my body, and I casted, "Summon virulent abomination," for the first time. A large malachite runic circle appeared and began expanding in the sky, releasing a flash of blinding green light as a terrible beast appeared. It had a thick layer of visible muscles wrapping all over its large body. Dark green wings that looked similarly to a bat ruptured out of its back as pus leaked out. It looked like a very muscly, fat, and bloated humanoid that was more than 5 meters large. It stood imposingly in the air, the large and grotesque wings keeping it afloat as it howled out, "Roar!" The thundering shout that seemed to scream an arrival blasted throughout the battlefield. I looked at this piece of work as I let out a command in my thoughts, and the beast disappeared from my sight. It had reached the groups of beasts on the ground in an instant, its large wings leaving gusts of wind and rotten smell. Boom, it landed with a tremendous impact that bloodied all the beast nearby as it continued moving at a speed even faster than my current speed while using flight. It jumped into the middle of the next group of thousands of beasts as its body contracted, before an eruption of toxic green gas pervaded outwards for an area of more than 10 meters, melting away anything standing into puddles of pus no matter what rank they were. The grotesque summon continued to move across the battlefield unhindered as it ripped apart any groups of monsters standing in its way. It was so fast and efficient that the clear rate I had when taking down beasts before then could not even compare. It didn't matter if the beasts were rank C or A, when its noxious gas spread out from its body or it spun around using its wings as blades, everything fell down. I looked at this horrible beast as it spread its terror across the battlefield and I wanted another one. I was shocked at the power and strength of these two rank S skills I had just gained. The first one caused a literal FUCKNG volcanic eruption that decimated anything within an area of 25 meters, and this lovable poisonous summon continued to rip apart any monsters it came across as if they were paper. I could only summon one, but my heart was palpitating at the idea of summoning things just as terrifying and just watching them do all the work. I shook myself out of my dreams as I flew down towards the defense line where the hunters were still taking care of the remaining beasts and lent my aid. When I was close enough to the ground, I could hear the shouts of cheering and happiness as skills continued to fly in the air. A woman on a black eagle had the brightest smile on her face as the beast she stood on flew down to help the hunters below. A man whose body coiled with lightning was swinging around a large hammer as boisterous laughs came out from him. I looked at all of this as I rained down more skills to take care of any remaining stragglers near the defense line as I let my newly gained summon continue its rampage behind us on the beasts that were currently running away. It was decimating them with such ease that I wondered how it would fare if we fought against another one of these rank S beasts right now. I didn't have too much time on hand, so after I saw the crowds of monsters thinning out and the hunters below breathing easy, I went towards Elizabeth to relay a message. I couldn't afford to revel in the victory right now, and had to begin rushing to the United Federation in an instant. I was wondering about this reckless hunter that gained the recognition of whoever that being was and whether they had anything closely similar to my power. Chapter 56, pressed for time. There weren't too many losses of hunters and soldiers on the battlefield because of the continuous support of high-ranking hunters. And the fact that I took the focus and attention of the two most powerful beasts the entire time. Healing mages were tending to the injured and government squads specialized for resource retrieval were going around the field collecting cores, skill books, and items. The poisonous summon had finished decimating the ranks of beasts after a while, and the only thing left on the other half of the battlefield were areas of molten rocks that were still bubbling with heat and corpses of corroded beasts. I told Elizabeth that I was going to rush towards the United Federation, and was met with shock as she asked me, "Are you not exhausted?" I laughed at this very normal question and chose not to answer as I gave my acknowledgement to Lightning Hand and the other officials at the command center. Before leaving, I asked for the country where the battle against the Black Dragon was currently taking place, and the intelligence officials gave me the coordinates of the country that was called King's Harbor. I knew the general direction to fly to so that I could get there the quickest time possible, but having the actual coordinates on my phone tremendously helped. I looked at the blue dotted location and how far I was as I itched to begin my journey right away. Even flying at my top speed, I didn't know how many hours it would take for me to get there. Would I make it on time before thousands continued to lose their lives? I told Elizabeth to relay my words as I flew off from the command center and landed on the large neck of the poisonous summon. The rolling muscles on its neck felt like stones as I sat down on it, commanding to see if it can stop emitting the noxious fumes coming off its body as I could already see my skin turning an unhealthy shade of green. The beast complied and its imposing air reduced while I casted Guardian's Light multiple times to remove the negative effects and completely heal my body. I saw that this rank S summon was much faster than my flight skill, so it would be my mode of transportation towards the United Federation. Its extended bat wings vibrated as we disappeared in the air, quickly speeding towards a whole other battlefield. Kazuhiko had pulled back from the battlefield while letting out rough breaths. He had gone on a rampage and taken down many rank A and B bosses, but the beast he wanted to fight had yet to appear. He was running low on mana after rushing about these past few hours that he forced himself to come out of the battlefield and recuperate his energy. He wanted to live freely and fight all day long, but his body betrayed him. He had to get stronger. Much stronger until he could fight day and night without feeling exhausted. When he finished killing another beast and felt the state of his body though, he called another rank A hero to take over his position as he moved to the back. He didn't want to face the Black Dragon like this and die a meaningless death with no thrill of battle. His katana laid on his lap as he stroked it and closed his eyes. He would regain his fighting power first, before going for another bout that would surely call forth the terrible beast. An enormous beast was slumbering in the middle of a huge forest surrounded by large trees that seemed like small twigs compared to its body. The beast had a voluminous layer of dark scales spreading throughout its body, with beautiful wings what were tucked in and a long spiked tail moving about behind it. A thrumming sound could be heard as the beast showed a painful expression on its face, before dark smoke covered its body as it began to reduce in size. Rumblings rang out as the dark smoke proliferated the area. And soon enough a new figure was standing in the forest. It now had an appearance of a human male, seemingly in his 50s. He had tanned dark skin, and a pulsating scar could be seen on his chest. This was the Black Dragon that currently had his forces waging war on the countries of the United Federation. He had willingly chosen to descend to this lower world after making a deal for the independence of his dukedom. As long as he was successful in this endeavor, his people would be free from persecution. He felt bad for the natives of this planet, as he was doing the same thing that was done to them not too far back. But he had to do this. His people continued to suffer every day, and he wanted some relief for them. He will bear the burden for the deaths of these other beings, but he had to complete his end of the deal, and hope that they do the same. Someone of his level coming down to this lower world had its drawbacks, especially because those assholes chose not to provide the essence required to descend and he had to use his own. This caused an injury that was taking some time to recover from. It was why he wasn't able to move as freely after his descent, and had to depend on his subordinates and other demi-humans to increase his influence. He had changed to this human form to more easily control the energies in his body. With the advent of this injury, it would only take a few more days to heal, and he should be back to his peak rank S strength. When that time comes, he would steel his powerful heart and make them all submit, or face death. Emotions had to be kept out of the picture. He was doing this for his people, his daughter, for himself. He would pity what was about to happen to these natives, but that was it. More than half a day had passed since he received updates that a powerful human was standing against them and had caused the deaths of many of his subordinates. But he didn't want to move again until more of his injuries were healed. He was about to check in on the progress of his forces when an aura of someone he had felt after he descended disappeared. Not too long after, another aura seemed to also fade away in a blink. He became perplexed as he closed his eyes and spread out his energy, but still couldn't feel the auras. What had happened? It was much easier to sense those of the same level as you on planets like these, so he was aware of the two familiar auras that were also here. But now, both of them were gone. His perplexity turned to somberness as he could not understand why, but an impossible idea had rooted itself in his head as black smoke roiled out and he went back to his dragon form. His healing would have to be pushed back. He needed to see what was going on. Chapter 57. Faster. The black dragon flew through the skies and neared the large battlefield where many beings were dying every minute. His arrival spread fear to many of the hunters below as the large figure's shadow passed above their heads. He circled the skies of the battlefield and checked on the progress of the fight and saw his forces gradually being pushed back. He snorted as he flew back and landed near one of his generals, asking for the updates. The war was at a stalemate until one human began rampaging and taking out the leaders of his quadrants. They could only surround this human in groups and tire him out, but many deaths occurred because of him. He had not been seen in the field for a few hours. When he popped up a few hours later, went on another killing spree, and then disappeared again. This was why their forces were being pushed back currently. Just one human thinks they can change the course of things right now? The dragon thought disdainfully as he recalled the remaining kingdom where humans were still widespread back in his world. The kingdom was one of the few still resisting, but just like everyone else who submitted, they would fall in time. The only reason they were still standing was because of their geographic location that allowed for prolonged battles. But the humans on this planet? They were far too weak. The dragon rose in the air once more as he shouted commands and made his way into the field of battle once again. Pity for the lower natives was placed aside as he saw the deaths that continued to occur on both sides. If he kills them and breaks their wills in totality, he would reduce many more future deaths that will occur because of prolonged battles. He would put aside his injury and go all out, showing them a taste of true strength so this fight can end faster for both sides. Kazuhiko had just gotten the word that the black dragon had circled around the battlefield a few minutes back. He got up from the location he was recuperating in as he excitedly stood up and rushed out. The beast had come at a perfect time when he was almost finished recovering his mana. This meant he would get to fight this monster with his full strength. his excited body moved to the front of the battlefield as his katana was pulled out. He listened to the woes and screams of the battles as his blood pumped, and he looked to the skies. They were clear and blue, with the light dimming as dusk was setting in. His blade cut down any beasts he neared as he kept his focus in the sky, waiting expectantly for the figure of the large beast to show itself. He didn't wait too long as a majestic beast appeared in the skies, its wide wings outstretched as a roar escaped its dangerous jaws. The ground below it became hectic as its forces were bolstered and fought back harder. Kazuhiko became excited at this sight and his body began ballooning twice his normal size. He put strength in his legs and like a string, shot up into the sky towards the large flying reptile. Dominator's sword wave was casted as his katana began to glow and released a destructive wave towards the right wing of the dragon. The instant he neared, the dragon seemed to have sensed him in the air and shifted its body at a great speed. The large wings that were parallel to the ground suddenly shifted upwards, and Dominator's sword wave was evaded. The world slowed down as the dragon's piercing eyes looked at this human that had a wild look in his eyes as he fell down towards the ground. Kazuhiko's body that had lost its momentum smashed into the ground, his face still turned up to the skies as he was falling down. The dragon that had evaded its strike turned its head down and was now diving towards him. He let out a laugh as his katana began glowing again, ready to release another attack as soon as the dragon neared. But the dragon's dive was stopped prematurely as its wings spread out and it floated in their air, its wide jaws opening instead. Dragon's breath made its appearance for the first time in this world. Vroom! The field rumbled as roiling flames spread out from the wide jaws of the dragon like a fan and struck the ground. Any beast or hunter that was remotely near the breath disintegrated. Kazuhiko's figure couldn't be seen on the ground. The dragon used its sharp senses and felt another sword wave coming from the sky. The hunter striking down had a devilish expression as he forced every ounce of strength from his body. The moment he had felt the heat emanating from the dragon's jaws, he had sprung up in the air even faster than the first time, the breath barely missing him as he rose in the air and unleashed his attacks when he was going down. Dominator's sword wave finally landed on the back of the hard scales of the dragon. Ding, like metal striking on metal, an unpleasant sound came out as only a white scratch could be seen on the dragon's back. Kazuhiko was shocked at this level of defense as his face turned serious and he landed on the back of the dragon. A furious roar came out from the beast as it felt the puny human stepping on its body, and it began rolling in the air as its wide wings provided a rotational force. Kazuhiko held on to the hard scales as the dragon rolled in the air, swinging his katana and trying to damage the beast's body as much as possible. Blade dance was casted as he let go of the scale he was holding on and moved beautifully in the direction the dragon was rotating in. Countless white scratches appeared on the dragon's body as his dance propelled him to use the force the dragon was making into his own use. His adrenaline rushed as he laughed in the air, for he was doing something that made him truly thrilled. He was dancing in the air with a dragon. The white scratches started to become dense with every swing of his sword, and he felt like he would soon see the blood spill out of this dragon's body if he kept going. Seeing the human still holding on and even sullying his powerful body, the dragon stopped rolling in the air as black smoke covered it entirely. A second later, the large body completely disappeared as a human figure stood in the air, impetuous. A loud shout came out of the dragon in human form as it casted esoteric energy manipulation, forming a transparent fly swatter in the air that smashed into the body of the shocked Kazuhiko. Slap, like a speeding bullet, the hunter's figure smashed into the ground in less than a second. The impact was gruesome, taking away the hopes of many hunters that were watching the dark sword battle the dragon. The beast in human form stood majestically in the sky and it used its ability again. This time forming a wide transparent spear with a sharp edge that rushed down to where the unbridled hunter was. Kazuhiko laid on the ground, feeling a few bones broken as he saw the enormous spear covering his entire view. So, he actually wasn't strong enough to stand against this beast. A devilish smile came back on his face as his bloodied mouth let out painful laughs. It was a good fight. If he was weak and meant to die, he would face it head-on. The bloodied laugh rang out as the immense transparent spear came down. A rushing rank hunter and those ranked lower filled into the burnt surroundings and performed their skills, aiming them towards the spear to slow its descent as the smell of despair spread out in the surroundings. There was a flash of green light as the spear thundered down and drowned the laughs of the man about to face his death. Chapter 58 Inundation. The scene in front of me was so messy I couldn't even begin to describe it. The battlefield coming to my view was 10 times as deadlier as the one I just rushed from. An entire half a day was spent with me speeding through the skies atop my first summon. The summon was truly great, as it didn't tire at all these past 12 hours. That's right, 12 hours I had been riding the beast across the skies. Every part of my body felt tired and cramped. I passed through the entirety of the empire and entered the border between the two countries more than 4 hours ago. After that, I passed by the new lands in the United Federation. They were only blurry lines that I passed by. So I didn't get to enjoy any new sights or see how the people here were living. I only pulled out my phone after every hour to check how much closer I was to the coordinates. I had gained another level of confidence after learning these two new rank S skills, especially this summon that I didn't fully know the bounds of its strength yet. With its rapid flying speed, we reached the battlefield where forces of the United Federation were battling with thousands of beasts. The first scene that I saw was a humongous transparent spear rushing down towards a figure on the ground that was actually laughing at the incoming strike. His body seemed heavily injured and he couldn't move, but I still felt amazed at the man's attitude as death neared him. I recalled the words of the mysterious being that pulled me into that space while feeling the strength of the humanoid figure that was standing in the air. It was the most powerful thing I could sense in this field, so it made me wonder if it was the target I was looking for. I would put all that aside and act first though, as I moved to save the man that was actually laughing at the face of death. He seemed to fit the description of reckless that the mysterious being mentioned. I detached myself from the body of my summon as I commanded it to block the spear with its full strength while I casted Guardian's Light towards the injured figure on the ground. Boom, a loud impact resounded as we fully appeared in the battlefield, grabbing the attention of most of the stronger forces as the 5-meter abomination came into view. Its steel green muscles were shining in the light as it completely dispersed the heavy spear that was rushing down. The hunter on the ground let his laughs out easier as he stopped bleeding from the advent of Guardian's Light and looked at my summon and I with great interest. I looked back at his figure that was standing up and asked just to be sure, "Is that thing up there the black dragon?" There was a pause as he seemed shocked at my nonchalant tone, before he answered and said, "Yeah, that's him." I nodded as I placed my full attention towards the humanoid figure in the skies that was letting out ferocious power without even moving. My summon had come back to my side in case I was to meet another beast that was too fast for me to notice. I was becoming confident, but I didn't want to be hit with deadly attacks that I could prevent. The figure in the sky looked to me as it spoke, "More and more of you just come out like COC croaches." It had a furious expression as it said this, and I wondered just what had the man below done to anger the beast this much. "Yeah, sorry about that. I had an aim to save somebody and stop the rampage of a dragon, and it seems like I've completed one and now I have to move on to the other." Silence prevailed as my words seemed to have hit a nerve. The humanoid figure didn't reply as it used a skill and multiple transparent weapons began appearing in the air. The weapons ranged from spears, swords, hammers, and even fly swatters. They continued forming until they blocked the sky. I was amazed at this type of skill as I sent a command to my summon and used War Cry towards the surrounding hunters. "Move away from this area immediately, or you might lose your life." My voice thundered throughout the area as hunters scrambled away at the sight of the numerous sizable weapons that appeared in the sky. My virulent abomination spread its wings out wide as it disappeared and flew towards the dragon. A noxious blast erupted from it the moment it neared, dyeing the transparent weapons green. The weapons still in the air began to crack and disappear at a speed visible to the N. AKEDI as the dragon was pushed back from the blast and looked over at my summon in shock. I was expectantly watching as I waited to see the power of this rank S summon, and how it fared against a genuine rank S monster. Roar! A loud howl resounded from the figure as black smoke roiled out and it quickly changed into the form of a huge black dragon. I looked at this figure in awe as the spiked hand of the virulent abomination neared and smashed into it, pushing the figure towards the ground. It really was a beast that was at another level, as it fell down briefly before rough winds flew out and it rushed in the skies towards the summon. Its wide jaws opened as a jet of flames colored the sky crimson, the fast strike directly impacting the virulent abomination. When the flames ended, the summon in the sky had its wings torn but still as lively as ever. Without the support of wings, it began falling until it smashed into the ground, releasing a howl towards the dragon in the air as noxious gas erupted all around it. Watching the summon withstand the extreme heat of a rank S beast's attack, a smile bloomed on my face. I watched its ruptured wings and raised my hands towards it, causing it to explode in a puddle of venomous blast as everything around it melted. The hunters had long since disappeared from the nearby area, only the stupidly courageous hunter that was laughing on the face of death being visible not too far off. He was holding tight a sharp katana in his hands as his eyes watched the ongoing battle with rapt attention. The moment the virulent abomination on the ground exploded, a malachite runic circle appeared in the skies as I casted Summon Virulent Abomination. Once more, a second passed as a brand new beast appeared from the runic circle, its wide bat wings and large green body as good as new. This confirmed the conjecture that only one could be summoned at a time, and I found another useful method of attacking as I recalled the dangerous blast the old abomination released as it exploded when I summoned another one. The dragon looked at our two figures with a deadly glare as it spoke. I've played around with you fools long enough. Chapter 59 Inundation 2. I looked to the newly appeared human and the winged creature it was commanding. These natives actually had someone of this level of strength, surprising me even more. The human that had dirted my scales was about to die, only for this one to swoop in and save him in the last minute. The issue was that this new one actually posed a threat to me. Well, his beast did anyways. I had brought myself to the point of empathizing with the creatures of this world because of the similarity of events they were going through, but that was the wrong choice. If I wanted to be successful in my goal in this small world, I had to be ruthless. I have my own people to worry about. With that being said, I would take care of this threat in front of me first. My injury should not flare up as long as I do not completely go all out, so I started by casting my ability, Draconic Summoning. The usual ferocious winged half-dragons filled the air, their numbers growing to 100 in a blink. These would be used to keep the vile summoned creature at bay while I take down its master. That was the fastest solution after all. I commanded the half-dragons to attack, and the winged creature went towards them at high speed. It was powerful enough that a single strike from it melted through the body of my summons, and it released a poisonous gas that spread out and melted more than 20 of the half-dragons in a blink. I became even more serious seeing this, and I realized I only had a few seconds to make my move against the human. If he dies, the creature dies with him. My wings vibrated as I converged the wind elements around me and my body disappeared from my location, shooting towards the human in the distance. I passed the position in the sky where the poisonous creature was fighting against my summons, and knew victory was in sight as the creature would never catch up to me before I can take down its master. It was truly vile, as it had nearly taken down almost all the half-dragons, but the few seconds it bought me was enough. My chest rumbled as I let out another one of my fiery breaths towards the figure of the human. I felt an impact and left no room for mistake as I formed multiple pillars of purple lightning that also crashed wide at the location of the figure. When the explosion cleared, a surprising sight presented itself. The green creature was the one that could be seen at the point of impact. I was nearing its position so that I could finish off its master, but I met it instead. I tried pulling back as its poison was very powerful, but didn't succeed in time as the creature exploded. Boom, ugh. Green smoke covered my body as I was pushed back. The creature had self-destructed and left me some breathing room, but it didn't last for long as another one exactly like it appeared in the air once more. Come on. I was becoming furious at the large pool of mana the human seemed to have as my senses tracked him to a position far behind me. He must have escaped my breath and summoned the creature where he was so he could have it self-destruct and wound me. If I didn't watch myself in this fight, I might actually come out on the losing end. I wasn't too worried though as my strong life essence had already pushed out the poison that was attached to my body. Also, with the reckless way this human was using his energy to summon and unsummon his creature, he would run out soon enough and become my prey. To handle the newly appeared creature that was coming towards me, I reinforced my body with multiple mana barriers. This was a dragon's strength that many beings dreaded. Dragons had nearly boundless mana pools and an expert use of the mana around them, making it nearly impossible for someone of the same level to take them on. It would be the same against this human. Do you really think your mana reserves would match mine? The barriers stacked all over my body as my claws felt the impact against the winged abomination. Every one of its strikes destroyed some of the barriers protecting me, but I supplied the mana and restored them right after. The creature could actually match my speed as its strikes became more ferocious in the sky. Every few seconds, it would release a noxious blast of gas that almost teared apart all the barriers I had. The human watched the battle with rapt attention in the sky, meaning the summoning of this beast should be his most powerful skill. But how many more times can you summon it after I destroy this one? My body increased its size as my strength and tail whipped out and smashed into the poisonous creature. The sharp spikes pierced through its hard muscles, and the creature clutched onto me as it exploded. Boom, significant damage was taken from this blast, but I would heal from it in a few minutes. I looked up to the human to see if he had the reserves to summon another one of those creatures, but he stood still with a calm expression and rose his right hand towards me. Brilliant light covered my body as I healed the injuries and pushed out the poison at a fast pace as I prepared for the human's last-ditch attack. No matter how calm he looked, I knew he was only putting up a brave front. Come on. Bring your last attack. Let me withstand it and show you the terror of a genuine black dragon right after. Rumbling ensued in our surroundings as I felt a surge of energy from all corners around me. Energy that was in no way lower to my conflagrant breath condensed above and below me, and to my left and right, transparent outlines of shifting mountains appeared as they rumbled and the heat increased to an alarming degree with me at the center. Okay, what dash, boom, suffocation. That was all I felt as I continued to cast multiple energy barriers that continued to be shredded the moment they were created. Thick magma was assaulting me from both sides, the high temperatures searing my scales the moment I didn't replace the barriers fast enough. I felt extreme pain as the injury in my chest flared up and made the situation even worse. Huff. 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 I released bated breaths as the decimation around me cleared. Half of my body was charred as I looked to the human above me in fear. I could help but let out a scream. What the hell are you? This being, he definitely wasn't human. Now that is just insulting. His same nonchalant reply came out, making the gears in my mind spin faster as I thought of options out of this. Don't start thinking too much, here's some more. He disregarded me as his arm stayed in the air, multiple rumblings resounding as transparent volcanoes formed around me once more and a green circle that brought to light the poisonous beast shined out. I looked at the sight in front of me in trepidation as I wondered, just what the hell had I gotten myself into? Chapter 16 Mercy? Hunters and beasts overlooking the battlefield had moved away from each other as they watched the apocalyptic scene. A majestic dragon was being cornered and showered with an abundance of unbelievably destructive spells. At the same time, a grotesque beast was pouncing on the dragon and shredding the scales on its body to a bleeding mess as its poison spread. The dragon crushed to the ground as one of its wings had been torn. Spurts of flames blew out of its mouth as the energy around it bubbled. The grotesque beast ignored all of this as it continued to rain attacks on the body of the dragon, its body releasing noxious blasts of gas every now and then. The strong body of the dragon gradually could not endure and a voice was heard. Please. My voice was low, but it was aimed at a specific person in the skies. My energy reserves were at the lowest as this horrendous creature continued its relentless attacks. The wound I incurred as I desked down had flared up and was causing me to not be able to focus. I repeated again, please. Stop. We were of the same positions. Our lands were invaded and taken over, our people forced to submit and pioneer other worlds. I just wanted to make things a bit better for my people. The man looked down at me coldly. His summon had stopped ravaging me for this instant. Do you know how many people you and your forces have killed? I turned somber as I heard this question. I know, but our hands were forced, we really were backed into a corner. I couldn't even bear the treatment that the royal family was receiving. How much worse would it be for the commoners? No. Your actions are your own responsibility. The man shook his head as if I were wasting his time. I had to try harder if I wanted to come of this alive. My brain was working overtime as I tried to find a way out of this. The beings that sent me here, they will send more once they know of my failure. I can work with you to fight off the ones that come in the future, right? Any sane person would want help for droves of coming enemies. Even if I had to heal under somebody else's boots, I could at least survive for the time being. I waited with ragged breaths as I looked to the human in the skies. Only 2 words rang out, no thanks, 2 words that spelled my end. My emotions churned as I saw the poisonous creature lunge towards me again. Anger. Frustration. Despair. That was all I felt. Why? Why did things have to go this way for us? Enslaved or killed? We couldn't change our fates. My defenses could no longer withstand the creature's strikes. I couldn't form any more mana barriers around me. My reserves were depleted. In a few seconds, my right wing was torn off. The excruciating pain actually dulled as I fell down deeper into despair. I'm sorry, everyone. I wasn't able to do it. I looked to the forces of half-dragons and dragonoid creatures behind me that were madly screaming and leaving behind any reservations to try and save me, but it would all be for naught. My left wing was then torn off. I could only use my tail and claws to block the strikes of the poisonous creature, but its poison had already spread throughout my body. Dwindling my strength even further, bated breaths came out as my life force neared its end. I looked at the unexplainable human in the sky as a few thoughts passed before the darkness came. Would he be able to lead his people to a different path? I would never be able to know the answer, as the world that had been going in slow motion resumed, and the relentless beast continued pounding me. My vision blurred, and my eyes closed to meet the eternal darkness. I looked to the screeching beasts that watched their boss be torn to pieces by the virulent abomination. A moment after the dragon's death, the world had began shaking. I recalled the mysterious being's words as I commanded my summon to focus its rampage on the thousands of beasts rushing about in the battlefield. An uncomfortable feeling like a wound that was healing had begun spreading throughout my body as the world started shaking. I went to the ground to grab the cores and what seemed like a skill book that dropped while I observed the changes around me. The world's energy seemed to be bubbling and I heard the mysterious voice once more, this time more clearly, without any headaches. The hardest part is done, leave the rest to me. Do not resist the addition to the system of power that is occurring. When it is complete, you will have a multitude of options for your direction of strength. I nodded my head towards this mysterious voice as it mentioned things I didn't completely understand. I was expectantly waiting for the revenge the voice mentioned after this. The enemies behind this, if they sent their forces here, it meant that I would be going to where they were to have a possibility of revenge. So, where were they hiding? Vengeful emotions rose from my calmness as I recalled the pain I wanted those enemies to feel. I didn't spare the dragon, no matter what words he was saying, and I wouldn't spare any of them either. The changes around us increased as the virulent abomination continued to decimate the forces of the beasts around the battlefield. The small uncomfortable feeling I felt gradually intensified, and I stayed in the air as I waited for the changes to finish. And the surprises that would come thereafter. Kazuhiko was baffled at the level of strength that the newly appeared hunter displayed as he battled the dragon. He had thought his own strength was great, but he was completely wrong. His eyes shined as he looked towards this strong figure. If his memory did not fail him, this was the fast-rising hunter called Noah Osman from the Blessed Empire. The hunter had thrashed the terrible dragon like it was nothing, casting skills he never thought were possible. That was the strength he wanted, that was the goal he had to reach. In an unknown space, a mysterious hexagonal prism was spinning rapidly. It seemed to be working overtime as it controlled the energies of everything around it to bend down to its wishes. It felt violated when foreign invaders came and woke it from its slumber. It watched powerlessly as masses of its people were massacred. But it was young, and it learned fast. It began by making drastic decisions that beings like it would normally never do. It chose a few champions to stand against the invaders, and one of these champions was given a privilege that most knowledgeable beings in the universe would be shocked to hear, but this mysterious being felt like it still wasn't enough. So it was defying expectations and bending the rules once more to create a function that would make its champions even stronger. Essence was furiously being absorbed and used as a plain blue box that was showing blank attributes. Skills and equipment was getting a new addition right below it. Most of this essence came from this being's own reserves, with the rest coming from deaths of the many beasts that continued to meet their grisly ends even now. The death of the final S-rank beast gave enough essence to accelerate this process. This new addition flickered in and out of existence, almost as if there was a restriction preventing it from coming to life. It felt as if it was something that should not be allowed to appear. The addition gradually became more and more stable as it could clearly be made out. Blue words shined brightly at the bottom of the base of the panel. They read, Skill Combination, Chapter 61, an upgrade. The world retained its calmness. I didn't know how much time had passed, but I came to with my body feeling somewhat lighter than it was before. I wondered what had changed as I looked around me and saw hunters looking around in a confused manner while my summon continued its rampage. I observed the blue box panel in the corner of my eye to see if there were any changes there. Nearly everything seemed the same, with exactly one simple change that was shining blue at the bottom of the panel. Skill Combination combines skills of the same rank to bring out unknown power. Compatibility is the key. Limited to skills at 100 proficiency. I blanked out for a second after reading the description of this newly appearing function. I then looked at the multitude of skills in my panel that had all reached 100 as I began to feel excited. I thought I had grown powerful enough, but with this, I can go even further. I had been rushing about the entire time this past week and currently felt mentally exhausted, and I was planning to relax the next few days. I didn't get another message or voice after defeating the dragon, making me assume that the system addition of skill combination, which the mysterious voice was talking about, had taken a toll on it, and it would take some time before it approached me again. I was planning on slowly learning about this new function, which skills were compatible to combine, and what they become after the combination. Ideas were already mixing in my head that I couldn't wait to try. I left my virulent abomination to continue clearing the thousands of beasts that had yet to run away as I moved from my position in the air to heal the many injured hunters around the battlefield. I could feel the eyes of the hunter I saved watching me very closely as I moved, but I ignored it for now. I was curious about him too, as he was deemed important enough by the mysterious voice to be saved, and I was even more sure of it being him after recalling one of the figures I saw in the three smaller rooms. That smirk on his face very closely resembled what I saw. Clearing the battlefield took a significant amount of time as 2 hours quickly passed. Hunters that were standing on opposing sides helped one another as squads were made to go clear the remaining countries that the dragon had occupied. With its death, the powerful Ranka hunters could easily work together to take down the lower-ranked beasts and save their people. The hunter that was watching me closely approached me as I was healing an injured soldier on the ground. Noah Osmond, right? Thank you for saving my life. I turned to look at the man with dark hair that had a confident smile on his face. Not a problem, it was something I felt obligated to do. You are, I was replying as I healed the hunters around us. After a certain point, they just brought more and more injured people where I was, which I found to be easier than running around looking for them myself. Kazuhiko, or most commonly known as the Dark Sword, the person, and the face clicked as I remembered the famous hunter that stood atop everyone else in the United Federation, the most powerful hunter in the United Federation, huh? Thanks for holding down the beast until I made it in time, he scoffed as he heard this. Ha, what most powerful hunter? If I took that title, then what are you supposed to be? I smiled when he mentioned this, and Kazuhiko continued, I admire your strength. I only heard very few things about you, but didn't think you were so overpowered to such an extent. Is it your inherent skill? Or is there another secret to your strength? He really couldn't hide his aims as he asked this so blatantly, and I replied by telling him it was my inherent skill. His shoulders slumped for a moment before quickly coming up again as he talked to himself. That's okay, it just means there is someone stronger than me that I can look forward to surpassing. The katana by his side seemed to vibrate as he said this, and I just listened while I finished healing the last hunter. After this, Kazuhiko pulled me aside while boisterously saying that after a hard-fought battle, we had to go enjoy ourselves. I was feeling exhausted and hungry after all this time and chose to go along. The virulent abomination had finished chasing down all nearby beasts and ripping them apart. So I unsummoned it far in the distance and watched it explode while releasing noxious gas for the last time. I wondered if I would find any compatible S-rank skills in the future to combine and make this beast even stronger. High-ranking hunters and officials took the lead to clear everything around the battlefield as Kazuhiko took me further inland. We bypassed the walled defenses and arrived to a large military compound not too far off from where the fighting was occurring. Kazuhiko walked in as if he owned the place and said a few things to the soldiers there, and we were soon seated in a dining area with drinks and foods being brought in every minute. An entire half a day of flying on the back of my poisonous summon and the constant fights these past weeks had exhausted me more than I thought as I enjoyed the ever so increasing feast in front of me. Foods that I've never tried before made their way into my mouth. There was a platter of something called yakitori that I couldn't get enough of. Another one that I truly enjoyed was something that Kazuhiko called sukiyaki. It was an enormous pot that had the softest stew of beef and vegetables. I enjoyed the food and company to say the least, listening to the boisterous hunter talk about his journey to the peak of rank A. My main focus was the food as I half-heartedly listened to the stories. Kazuhiko seemed like a good guy. From the way he talked, he looked like that friend that always seemed to have a screw loose but was holding it in and staying sane. He always took the initiative to talk and ask me questions, making it his goal to try and understand everything about me. Talking to him gave me a reminder of just how drastically my life had changed from just a few weeks ago. When a plate of food called takoyaki came, my entire attention was stolen away as I found myself devouring the round balls filled with octopus and I don't know what else in a blink and calling out to the soldier delivering the plates to bring out even more of them. The day passed like this as I enjoyed food I hadn't had before. Chapter 62 Relaxation. After the many meals came and empty plates left. The food that unceasingly went into my stomach came to a stop. I was lying on my back staring at the ceiling as I thought about this peace I could really only achieve after having an amazing meal. Worries of the future faded away. The constant anger cooled down, and it felt like a much-needed rest period had come. It didn't last long as Kazuhiko shattered this peace in an instant by loudly flinging the door open. He had left a couple of minutes back to I don't even know where, and now he came back as noisy as ever. We've had the food. Now we ought to have some fun. The hunter loudly barged in while bringing more than 10 barely dressed women inside the room. I groaned at this sight as I really just wanted to sleep after eating so much today. How did he even get these women in this war zone so quickly anyways? I rose up and watched the figures pouring into the room. Well, as much as I wanted to rest, I would be a good guest and follow the lead of the host. Night passed and dawn came. I had woken up and walked out to a small courtyard that had a brightly shining pond with a few fish. I sat down in the courtyard as I enjoyed this environment of calmness. Early that morning, I was able to get in contact with the people back in the blessed empire. Elizabeth was the point of contact, and for some odd reason I felt guilty when I read the huge text update she had sent. Much of the beasts had been taken care of back in the empire, with many of the people quickly adapting to the new function they saw on their attribute panels. Kazuhiko had spent an entire hour on this yesterday, questioning me if I had anything to do with this, as the change had occurred the moment the dragon fell. I denied everything for the time being and waited to hear again from the mysterious being that was taking its time. The main takeaway for the new skill combination function was that it was extremely useful for veteran hunters. Your proficiency had to first reach 100 for any of the skills you wanted to combine, and they had to have compatibility. Very few hunters were able to even match the first requirement, not to mention finding two skills compatible with each other. So even after half a day passed since this new function was founded, they still didn't have much information on it. I thought about the many skills I had that had already reached 100 proficiency as I wanted to start trying for myself. With the lower ranked skills as the first test, I finished reading the huge bubble of a text, with the major thing I had to take note of being the request of my presence back in the Empire to be awarded an influential position and many more things. I didn't become overly excited at this, as I had undergone way too many things these past few weeks that made me have a different outlook on the world. Life was extremely fleeting. I had watched many people die, and saved countless more, but I still felt that something was missing. Even the anger I felt towards enemies I have yet to ascertain or the revenge the mysterious being had promised didn't fill whatever was missing, since there was nothing pressing occurring in the Empire. With the dungeons being taken care of by the high-ranking hunters and things on the path to being stabilized, I would stay and tour the places in the United Federation for a bit. I was waiting for the next time I would be back in that blank room with the hexagonal prism, where I would no doubt be getting many answers. Before jumping into the new function, I pulled out the golden skill book that the dragon had dropped. It was Rage of the Thunder Monarch Area of Effect Skill. Extremely condensed lightning decimates an area of 15 meters. The skill seemed to be even more destructive power than volcanic eruption, because of its lower effect area, but I would still have to test it to be sure. The book turned into particles of light as it flew to my body and the skill appeared in my panel. I looked through the panel to start assessing possible skills to combine. To start testing the skill combination function, I wanted to begin with the rank F skills, but I realized that I only learned 2 after all this time. I had grown so rapidly that I jumped from F to mostly rank D and C skills. This wouldn't be an issue though, as I had been running around taking down many rank of bosses this past week and collected many skill books in my storage rings. Even after I gave away a vast majority to the destroyed cities I visited and to the military regiments I came across, I still had many to play with. I let out the collections of skill books in my storage rings and learned many skills of lower ranks for the purpose of testing. I had to learn them now and spend some time using them and having them active for their proficiency to rise to 100 before I could begin combining. Then for now, the focus would be placed on the rank D and C skills. I already had many of that were at 100 proficiency. None of the rank S skills had reached 100 so far, so I'll leave those for now. To start it off, I opened the skill combination function and added 2 obviously non-compatible rank D skills, Rough Skin Flames of Torment. When the 2 skills were placed on the 2 slots, there was a red color shining out. The combination was not successful. So red showed bad compatibility that would not work. Next up I tried what I thought to be compatible skills, which was Safeguard Rough Skin. The 2 slots shined a light green, and the green light expanded as the 2 skills disappeared, a brand new one appearing on my panel, Armored Skin. The skill had a brand new color, in contrast to the skills written in white with the blue background of the panel. It had a purple color, with its rank now upgraded to D and its proficiency showing. I activated this new skill in wonder and found that the defense provided by it was more than triple what Safeguard and Rough Skin provided. It was still a lower ranking skill though, so it didn't drastically change my defenses. Since combining the 2 of them changed its rank from D to D, I wondered if combining 2 D skills would give rise to a brand new rank C skill. I didn't have all that many rank D skills that had already risen to 100 though, so I would have to wait for the new ones I just learned to reach there. I was about to continue my testing by moving on to rank C skills when an annoying voice broke the peace established in courtyard. Noah, let's grab some breakfast and then go dungeon diving. The guy had become overly friendly over this past day, had come out early morning with energy that I could in no way match. It seemed that his excitement stemmed from the fact that he was able to combine 2 of his rank S skills and produce a powerful rank S skill. Veteran hunters like him who had been dungeon diving for the past months had collected a multitude of skills that fit their class, so they had many options of compatible skills that had reached the required proficiency for combination. Well, when I start combining my own, I should have even more to work with. And I was currently the only hunter holding the most powerful rank S skills. Kazuhiko had been able to combine two of his skills called Blade Dance and Dominator's Sword Wave to bring the result of Dominator's Dance of Death. I was curious about this rank S skill and wanted to test my newly gained skills too, so a dungeon would be perfect right now. Food came first as I was treated to brand new dishes once again today, with us heading out an hour later. Chapter 63 Experimentation. The country we were in was called King's Harbor. After moving away from the military sector and heading inwards, I was able to see groups of people and hunters celebrating their newly found freedom from the threat of beasts that were heading here previously. Kazuhiko was walking beside me while talking about the power structure of countries in the United Federation and their dungeon diving system here. I recalled a news show I had watched back in Outer Banks weeks ago that mentioned a similar topic about how hunters were restricted in the United Federation and had to turn half of their loot over to the government. It turns out that this system was placed to raise many peak hunters who were obligated to work for the government and defend the lower-ranking hunters that contributed their loot. This was why hunters in the United Federation had much less mortality rates, as a stronger hunter who used up more of the resources was assigned to each of the teams diving in the dungeon. This built up a system where many strong hunters dived into dungeons with weaker ones. Kazuhiko routinely had to dive into rank B dungeons with rank B hunters while occasionally clearing rank A dungeons with a government-created fully rank A team. It was a good system that I applauded, as it produced many strong hunters and a level of responsibility that caused there to be less deaths in the United Federation when Apocalypse 2.0 occurred a week ago. There were many strong hunters spread out all over the countries, unlike the cramming of powerful hunters into a few specific cities back in the Empire. Right now, we were heading to a rank A dungeon called Babadook's Lair, which was a dungeon filled with strange dark-furred monsters that had powerful offensive skills. Kazuhiko was very confident in my strength after he watched me take down the Black Dragon, so we dived into the dungeon by ourselves. 004-031, ads by Pub Future. The first floor was an expansive dark space that contained many of those dark-furred monsters, and Kazuhiko moved first, trying his Dominator's Dance of Death. For the first time, his figure flickered in and out on the surroundings, his sword releasing a multitude of dark sword waves that smashed into the dark-furred figures and tore through their defenses. There were more than 30 rank A monsters in front of us, but they all received the powerful attacks from this one rank A skill and tumbled down like dominoes. Kazuhiko was smiling like a child as he sheathed his sword and watched the destruction he had caused. On the next floor after that, I tried out the rank S skill, Rage of the Thunder Monarch, on the next group of the dark-furred beasts. Boom, on top of their heads, a wide expanse of purple lightning roiled out and then struck down. They seemed like thick pillars of snakes that caused destruction everywhere they touched. The rank A beasts didn't stand a chance as their bodies were literally blown apart. Kazuhiko didn't want to be outdone and went to the lower floor with even more vigor. I used Summon Virulent Abomination as we moved further in, summoning the grotesque but lovable beast that tore through the rank A enemies as if they were nothing. I realized that rank A dungeons would not pose a single threat to me as I watched the beast tear through the defenses of monsters. I let the summon and Kazuhiko do all the work going forwards as I focused on possible skill combinations with the skills that currently met the requirements and were compatible. I was able to combine the rank C skills, Whirlwind, and Aura of Haste, to produce Sea Fevered Rush. When activated, my speed sharply rose for an instant as I traveled forward and almost smacked into a wall. The speed still couldn't beat rank A Flight, though. Further experimentation allowed me to combine the rank B skills, Shadow Veil, and Stealth, to bring out the Dark Assassin. This new skill most definitely matched rank A skills, if not surpassing some of them, as my body disappeared and melded into the surroundings as I wished. I could keep it active at all times to still cover up the colorful skill effects of the many other active skills I had on all the time, while choosing when to become fully hidden that even the powerful rank A peak hunter Kazuhiko had trouble finding me. My experimentations came to an end as we reached the boss room, and I watched the hunter and summon shred apart the rank A titan as if it was nothing, leaving it as a poisoned mess of bones and flesh after the hunter was looking indignantly at the summon creature he didn't seem to be able to fully match yet. And I laughed at this sight, since we finished this rank A dungeon so quickly, in less than half an hour at that, we dived back in right after. I had the goal of obtaining more rank A skills to play around with, skill combination, even more. The process would take time though, as I had to learn the skills and bring them all the way to 100 proficiency before I could combine them. We dived into the Ranka dungeon more than 10 times after that, only coming out sometime in the afternoon. I was able to pocket 5 Ranka skills for myself, leaving all the cores, 3 items, and 2 skill books that matched Kazuhiko behind. I had already reached the peak that rank A cores could bring me long ago, and was now absorbing the rank S cores from the 3 powerful beasts I defeated. I also recalled some time back before I took down the rank S turtle and humanoid mosquito, I had gained a rank S skill book called Void Slash that I just tossed in my storage ring and forgot about. I looked at Kazuhiko and his katana, pulling out the skill right after and handing it to him. He looked at the skill description and turned all serious, giving me a heartfelt thanks for the gift. I shook off the gratitude and turned my attention to the horrendous-looking virulent abomination to the side, as it had made the dungeon runs as effortless as they could be, and I could almost feel myself sinking into laziness as I watched the beast do all the work. We were heading in further into King's Harbor at the behest of Kazuhiko. It seemed the allied countries of the United Federation were planning an event to honor the great hunter that brought down the dragon. I wasn't into festivities though, and planned to not attend when something occurred that gave me the perfect reason not to. The mysterious voice had returned yet again. Kazuhiko saw my serious expression and stopped, and I told him that something came up, disappearing from his sight with Dark Assassin and flying into the skies. I floated high in the air as I felt my vision sinking, and I found myself in that same blank room once more. 3 figures were still visible in smaller rooms surrounding this one. With the hexagonal prism slowly rotating in this main room, the voice rang out once more as I closely listened. It was time for answers. Chapter 64, The Mystery Behind Dungeons. The explanations began slowly, and soon became huge dumps of information that I had to sift through. To start it off, the being I have been talking to this entire time called itself the planetary core. When I first heard this, I blanked out a little. I had been talking to the core of this world this entire time. It went further to further clarify that it was a system of laws congregated together to keep this world alive, so I could also call it this world's planetary system. I cut it down to system for short just to make it easier when I was addressing it. The system had gained consciousness when dungeons first began appearing on this planet, and could only begin to act a step behind the enemies and play catch up as they began their invasion. Essence of our young world was used to awaken the first groups of hunters, paying an expensive price to grant them inherent skills that enabled them to stand against the onslaught of beasts. This wouldn't be enough to stand against the droves of enemies though, so the system performed its first drastic measure since it gained consciousness. When the beasts died, their essence was lost in the environment and could be reabsorbed by the surrounding world inefficiently. The system took the drastic action of using more than half of its essence to form a system of power that was compatible to the beings in its planet that knew nothing about the new fantastical and magical things they were experiencing. The awakened would now be able to quantify and observe their strength with the advent of an attribute panel, and most of all, the key factor of being able to get stronger by snatching the essence from the beasts they kill. The system used more than half of its essence to implement this new system of power where the essence of dying beasts would be extracted, and the skills abilities that were buried deep in the beast's essence would be turned to the source of strength for the hunters. Thus, came the advent of skill books, items, and cores. Some beasts that later came to be called titans and bosses had a denser collection of essence that allowed for skills and items to be extracted from them, while for other beasts, only cores that reinforced the strength, vitality, and focus of the awakened individuals could be drawn out. This new system of power allowed this world and its inhabitants a unique ability that most likely was not existent anywhere else in the universe that allowed for the extraction and absorbance of the power of your enemies. The system had to regain the tremendous amount of essence it lost through this, so half of all extracted energy would go towards the planet's core. The awakened were thus able to make their stand and slowly take back their lands, but much of the world was already decimated by beasts, only giving rise to a collection of countries that later became known as the United Federation and a connection of cities protected under the banner of an empire. The system went into a period of hibernation after this to recover its essence, its hunters slowly contributing by clearing the beasts and the dungeons that they came from. This brought us to the subject of dungeons. The dungeons were lines of connections that our enemy sent down. These lines of connections carried with them the origin of many inhabitants from another world. They were sent down and settled on the planet as monoliths that required time to allow for the physical entry of the beings in the connection line. Depending on how much essence was used on the dungeons, the rate of release could be accelerated, but if people came in contact with the monolith and were able to defeat the origins of the beings in it, essence of the monolith would be used up and the release would be delayed. The enemy that sent these dungeons down would then have to keep providing essence towards these dungeons to replenish the origin of the beings in it. This process repeated back and forth in the months that followed the advent of the apocalypse. Hunters would repeatedly enter dungeons and clear them, using up more and more essence and taking it for themselves. The other side would continue to send down essence to reinforce and maintain the origins of beings that slowly lost their minds and rationality from being broken and rebuilt so many times. Then came the reason that I was wondering about all this time. If a dungeon was cleared rapidly enough, the inflow of essence from the invading force couldn't keep up with how much essence was being absorbed, and the connection line would be broken, with the beings inside dying completely. This was the destruction of the monolith that I had caused. I looked up to the rotating prism when it got to this point and asked, then, the plain crystal that I received once the monolith imploded it is a direct line of connection that we can use to ascertain the coordinates of their world and send our own forces down. I was speechless for the first time in a while. I thought about what this implied and then asked something I couldn't bring myself to ask before. How do I fit in all of this? The system took a pause when we go to this point. When I regained enough essence to become active again, I saw that the situation was not heading in the right direction and that I had to act once more. I felt a level of frustration as I had enough essence and power to even bend some natural laws, but I couldn't make use of it to plainly erase the invaders because much stronger universal laws are in place to prevent such direct intervention. I felt my mind start pounding as I listened very closely to the next words, so I calculated countless possibilities, and came to the one with the highest chance of success, while it also posed the greatest danger. But this path would allow for a truly strong person to rise and protect the planet, so I attempted it. I listened with rapt attention while waiting for the voice to continue. I created a backdoor from the planet's core and connected it to a single human that had the least restrictions, someone who wasn't yet even awakened. This channel would allow the possibility of things that are normally impossible. My thoughts were moving rapidly as I heard this. This was why I felt that I had infinite mana to cast whatever skills I wanted without restriction. This was why my focus was blank. All of that energy, it wasn't just coming from nowhere. This made me recall something I had read about in school years back. That energy couldn't be created nor destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. It felt like lessons finally kicked in when I thought about my mana, and how the skill books and cores came to be. But, could the common laws I knew about even be applicable at this stage we were at now? As for just how much energy an entire planet contained, could the tremendous essence even be quantified? My thoughts were interrupted as the system continued, but this came at a huge cost and introduced a vulnerability that was not there before. You are connected to the planetary core, and the planetary core is connected to you. If you ever face destruction, the entire planet will follow. Chapter 65 Infinite Mana in the Apocalypse. At a certain point in many people's lives, they come to a moment where they ask themselves, why me? Why did this tragedy happen to me? Why does everything always go wrong for me? Why do some people make millions a day while I barely make 50? Why me? I wasn't even sure if there was a clear answer to this, but I still found myself asking the same question to the rotating hexagonal prism. After getting over the bombshell that my little life actually held much more importance than I initially imagined, I found this question swimming at the forefront of my mind. Why me? This was one of the biggest things I wanted to know. There were many other things like how did the system know if I would awaken as a hunter if the channel was set up long before? How could it be sure I wouldn't be just another human casualty and cause everything to collapse? There were many questions I wanted to ask first, but the first and foremost that came out of my mouth was, why me? A silence followed after as only the rapid rotations of the hexagonal prism could be felt. You were chosen randomly. It just so happened that among the many humans who had yet to awaken, you were chosen by chance. The reply came unexpectedly, and it might have not been the thing I wanted to hear, but I actually felt relief from it. I wasn't some chosen one who was born to do great things. I just received a monumental gift. A gift that I would use to the best of my abilities from now on. Don't tell me that you also didn't know whether I would awaken or not, or even live another day in the case something like a dungeon break occurred and wiped out an entire city. There was no certainty of that either. I mentioned that I undertook this plan because it provided the highest % chance of survival for us all, but that percentage was still very low. I could only make a shot in the dark, because if I hadn't, we would have faced complete destruction in the future. Something like this is normally impossible, with a near 0% chance of working out. It is a completely unique situation. There was a pause as it let these words sink in before it continued. All that remains is that it worked. And because it worked, we now stand a chance to go against the enemies plotting against us. The next phase of our actions is for you to head to the world our enemies reside in and disrupt the structure there. If you are able to completely place the inhabitants of that world under your rule, it opens up even more wondrous possibilities that you cannot begin to imagine. I listened as the system continued to dump a whole lot more information onto me, from the many beasts that died and had their essence absorbed by the planet, memories of the world they came from, and their aims were slowly collected and pieced together. Especially the rank S beasts, their essence held much more crucial information. The first thing to keep in mind was that this invasion of beasts was simply a use of pawns to achieve their aim of domination for young planets. The near-infinite reserves of energy that the planet held is what they were after. Just like how countries made up wars to obtain oil, war was now being waged for the countless supplies of energy on a much grander scale. If they achieved their aims and dominated the inhabitants of the world, they would be able to use them as disposable pawns to invade other worlds, first in the mining of the planet's essence using specialized dungeons. Entire worlds that had their people dominated could only watch as their world was turned into a mine for the years to come, as it cycled through absorbing essence from the outside world and having it stolen right after. At this stage, the world no longer grew. Inhabitants in such a world could not dream of obtaining more power and getting stronger. An example is the race of beasts that became stronger with years of accu.mulatting and growing their essence and learning how to cast complex skills and abilities. If the essence of their world was to be taken over by others and exploited for their own uses, their powers would become stagnant. That is where you come in. You are a weapon, and a very powerful one at that. If you descend onto their world and become its ruler, besides stopping any future forces from being sent here, we will have the option of annexing an entire world for our own uses. The words of the system continued to be bombshells every time. But I could feel excitement from them. We first get back at the true culprits who caused so much pain for us, and then obtain an entire, from the collection of memories of those beasts. The world they reside in is a large world under the control of mythical races of beasts. It is a flourishing world that suddenly faced an invasion, and even with the tremendous strength of its inhabitants, parts of it have already fallen under the rule of invading enemies. It is those beings that are now continuing their conquest in that world while using its subjugated inhabitants as pawns to also invade smaller worlds. More and more information kept on coming. I committed everything to memory the moment the other world began being mentioned. Our goal is the same thing: to disrupt their plans and take that world for ourselves. We will not be so weak as to be bullied after that. If we have to, we won't even stop just at that world, and extend our reach to the far corners of the universe. Only with sufficient power can we be confident. With you in the lead, the goal has a large chance of success. For you are someone who is able to tap into a power that is normally constrained by universal laws. It felt as if I was getting the biggest pep talk of my life as I listened to the dominating words coming out of the system. You are someone able to access the unquantifiable reserves of an entire planet. Something sacred that is used to set the order of life. You have it under your fingertips. You can call it endless. You can call it infinite. Never in your lifetime will you feel like you do not have enough energy, no matter how high you continue climbing. When you succeed in your conquest and bring the apocalypse that you faced unto other worlds, obtaining their sources of power too, you can factually state that you have infinite mana in this era of apocalypse. Chapter 66, Preparation, Silence, Utter and complete silence. I could feel the beating of my heart and the blood rushing through my body as I finished listening and said, "When do we start?" A horned being was reading complex data in an unknown location with a furious expression. Something unexplainable had occurred on the same planet that had shown abnormalities some time back. The signals placed on the pathetic beasts that held a level of power had all but disappeared. This gesticulated a message of failure. They wouldn't be able to start any operations on this planet for the time being. Having diverted many pieces into this one planet so frequently caused them to be restricted towards it. They could not forcefully send more pieces for at least a few months. As these restrictions loosened, the being's anger quickly reduced as he changed his mindset. His role was only to pioneer and establish connections to other worlds in preparation for takeovers in the future. Many of his peers still had their focus on finishing the conquest of the major world they were in now. The only pockets of resistance remaining were the kingdoms where lineages of mythical beasts were ruling, as well as the frozen kingdom where the last of the human race on this planet was thriving. A devilish smile appeared on the horned being's face as he thought about his contribution that led to the downfall of the most powerful kingdom in this world and allowed for them to take root fully. The remaining places would all fall in due time, no matter how long it took. He could already see it happening in front of his eyes. For he is the personification of lies and evil, the Prince of Darkness. Rank 68, he was commonly known as Demon King Belial. Places all over the world were becoming stabilized as hunters performed their roles and quelled the onslaught of beasts. Cities in the Blessed Empire and the various countries of the United Federation were discussing the regulation of dungeons across the world. New knowledge was coming out every day that ascertained how frequently dungeons had to be cleared in a day in order to completely destroy them. The number of times differed depending on the ranks, with lower-level dungeons requiring to be cleared many more times until their monoliths were destroyed. The conclusion wasn't fully ascertained by the hunters, but the actual cause was that lower-ranked dungeons required less supply of essence to be kept active, and thus could more easily be replenished as they were cleared. High-ranking dungeons required significantly more essence in order to replenish the origins of the beasts inside it, thus required a less number of times to be cleared before the outflowing of essence surpassed the inflow and caused the destruction of the dungeon. The discussion taking place was which number of dungeons should safely be left for hunters to regularly clear and become stronger, while putting the effort in CLU.S.Ters where many dungeons appeared and it would be better to destroy them before a dungeon break occurred. The discussion and regulation of this was ongoing, with the different countries and cities deciding for themselves what was best. I had spent a significant amount of time talking to the system in that blank room and learned many more things. I was currently flying back to the Star City of the Blessed Empire to receive awards and recognition. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that important to me right now as my mind was fully filled with dangerous information and I was only thinking about the expansive world I would be descending in soon enough. I left King's Harbor after sharing a few words with Kazuhiko and apologizing for not being able to stay any longer. The system had mentioned that we wouldn't be getting any mass descents of dungeons like what just occurred anytime soon, as it could feel tight restrictions against beings descending down that were covering the planet after the most recent attack. But we didn't know exactly how long this would be, maybe a few months, or half a year, or the same time span that passed from the first invasion we faced to the second one. We were not completely sure, so I was moving with the goal of wrapping everything up before heading to a location specified by the system to start my next journey. The mystery of Kazuhiko and the other figure I saw in the smaller rooms attached to the blank room was not too explosive. The other figure that shone with a golden light was most likely the strongest hunter of the Empire, Steel Mikhail. Both him and Kazuhiko had received more attention and essence from the system when they first awakened, granting them powerful inherent skills that allowed them to lead the hunters forward and save many more lives when the apocalypse first began. With the advent of skill combination, their lead from other hunters will continue to get wider as they start combining many of their skills to produce higher ranked ones. The reality of them combining several rank S skills to become A, and then spend a few weeks to raise those skills up to the required proficiency in order to produce a rank S skill wasn't too far off. I wasn't sure whether hunters holding multiple rank S skill could fully match someone with 1 or 2 rank S skills, but time would tell as things progress. This was something I confirmed with the system. The combination of 2 skills would almost always give you a powerful skill of the next rank. These 2 powerful hunters would continue growing their strength here and prepare for any descents that occur in the future. Their power, as well as many of the veteran hunters all over the world, would surely rise to rank S in the months to come and give them the ability to withstand many of the things coming. They would be leading reformations for both powers to make sure lives are not needlessly lost if anything like the mass dungeon descents occur again in the future. As for the white-haired figure on the remaining room, the system mentioned that I would meet her soon enough. I flew through the skies using flight and observed the many dots of people congregating in the countries I passed. None of them had any idea of the larger forces in play, or where they would be a few months from now. They all felt the momentary peace and calmness that was settling right now while mourning for the many that lost their lives. After I passed a few countries and continued my reflections, I casted Summon Virulent Abomination, and got on top of the terrifying beast that was much faster than me. A green streak passed across the clear skies, crossing the border between the 2 nations. Chapter 67. Maybes. I made it back to the Empire after another 6 hours of flying at high speeds atop the Virulent Abomination. On the way here, I had learned the 5 rank as skill books I gained from Babadook's lair. The 5 of them were Earth Armor, Recorder, Permafrost, Combusting Spears, and Language Comprehension. Out of all of these, the one I found most interesting was Recorder, which allowed me to replay anything I saw with my eyes while activated. I could of course keep it active at all times, which meant I could rewatch everything like a film if I chose to do so. I was still finding ways that I could use this skill effectively. I also combined more skills that had high compatibility, putting together the rank B skills, cold fire, and greater cold penetration, to bring out B boreal penetration. The fire element rank B skills, greater flame penetration, and burning soul, also combined to bring out B blazing penetration. A few of my rank A skills were nearing 100 proficiency, so I couldn't try fusing any of them yet. I already had a few ideas in mind for when they met the requirements. My thoughts came to a stop as I flew towards Star City's military sector, where I was met with rows of soldiers and hunters giving me praise. Communications had long since spread from the United Federation, with the allied countries there praising the Empire for the aid and sending forth their top hunter to help. Relations between the two forces were turning for the better after they realized just how deadly their common enemy can be, as well as the strength I showed. There would be more cooperation between the two nations moving forward, and less of the political attacks and spread of propaganda that many of us had been accustomed to. Peace in the world was in no way achieved, but steps were being taken to try and build it. Humans always found new ways to be selfish and stupid. So who knows where we'll be a few months from now. I tried to disperse the regiment of hunters who definitely had better things to be doing as I was led into an old office that gave me nostalgia. It wasn't the rugged man with an impassive expression in it, but a woman with a military uniform going through stacks of papers. The person in front of me was naturally Elizabeth, who was trying to honor the memory of her friend and manage the logistics of Star City while still acting as an active hunter. Much of her time was now stretched between office work and dungeon diving, giving no time for anything else. She wore large round glasses that she pushed up when I walked in, and a huge smile bloomed from her face. The next few minutes were spent talking about the events in the United Federation and all intricacies that went with it. She also let me know how my presence was requested at the Empire's capital so that I could be properly rewarded. When we got to this point, I thought about the stage I currently stood at and realized there wasn't really anything that I wanted or needed that the hunters here could provide. My only goal currently was to let them know that I would be disappearing, with only a few selected higher-ups knowing that I was heading into the enemy's den. I had already told this to Kazuhiko before leaving, and I left the decision of who he would tell in the United Federation in his hands. My secrets were too grand to share with everyone else, so I used the same excuse I told Kazuhiko to Elizabeth. I had found a way to use the G-plane crystal that comes out from destroyed dungeons to go where they came from, that I had grown powerful enough to try and disrupt the enemy's plans on their own turf. When I first told Kazuhiko this, he had stared at me silently for more than 5 minutes before he nodded with an unreadable expression. The hunters of this world were no doubt about to become explosively more powerful, but they weren't at the level of withstanding the enemies I would be facing. The system wanted to conduct a covert takeover, where I would rise to power in that world as a native, and not as an invader. A similar difficult to read expression appeared on Elizabeth's face after I finished talking, and she looked at me hesitantly, as if she wanted to bring herself to say something but couldn't. I looked at this woman that I hadn't spent too much time with to really get to know her and thought about things that could have been if events were playing out differently. Maybe there was a possibility of something to grow and be nurtured under different circumstances, but not now. I quickly changed the subject before that hesitation of hers turned into something else, and we wistfully moved on to other matters. Over the next few days, many things occurred as I traveled around the Empire and lent a hand where it was needed. If dungeons needed to be destroyed, I would be there to do it much quicker than the groups of hunters that were required to do it. Something of interest to note was me finally getting a rank A skill that was a bit stronger in its usefulness when compared to Dark Assassin. It was a rank A skill called Obscure that covered my body with a dark smoke which quickly turned me transparent. I actively looked for more covert skills of rank A and even B so that I would be able to produce compatible skills to quickly bring out a powerful rank S hiding skill. When the time was ripe, I visited the capital of the Empire, where I was received by a hunter that I had only seen on TV a couple of times. Steel Mikhail was standing like a sharp spear in the large hall I was brought into. "You are really going to jump into the enemy's den?" These were the first words I heard from the man that seemed to give off a strong sense of strength and righteousness. He was among the few higher-ups that would know that I would be disappearing soon. He was one of the defenders of the world that the system chose. With his vast amount of time active as a rank A hunter, I wouldn't be surprised if he already held multiple rank A skills that had reached 100 proficiency and had high compatibility that were already fused, boosting his power by a large amount. When I nodded to his question, he spent a few seconds looking at me before he spoke again. "We will be placing our hopes on you for the future then. I want to thank you in advance." "The future, huh?" I thought about the things to come as I spent some time talking with Mikhail. The guy was very straightforward. asking me what information I had on the enemies we were facing. The extent of my strength was known, with my power suppressing beasts that hunters at this stage had trouble dealing with, so he didn't question my confidence when I discussed my goal of disrupting the enemy's power in the world they were in. I gave out the basic information without delving too deep to even get near my secrets, spending a significant time talking to him before he was content. I didn't want to frolic around with too many people in the Empire, as there were much bigger things I had to think about. So I disregarded most of the other requests of officials who wanted to meet me and prepared to move out to the location specified by the system. The time was quickly approaching. Chapter 68 Entrance. In that serene village of less than 100 people, the white-haired girl with glistening blue eyes was doing her daily routine. Currently, she was combining a white flour mix and milk in preparation of a cake for one of the kids' birthdays. She was humming a tune as she moved back and forth, her hair sparkling in the bright sunlight that passed through the windows. She was absorbed in her work as she abruptly looked up and felt something. Standing up and cleaning herself up before she moved out of the small house, she smiled at the kids that were already running about early in the morning and the old ladies that were rocking on their chairs. She made her way from the collection of houses in the small village and neared the blue transparent barrier that was surrounding it. With a movement of her hand, the blue barrier opened up a wide area, and a dark-haired man with a calm expression could be seen standing outside. I finished all my preparations and goodbyes in the Empire, and I soon arrived at the specified coordinates given by the system. It wasn't like I was leaving this place forever, so I didn't feel a huge sense of loss as I knew I would be coming back. As for why I came to this specific location, it was because this was one of the most important places on this planet with a congregation of essence where a transfer to another world could be done most efficiently. I twirled the plain crystal I had in hand as I flew down towards an empty clearing that only seemed to hold trees. There was a specific way these crystals could be used, so no matter how hunters played around with them, they wouldn't find any results. From the words of the system, specific regulation of essence was required to send anything across worlds, and the people on this planet were nowhere close to having that level of control to allow them to do this without the help of something else. Beings that were born in larger worlds that had more experience with mana had much better ways to utilize it, with them requiring only a large amount of essence to be expanded before they sent down hundreds of thousands of beasts across worlds. I reached the ground of the forest clearing and waited a few seconds before a wondrous sight opened itself in front of me. A few feet away, I saw the appearance and dissolution of a transparent dome as a small pathway opened up, showing the figure of one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. Glowing white hair and striking blue eyes, the figure sweetly smiled at me and said, "Come in." I shook myself and walked through the pathways as the dome began to close, following behind the figure that was skipping towards the center of what seemed like a village. Small houses that you would see in olden times were widespread, with plots of land growing a multitude of crops and a few barns present here and there. My entrance was garnering attention from the people in this village, but the moment they saw the girl walking with me, their apprehension seemed to have faded and they went back to their work. I followed the figure of the girl while looking curiously around this new place that seemed like a mini paradise that would forever remain untainted. We arrived at a small house that we went into, and passed the simple rooms while heading out to a small courtyard behind the house. The place seemed to emanate peace as the girl sat herself down on the green grass in the courtyard and looked towards me. "Big brother, do you have everything prepared?" I nodded at this girl as I thought about all the foods and essentials I had packed into my rings after I reduced the number of skill books in it. I had learned so many skills that my panel was a pain to look at. I only chose to learn lower ranking skills that I could keep active at all times to build up the proficiency, as too much time would have to be put in to bring them up. The goal was to combine these many lower ranking skills and slowly advance them to higher grades until I had many high ranking skills that were compatible to work with. A few of my rank A skills were only a few points from reaching 100 as it took a longer period of time for higher ranking skills to rise in proficiency. I was excited to combine some of them when the time came. I pulled out one of the plain crystal I held and transferred it to the girl while asking, "Who are you?" She smiled sweetly as she twirled with the crystal in her hands and replied, "You can call me Sophia. I am a sort of a guide, I guess." Laughter came out of her fair lips as she hesitatingly said this. She was one of the figures I saw in the attached rooms that were present when I talked to the planetary core. She had her own part to play in this, the same as Mikhail and Kazuhiko. I had my own, much important part that would start right now. I nodded to the girl as the crystal in her hand shone a blinding blue light. I couldn't activate it no matter how much I tried before, but a simple touch from her had done something to it. "Big brother, are you ready?" I rose up while looking at the surroundings of the courtyard and the blue skies all around us. I enjoyed the surroundings around me as I could feel my heartbeat increasing as the time neared. I nodded at the girl whose body began shining blue just like the crystal in her hands. The blue light expanded and became a square box as it covered the area I was standing on and became brighter. I could feel transparent lines of energy wrapping around me as the light became more and more condensed. After it wrapped all around me, a blue beam that seemed to reach the ends of the sky shot out, and I disappeared. The white-haired girl watched the energy settling down as a wide square crystal materialized near her at a high speed. She grabbed the crystal the moment it finished forming and took it with her into the small house. She placed it on top of the table as she looked at the complex lines of data that began showing. Her crystal blue eyes changed to become blank for a few seconds as a blank voice escaped her lips. Just like they brought the apocalypse to us, rained down decimation and destruction upon them. There was no one to reply or hear this voice, and the girl's eyes quickly changed to become clear blue again. She kept her attention on the square crystal as she washed her hands and continued to mix the milk into the floury mix, a sweet smile settling back on her face as she hummed back and forth. Chapter 69. A dungeon appears on a snowy field. I couldn't really describe the weird feeling I was currently experiencing as I traveled with dense blue energy all around me. My vision was fully obscured as this process continued. I didn't know how much time had passed before I felt a change, and then an impact occurred. Boom! It felt as if I had made a landing as my vision cleared and I found myself on a grassy clearing with walls all around me. Information came into my head as an image built itself in my mind and I realized where I was. I was on the only floor of a rank S dungeon that had appeared on a snowy plain. My eyesight stretched out as I saw the hazy appearance of a dungeon monolith that was shining a bright red, showing an imminent dungeon break would be occurring at any moment. A significant amount of energy was used for my descent that would allow for me to break out of the dungeon with the quickest time possible without allowing any possible intrusions from others. In the dungeon floor, it felt like I was looking down at the figure that seemed to be my body, but at the same time it wasn't. This was my origin, and if people actually neared and entered the dungeon, it would be what they fought against. If my origin lost, a significant amount of essence would be lost with it and energy would be used to reconstruct it. If it faced destruction multiple times in short time span, the inflow of energy would not be able to keep up and my origin would face complete destruction. Along with me, none of that would be happening though, as the blinking red light of the monolith intensified, and a dungeon break occurred. I had finally arrived in the beast world. Boom! The dungeon break caused an entirely new feeling to appear as I felt my vision returning to normal and I began to feel the slight cold winds around me. I opened my eyes to a vast plain of white snow, with very few vegetation around me. Only large white trees could be seen around me as I felt the air of this world for the first time. The first noticeable change that I noticed was the abundance of essence that could be felt in the air. The energy seemed palpable as I stretched my hands out and felt everything around me. The air on this cold and windy night felt like the most refreshing breeze I had ever had the chance of taking in, making me enjoy the feeling for a few seconds. I reveled in this feeling as I casted, flight, and rose into the air. The winds became more furious the higher I went as I began to observe the fantastical sight around me. In the skies not too far away, something I never thought I would be seeing in my lifetime could be seen. A huge landmass was somehow floating in the sky, the size of it no less than the cities I had become used to seeing while flying over the skies of the blessed empire. I didn't know how the landmass remained so securely in the skies as it towered above the ground magnificently. I activated all of my stealth skills and used eagle eyes to further check these unbelievable sights I was seeing. Flying closer and closer to the landmass? I had to come to a stop far from it as the close the eye neared. I began to feel dangerous auras on the landmass that were in no way less powerful than the strongest beings I had faced so far. Staying more than a mile away and using eagle eyes, I was able to see the outline of the huge landmass that took my breath away. I could only see a tiny bit of the land, which held white trees larger than me by more than 10 times, and droves of white-furred beasts running around without any reservations. I observed the piece of land in front of me for a few more minutes before I moved away and flew even higher to get a better look of everything around me. The higher I flew, the more dangerous and cold the winds became, nearly making me feel the cold even with the many defensive skills and attributes that have already reached rank S. Once I rose at a high enough distance, I looked beneath me as I saw even more of those landmass that seemed to be floating in the skies. Far off in the distance, there was a large collection of these landmasses near one another, with lines of connections apparent among them. On these landmasses could be seen twinklings of light, as the land that was actually on the ground beneath them held grand buildings that were surrounded by an expansive walled fortress. The fortress was a work of art as it sn.a.k.e.d around the huge mountain these buildings were in. 3 large mountain peaks surrounded the large kingdom on the ground as more than 4 expansive landmasses floated in the periphery around it. The sheer size of the place took my breath away as I could only observe a portion of it. This was the location that the system said I would begin my journey on. This was the only place where humans held supremacy in this world. This was the Frozen Kingdom. I moved across the snowy skies filled with sharp winds as I continued to fly even lower and neared one of the doors of the huge walled entrances of the fortified kingdom. I didn't come too close before I could feel movement from the top of the wall. Multiple white-winged beasts rose up and met me in the skies. On top of them, figures wearing glistening white armor stood with sharp weapons pointing towards me. Hold, there were multiple figures on each of the winged beasts, with many of them letting out power similar to rank A or lower, and I could feel at least 3 that seemed to be rank S. I did as they asked, stopped abruptly in the air as I expected this type of welcome. I had spent too much time lectured by the system on the few sparse memories it obtained from the absorbed beasts, and knew how to act when I approached any of the kingdoms in this world. I remained quiet as we all floated in the skies, the humans on the winged beasts checking me out closely as the seconds passed. A thorough evaluation followed in the next few minutes, with a few lights landing on my body. Once they confirmed my figure and used specific skills that most likely checked to see if I had any semblance of an aura of a dangerous demon or beast, they lowered the sharp spears they were pointing towards me. A snort was heard from the lead guard. Mercenaries these days think they can come and go as they please because of their increasing demand. The leader was speaking with a disdainful expression as he looked towards me, motioning for the rest of the guards on the winged beasts to fly down. This was the environment I was betting on. Due to increased tensions and conflicts, powerful beings acting as mercenaries were more active than ever in this world. Kingdoms continued to look for powerful forces to reinforce their safety. I remained quiet and the guard spoke once more. Haven't seen you pass by here before, so I'm assuming you're a new recruit. Use this badge to confirm your identity when you leave in and out again. A red badge which had the face of a stern man appeared on the guard's hands and flew towards me. Be sure to not cause any trouble, or we won't hesitate to take you down. His spear was sheathed as I nodded at his words, and at his signal, followed the winged beast he was on to fly over the huge fortress, and step into the Frozen Kingdom for the first time. Chapter 70, Covert Beginnings, Passing Over the Tall Walls. We went down towards the road that led to the buildings that shined with lights further in. The guards warned me once again before telling me not to break even more rules like flying over the lands. Only people given specific recognition could do this and go from one place to another. If you didn't have that recognition, then even if you were allowed permission to enter the 4 landmasses floating in the sky that people in higher positions resided in, you would have to walk on the long bridges leading towards them. I watched the environment around me as I walked further in, noticing many guards patrolling at every point. My power that only seemed to give off the vibes of rank S did not raise any eyebrows, as there were many guards at rank A and the captains leading them seemed to be rank S. I soon reached the buildings where even this late at night, there was a bustle of activities going on. The buildings were built in a medieval style, looking like grand ancient architecture that shone with the balls of light that were lined up across the streets. I could see various pubs and restaurants, with a few larger buildings that seemed like hotels apparent at every corner. The people walking around looked no different than the humans I have known all my life. Some had fair complexions and others had dark complexions. Hair colors of all sorts were abundant though, as I had seen a few people sporting radiant red hair, some blue, and others extremely dark shining hair. There were even a few mixtures of humans and beasts, where some people were walking around with tails or others had ears or other facial characteristics of beasts. I marveled at the sight of all these new faces. Many of the people I met seemed to be rank F or E awakened individuals as they let off weak levels of power while the large percentage remained as normal humans. But the number of people that would be considered awakened definitely exceeded the numbers you would commonly see in the Empire or United Federation. I continued walking around and taking in the new sights as I went further in. At the center of this entrance town was a building standing out amongst the many that surrounded it. It had a striking set of words plastered at the front. It was Mercenaries' Hideout. It seemed like I had found the place to begin my journey in this world as I opened the wide doors into the boisterously loud building. It was a busy scene as people moved in and out. There were seats and tables in one section where people were eating and conversing, and there was another section that looked like a place where official business took place with workers standing behind a counter. The conversations were fairly interesting as I listened in while observing everything around me. Hey, how can you drink so comfortably when demons are building their forces to come kill all of us, huh? Why you worry too much? The Frozen Kingdom has never fallen in the millennium of its creation. You think some ugly mugs would swoop down and do it in a few years? Ugly mugs? You obviously haven't fought against them before. They're relentless and fight with everything they have. Trash like you wouldn't stand a chance. A few drunks were trading insults back and forth at the state of affairs, talking about heavy topic with a light-hearted tone. From the information I received from the system, the demons they mentioned were the same ones that targeted my world. They were able to set a foothold in the beast world and are now expanding their forces to conquer every corner of the world. The Frozen Kingdom was one of the remaining kingdoms that stood strong against them. I had found out the identity of the enemies that caused a tremendous amount of pain and death, and I was ready to begin rising up in this world by taking everything I could. So how would I go about it? Nearly infinite mana to play with, but currently only at rank S, and only holding a few rank S skills at that. I haven't even been able to max my attributes while absorbing rank S cores. From the possible pathways discussed with the system, becoming a mercenary in this world was the fastest way to do this. Mercenaries commissioned by the kingdoms took the role of defending it in the front lines whenever rogue beasts or demons threatened them, and were routinely tasked with forming groups and reducing the size of the beasts populating nests. An example of a nest was one of the large landmasses floating in the air that I had seen while flying over here. Nests were a place where large amounts of essence congregated. Giving birth to a multitude of beasts continuously, were these nests left alone, mindless beasts would overflow and eventually a large amount can rise up to threaten the safety of the surrounding kingdoms. From piecing together the memories of the 3 fairly knowledgeable rank S beasts that I took down, which the system absorbed half of their essence, the Frozen Kingdom currently had 3 nests in its nearby surroundings that were monitored and routinely cleared if needed. I could only imagine the beasts congregating in those nests, as even while observing one more than a mile away, I could already feel powerful presences that I hadn't come across before. They posed high levels of danger. But to me, they were also huge opportunities to rapidly gain more rank A and S skill books, as well as skills of the next rank. They were one of the main ways I would be increasing my power rapidly before I found a way to grow my influence and work to limit the expansion of the demon forces until I can move on to the next stage. But currently, I was in a different world that had an entirely different way of living. With no money for anything, I looked through the many cores I had farmed the few days that I spent in the Blessed Empire before coming over here. The cores that condensed from the beasts that hunters killed under the system of strength that the Planetary Core instituted were a broken down collection of essences that were more easily absorbable by the newly awakening hunters. Beasts normally had their own essence cores in their bodies, but when killed by the hunters with the system, these essence cores would be extracted and changed to smaller cores if they were normal beasts, or into either cores and skill books or items if they were powerful beasts considered as a boss or titan. The inhabitants of this world were all born differently, with some like the dragons receiving innate skills and energy from its powerful bloodline, or humans training for years taking in the essence of the world while also killing and absorbing the cores of beasts and honing their usage of essence to create deadly and destructive ways of using their energy. People and beastfolk like these usually took the role of mercenaries, adventurers, or as soldiers that defended their respective kingdoms, but the fact that cores were widespread and used universally meant that I had the currency of this world, albeit it was broken down into small portions. I approached one of the desks that held a stern woman with a business demeanor and pulled out a few cores to exchange for the common currency as the gears in my mind continued to churn while absorbing and learning everything about this new world. Chapter 71 Lodging End. Skill combinations. The woman at the front desk had a stern attitude as she handled all the mercenaries coming in and out. I went forward and laid out a pile of rank B cores to start it off so I could gauge the level of wealth I held. 50 rank B cores rolled on the table, the woman taking her time to count them all carefully. Her cold voice rang out, 50 deconstructed rank B cores, amounting to 10 full cores. They can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. I listened to this conversion from cores to the common currency of gold coins and nodded my agreement towards the front desk. 100 glistening gold coins appeared on the table the next instant and I took them into one of my storage rings. Before I turned and left, the woman spoke again in the same cold tone. Will you be joining the extermination task force heading to the Sky Peak nest tomorrow? Your power matches the requirements. A task force that was heading towards one of the nests? My eyes gleamed as I heard about this and I asked for more information. The task force is made up of mostly rank A and a few rank S mercenaries that are leaving at 9 a.m. sharp. If you plan to join, here is an identification medal that will keep track of all the mercenaries on this mission. Don't be late. I grabbed the outstretched medal from the woman and thanked her for the information as I turned away. The medal was very light on the hands and had the symbol of 2 crossing swords. I placed some energy into it and felt thin lines of connection to a few points in Mercenary's hideout, as well as points that extended all over the town. I got used to all of these new things as I became glad at being able to visit a nest where monsters congregated so soon. There were terrifying presences on just the one floating landmass that I saw on the way here, and I didn't want to risk my life by going there alone while I still haven't accumulated all that many rank S and rank S skills. Aside from the collection of rank A or lower mercenaries, a sparse amount of rank S could be seen as I exited the hideout and walked outside. My next destination was a beautifully designed inn that had various women standing outside of it. The few that I passed by called out to me, "Hey handsome, do you need any company tonight, big boy? Are you up for some fun?" Women of varying ages and sizes were spread out and talking to many of the people that were going in and out of this large lodging. It seemed completely normal as some could be seen heading inside with someone they just began talking to while others left the lodging with exhausted faces. I ignored the calls and comments from the many people around me as I went inside the building, and went in even faster after I saw a guy with a face full of makeup heading my way. The inside of the building was much quieter, with the noise stopping the moment you pass through the double doors. I went towards the counter where a red-haired girl was acting as the receptionist and asked for a single room. "A single room for the night will be 2 gold coins, sir. We also have the special offer of reserving a room for an entire week. All for the small price of 10 gold coins." I nodded towards the girl throwing out the sales pitch as I picked up a sheet that wrote down the different options and their rates. The sheet also had a section below that described the foods they offered in their dining area. "Just the single room works, and let me have the fiery soup and rhino special for now." "Yes, sir." "It all comes out to a total of 3 gold coins." The girl cheerfully gave me a bronze key and led to a table in the dining area where I didn't wait too long for the food to be brought out. The dish that was called fiery soup was an extremely spicy broth that came in a large wooden bowl which had bountiful diced up meats that tasted better than anything I'd had before. The spice lingered in your mouth and got hotter the more that you ate, with meat being extremely soft. The rhino special was a platter of what seemed like prime ribs, but much larger and much more appetizing. I spent the next 30 minutes enjoying what was arguably the best of the many meals I would be having from now on before I went towards room number 34 that the key took the shape of. I climbed the sturdy wooden stairs of the hotel and walked through a narrow hallway before finding the room and entering. A simple bed filled with feathers was in the middle of the room, with a door leading to a wide bathtub-looking structure and a toilet off to the side. There was a ladle that was likely used for bathing attached to a large bucket that had steaming water in it. I curiously went to check out the bathroom and found the water in the bucket to continue replenishing to a specific level after I scooped some out. It remained the same temperature of warmth at the same time too. The bucket holding the water was attached to the ground with a pipe at the bottom of it. I got used to all these new things I was seeing for the first time as I reflected on every wondrous sight I saw today and then moved on to combine more of my skills. Tomorrow would be the first beginning of my rise from this place, and I wanted to be at my peak. The only way for my strength to jump crazily was to gain a skill of higher rank, and there were 2 ways of doing this for me. I could combine multiple compatible S-rank skills until they broke through to the next rank, or start off even lower with rank B skills to rank A, and then rank A to S. The other way was to simply hunt and kill multiple beasts and collect the skills the old-fashioned way. I would proactively use both ways, as using multiple skills and keeping them active was not a problem for me. There were multiple rank B skills that I learned more than a week ago as I was leaving the United Federation that had long since reached 100 proficiency. There were also 2 rank S skills that were compatible that I would be combining. The rest of the rank S skills would also be ready for combination soon, giving me even more things to look forward to. None of the rank S skills were anywhere near a 100 though, as it became progressively harder to raise the proficiency of higher rank skills. I used the skill combination function and was able to produce a few rank B skills, as well as a new rank S skill by combing the rank A, frigid impermanence, and permafrost, to bring out a Arctic zone freeze and destabilize an entire area of 10 meters, shattering everything in it. I learned permafrost as I was leaving the United Federation, so I made the goal to spam this skill a whole lot while I was doing cleanup around the Empire before I left so I could raise the proficiency the fastest. It was a skill that had obvious compatibility with the frigid impermanence. The new Arctic zone skill made me excited to combine another rank A compatible skill and put them together to watch for what rank S skill would come out of it. The rank B skills I was able to synthesize were hardened body armor, strengthened strikes, mirror of repulsion, and emerald skin. The moment they appeared on the attribute panel, I activated them and waited for their proficiency to rise once more before I combined them too. It would be a long process, but my power would continue to spike the more skills I combined. I laid down on the feathered mattress as I waited for the next day to arrive. Where my adventure would fully begin, Chapter 72 Wonder. I slept more comfortably than I imagined. The denser concentration of energy in this world made it feel like you were in the best possible location anywhere you went. I went down the wooden stairs to see people already actively moving in and out of the inn. The receptionist with the red hair was already up at the counter. I went towards her and ordered another fiery soup to have for breakfast before I went out. Thus, the morning began on a happy note. I moved outside into the town and saw the world during daytime for the first time. A blanket of snow covered the buildings and the paths, making for a beautiful sight as the rays of the sun shone through. I looked up to see the huge mountains surrounding us far in the distance, as well as the 4 grand land masses that were stably positioned in the air without a single movement. I still couldn't even begin to understand how such a thing was possible. A few people could be seen every now and then ascending the long brides attached further inland from this town. I looked away from the majestic sight of floating islands and went towards the mercenaries' hideout, where a collection of colorful rugged men and women were clus.tiered, putting energy into the metal I received the day before. Most of the thin lines of people were grouped up in one location that allowed me to find them all very easily. There was a large space behind the grand building that had white-winged beasts moving around. Someone was holding a large basin that he pulled out large chunks of meat from to feed the beasts. The people in the extermination task force were clus.tiered in a group on the side, talking amongst themselves as they all waited for the appointed time. The minutes passed by quickly as a large man whose entire body emanated power came out to the clearing. "All right, boys and girls, gather around." At these words, the mercenaries that were mostly rank A with a few rank S ones in the group all looked towards this figure with full attention. The mission this time is plain and simple. The Skypeak nest is showing signs of rapid movements again, which means the beasts are increasing and getting more restless. We're not gonna spend too much time there, just clear out a few leaders and their groups before we return. I am Captain Reiner, and I'll be leading this excursion to make sure there are no deaths. The large man spoke out with a powerful voice that seemed to rouse the spirits of everyone here. After we successfully return, each person in attendance will receive 5,000 gold coins and keep any cores from the beasts they manage to take down. At the mention of rewards, the mercenaries shouted out as we began moving towards the large groups of winged beasts. Each beast could take on more than 5 people, and I found myself soaring through the skies with 3 rank A mercenaries and 1 rank S. I would follow the lead of others for now as I learn more about these nests and choose how to move from there. The winged beasts we were riding on had heads that looked similar to an eagle's, but their wide bodies that allowed more than 5 people to stand on showed they were something else. I found out they were called white-winged beasts, a type of beast that could easily be tamed as long as it was fed daily. We flew on these beasts and passed the huge wall of a fortress where guards with similar beasts were stationed. Mercenaries assigned to specific missions had the pass to fly over the town if they were using these beasts. We left the entry town of the Frozen Kingdom and went towards the huge floating landmass I had seen on the way here. I listened to the conversations of 2 of the mercenaries that seemed to be familiar with each other who were talking about this nest. "Oi, remember to follow the lead of that captain." I've heard some inflated nobodies ignored commands and went further into the beast nest only to never come out. Tisk, how many times do you have to give pointers, eh? I know we'll definitely be staying in the outer ring of the nest this time around. There should be very few S-rank beasts out there. The 2 seem to be arguing and giving each other tips to stay alive all at once. But their words indicated that there were powerful beasts congregated in this floating island. I wasn't sure how far into the nest the beasts higher than rank S would start to appear. I kept my mouth shut just in case, as I didn't want there to be any possibility of me giving something about my identity away. I would learn as things progress and find some time to locate a library after this to spend some time there and see what more I can learn about this world. The collection of memories that the system put together after absorbing the essence of many beasts was just that, mostly memories from low-ranking beasts. I would have to do my own research to fully grasp the workings of a place like this kingdom where humans had control. We neared the floating landmass after 20 minutes, where the outline of the island became visible. Using eagle eyes, I watched as I saw groups of beasts walking around near the edge of the landmass. Dense and extremely tall trees blanketed in snow began rising as my sight looked further in, where barely anything but a white outline of trees could be seen. The white-winged beasts landed on the edge of the landmass as they drew the attention of surrounding beasts that rushed over here. Beasts ranging from C and all the way to A were running about. Captain Reiner took the lead, jumping off the winged beast like a valiant warrior as his body seemed to be bubbling with energy. There was a large red broadsword that appeared in his arms, which he swung towards the coming beasts. A parabolic line of flames was drawn out, going forward and bisecting all the incoming beasts. Alright, lads. The battle begins now. When you see the ugly faces of rank S beasts appear, especially the larger leaders, be on high alert. The leaders he was mentioning were what I considered bosses or titans back then, with them holding a denser collection of essence that allowed for skills and items to be farmed from. Many were large to correspond to their large amounts of energy, but the truly powerful ones could be small, as they held enough control over their energy to remain that size and use it to their advantage. The mercenaries spread out as those of the S rank took the lead, with me following closely behind the captain as we went further into the Sky Peak nest. Chapter 73 Epic. I was able to see the power of the humans of this world firsthand as I observed the leading peak rank S captain hold his own against a rank S boss. We didn't have to move too far in to come in contact with them. After passing through the large trees that were covered by snow, ferocious-looking white beasts began appearing. They had disproportionately large hands and feet with smaller bodies that didn't seem to match. This size was even more exaggerated when it came to the rank S leader that neared 10 meters. Sharp icicles would form at the wave of these beasts' hands as the mercenaries worked together to bring them down. The leading S rank, Captain Reiner, was holding his own while standing against a leader. His large broadsword roiling with fire elements as each clash left wounds on the beast. I worked with the group I came with as I continued observing everything first, using the rank A, Infernal Purge, every few seconds after watching some of the firepower of the few rank S mercenaries in the group. The blazing flames that came crashing down were extremely deadly to the normal beasts, setting their entire bodies aflame if a single one touched them. As for the looting of cores, the mercenaries cut open the heads of the beasts they killed to pull out cores much larger than what I had been used to seeing. These were the full cores of beasts that weren't broken down into smaller portions by the system that hunters back in my world worked with. When it came to the monsters I took down myself, I recalled the words of the system. I would be in a different world, but still holding that same power. The only change was that it would only be triggered when I came in contact with the beings that I took down. To make things even more seamless, the extracted essence in the form of skill books, items, or cores would directly be placed in one of my storage rings when I would normally harvest cores like other inhabitants of this world. With this in mind, the extermination groups moved forward while staying close together and taking down the beasts that came rushing out. I was amazed at the strength of the humans here, as even the rank A mercenaries utilized their strength and essence better than the hunters I had always observed. Only after the hunters begin to fully utilize skill combination do I see them catching up and eventually exceeding this level of strength. The S-rank hunters came out with colorfully destructive spells that mowed down the normal rank A beasts and would only be blocked by rank S leaders. One red-haired mercenary raised her magic staff forward and a blazing phoenix appeared in the next moment, rushing towards a group of beasts where it exploded and engulfed them in flames in an instant. I observed all of this as I continued to use Infernal Purge to take down normal rank A and S beasts, along with a few rank A leaders so that I could increase my collection of rank S skills. Today wasn't the day for me to go all out and massacre everything on sight. I would watch and learn as much as I could, before I find the time to come out here myself and go all out. I was filled with expectations as I thought about running around this huge nest with all the beasts in it. I would have confirmed the highest power of beasts that lay deeper in the nest first though, as I couldn't play around with my life. The power I was showing matched the rank S mercenaries, as even though the damage was somewhat lower than rank S skills, I could put up the act that Infernal Purge could be casted more frequently because of its low damage. My role in the task force became handling the large groups of normal rank A and S beasts, while the other rank S mercenaries clashed against the leaders. Low key. I had to start off by being low key for now. Captain Reiner began looking towards me favorably as I made the work easier by clearing many of the beasts with the area of attack skills. My attention wasn't all placed onto this one thing though, as during the hunt I had always been checking and combining the active defense and support skills that continued to rise in proficiency. Through the combinations, I was able to produce a few compatible rank B skills that weren't worth a mention as they were right now, but would be useful when I received rank S skills through them. It would take a few more days, but those few days meant more than 4 rank S skills would come to light from the combination of multiple rank B skills. I smiled at this thought, as rising skills this way meant I could continue to build up compatible skills that will be able to combine to rank S with no problems. Defense and support skills that boosted me by a large margin would not be a game of chance anymore. The extermination task force was performing extremely well with the decent leadership from the captain and my addition that made the work all the easier. An entire half a day passed as we moved across the fringes of the Sky Peak nest, never daring to go too far inland. After we cleared many of the disproportionately sized beasts, we came across other varieties as we went further in, after we finished clearing a few more beast groups. The mercenaries came to a halt at the command of Captain Reiner. His hand was in the air as he looked forward with deep concentration. We were in a position that was further inland than any other time as the beasts had begun to thin out in the periphery. His large voice rang out, "We will stop here today. If we move any further in, we will intrude in an epic ranked beast's territory." At the mention of this, the mercenaries adopted solemn faces as they began to move back. My heart palpitated as I confirmed the next rank above S epic rank. Many ideas passed in my head before I quickly knocked them down. I wouldn't be so rash as to have a head-on collision of something that high of a rank before I collect many defensive rank S skills. I would rather be overly prepared and protected than suddenly lose my life with rash decisions. I breathed out calmly as I followed the rest of the group to move out of the huge land floating in the sky. A voice rang out. I was lost in my thoughts. "Rookie, exemplary work out there today. It cut our time by more than an hour. Where has someone like you with a large mana pool been hiding all this time?" I came out of my head and smiled at the captain that appeared beside me. "I was honing my skills privately until I was confident enough to take on these beasts." "Huh, honing your skills until you reach such a high rank? You're too cautious. If you had trained with other mercenaries, that flame skill of yours might have already reached S rank." He paused as he looked me up and down before continuing. "Come back with a few of my people so you can get to know the mercenaries you'll be working with from now on. We can't let a talent like you go to waste." "Huh, sure." I listened to the large man's words and agreed to go along. I had to become known in this frozen kingdom little by little. I wouldn't start off with an explosive show of power that would raise heads, but become known slowly as my power increased in the shadows. Chapter 74, A Chance Encounter. We flew away from the floating nest on the white-winged beasts, passing through the cold winds that now also had the addition of heavy snow as dark clouds hung overhead. My sight was locked onto the Sky Peak nest that I would most definitely visit for myself in the future. I was lost in my thoughts as we passed through the falling snow and became entranced with the scene playing out. The land floating in the sky receded from view as we approached the outline of the frozen kingdom. The minutes passed by in the skies as I introduced myself to the mercenaries I worked with today. We passed over the huge fortress wall and landed in the back of the mercenaries' hideout. In a few minutes, where 5,000 gold was given to every participating mercenary as a surprised receptionist came out and saw us returning much earlier than expected. I was looking forward to learning the rank as skill books now sitting in one of my storage rings as I followed Captain Reiner's group. It was him and 4 other S-rank hunters. After the extermination task was confirmed and the rewards handed out, we went further into the kingdom past the entrance town. The buildings became larger and grander the further in we went, and the beginning of one of the grandiose bridges that sn.a.k.e.d towards the sky to one of the floating lands above us appeared. The bridge was wide and long, with rank 2S guards decked in an exquisite white metal armor standing guard. Anyone that wanted to pass the checkpoint had to have proper authorization, or they would face the cold blades of the 2 guards if they tried anything funny. The boisterous attitude of Captain Reiner came to a stop as we neared the bridge and saw an escort taking place. An exquisite carriage waited beside the bridge. A veiled woman that became surrounded by peak rank S-guards got off and was walked towards the bridge. Captain Reiner's entire demeanor changed as his voice lowered before he respectfully called out to the figures in front of us in a tone I was hearing for the first time today. "Princess, it's my extreme pleasure being graced with your sight today." His voice was low but clear, ringing out clearly in the ears of the figures up front. The guards standing beside the veiled woman showed an annoyed expression as they turned to look at Reiner, seemingly this not being the first time they've come across something like this. The veiled woman turned to this direction and nodded towards Reiner, which made him break out the largest smile as if he had won the lottery. I looked at this scene in fascination as it seemed this captain was completely stricken with the woman up front, but could only look from afar. The figures turned and began climbing towards the bridge, but not before I felt a gaze linger on me for a few seconds. I turned to the escort of people that were leaving and wondered if I had just thought wrong. Reiner moved with much more vigor after this as we entered into a much more expensive-looking tavern than the ones I've seen on the way here. The tavern was much more high-class, with private rooms that gave it an air of calmness. There were no boisterous noises from mercenaries as it seemed a noise-canceling function was activated the moment the doors to the private rooms closed. We soon grabbed a private room of our own and sat on a thick soft furred carpet around a circular table. Reiner was animatedly moving around as the best dishes were ordered and the mercenaries began talking. Hey, Captain Reiner seems to be completely taken in by the terrifying ice princess. Bah, what do you know? I heard Her Highness's main guard would be retiring soon, and I just signed up for the possibility of being chosen when the selection happens. Reiner had began biting down on the huge chunks of meat as he talked back to the jeering mercenary. Oh, you actually think you stand a chance from all those geniuses that are fighting for the position? The burly captain gave a hard look to the voice that spoke as he snorted and replied. My power is peak rank S. If I don't stand a chance, nobody does. The mercenaries continued their back and forth as I listened in and enjoyed the food. The Ice Princess was apparently one of the royalties residing and controlling the snowy peak that was floating not too far from us. The subject of the people currently in power who controlled the forces of the Frozen Kingdom made me think about my own plans to increase my influence in the future. The easiest path was to rise to epic rank or higher, obtaining a level of strength that would allow me to carry out many plans. But how do I go about it without causing bloodshed and strife on these people that were not the enemies I came here for? Rising through the ranks in times of war would be the best possible outcome, but the Frozen Kingdom was surrounded by mountains and had tight defenses. The forces of demons that were spreading out might target this kingdom soon, but I didn't know when. For now, I would prepare as much as I could before events explode. There were many titles under my name: the Ice Princess by the commoners, the Doted Princess by the nobles, the Frigid Bitch by my enemies. But none of that mattered to me, because I was living on borrowed time. I had no energy to spare to those that fawned over me or those that criticized me. I held the unique skill, golden rule, that was passed down since my beloved mother met her death. On the bed when she lay with her life force slowly leaking out, she screamed to the little girl who was in shock. Be smart, she screamed. Be strong, she said. Use the power that I am passing down to the fullest, as a terrible calamity is coming towards us all. She said all of this to a frightened girl that was losing her mother, and then passed away. I imprinted those last words into my brain from that day forward, using the skill handed down to me to get through many of the political messes in one piece. The skill showed a dark light whenever my older brother, the Crown Prince, looked at me. So I avoided him and anything to do with him like a plague. It showed a green light whenever my naive younger brother played with me. So I kept him close and made him rely on me. It showed a light blue light with my father, so I acted as the most perfect daughter and gained his affection, making me cruise through to my unshakable position that I have currently. Those that crossed me often met with misfortune or death, making those cowards utter the name of Frigid Bitch whenever they gossiped among themselves. I used my means to establish an extensive information agency that saw all the happenings of the kingdom and its surroundings, with more than half of its departments focused on my older brother who shone in a dangerous black light. But all of this wasn't enough. My own fate was still murky. My unique skill showed me that undoubtedly all that I had done had changed nothing, and that death was still approaching. A calamity was still coming. No amount of information I collected was enough. This fostered something that was my only weakness to this day, the fear of the approaching death. Even the strongest powerhouses of this kingdom did not deter the skill from sending me the same message. I worried about the demons that were constantly increasing their influence across the lands. As I thought about the impending calamity, I exhausted all my resources. I surrounded myself with the best of guards from the kingdom, that my escorts were no less powerful than those protecting the crown prince, the bastard that would most likely take control of the kingdom once my father passed. I could feel the malice he had towards me, even though my position did not come close to threatening him right now. I could recently feel his malice towards our father, which made me even more cautious, to the point that I began putting plans into place that would put my own life on the line. I didn't bring myself to act yet, as I continued calculating all the possible scenarios. Would it be regicide, corruption, or betrayal that I had to stop? No answers presented themselves over the years, as my fate continued to become darker and darker, that is, until today. Chapter 75, The Library. The change occurred when I was making my way back to Snowy Peak. After my attention was called to one of the many people that looked at me with fervent eyes, I witnessed a blinding golden light that completely took me by surprise. If I didn't have the veil on my face today, they would have all seen my shocked expression at the sight of one man brilliantly shining with a golden light. I moved my sight the instant I could see him begin turning and resumed climbing the bridge. My lips moved silently as a message that could only be heard by the ears of one of my most trusted aides came out. The aide hiding in the shadows was surprised, but quickly moved as she pulled back from her position and stayed with the carriage below. She was an expert in her own right, and would not be caught monitoring the group that was still gazing towards me. My shock was due to the fact that I had never seen a golden light on a single being my entire life. The unique skill, Golden Rule, had activated to its peak of the color gold as it let me know I had found the thing I was searching for all this time. The color gold was the highest it could show, and even that golden light was shining so bright that it almost blinded my eyes. This unknown figure would be the one to save me from death. He would be the one that stands between me and a calamity. My heart fluttered as I tried to calm myself. This feeling was not one that many people could come across. The feeling of finally having something you have been searching for so long in arm's length. I would not let it get away. Whatever I had to do, even if I had to give up my soul, I would find a way to hold on to this opportunity. This person would have to be treated with utmost care. I thought for a bit before my lips moved once more, sending another message to the already shocked aide who didn't think her shock could increase even more today. Now, I just had to wait. The meal with the mercenaries ended on a good note, with me hearing tidbits of information that made me all the more curious to find a library in this town and see what things I can glean from it. I broke off from the loud mercenaries that continued to discuss the same princess and other nobles they took fancy to as I walked around different parts of this large kingdom. Figures of mostly humans and a few demi-humans packed the streets as everything ranging from taverns, inns, and stores selling a variety of things were present. Some stores held weapons and armor made from different materials and beasts, others were selling small but colorful beasts as pets in shops that many people congregated in. I walked past all of these sights for the next few minutes as I soon came upon a large building with the sign of a book up front. I opened the large doors and came into a scene of peace, with people quietly moving around as books floated on and off shelves. I went towards the librarian that turned out to be a middle-aged man with a goatee and asked for some books on the kingdom's history. He looked my figure up and down in a perplexed manner as he grabbed the staff near him and tapped it down 4 times. Which led 4 thick books to fly out and land on the counter. Only people of higher status chose to spend their time reading books, so there was a fee to use the reading space in the library. I gave the librarian 1 gold and carried the books towards a corner of the building with enthusiasm. I hadn't read books in quite a while, and looked forward to learning about the large world I was in. The last half of the day passed like this, with me doing something I never pictured myself doing when I first became a hunter. Flipping through the many pages and reading was not too bad, as almost everything was new information I was learning about for the first time. Also, through the use of recorder, I was able to quickly bring up information on something that I had seen before by just recalling a few words about it, whereby, like a film, the moment that I read about it would replay in front of me. I was looking forward to getting more skills like these that don't necessarily have any offensive and defensive power, but were useful as they were. The information I learned was expansive. Starting with the Frozen Kingdom and its 4 peaks, the kingdom was under the rule of a powerful individual whose strength was a rank above epic. The ruler of this kingdom is called the Ilu.S.Trias ruler, King Rourke Belmont. He had led this human kingdom that remained the only one of its kind in the beast world to prosperity for the past 100 years. Under his rule, humans faced no persecution and he welcomed demi-humans to come live in the kingdom in search of better lives. His peaceful policies allowed for the continued growth of his kingdom and the goodwill of the mythical kingdoms of beasts. Rulers of the beast kingdoms did not bother with the rising kingdom in the north, where it was plagued by the cold environment and tough terrain that previous rulers could not fully overcome. King Rourke made his legacy by elevating the kingdom to greater heights during his reign, until it stood toe-to-toe with the most powerful of kingdoms in the world. Surrounded by mountains, the Frozen Kingdom was easy to defend, with enemies only able to trek from one direction. The kingdom held 4 great landmasses above them that were called Snowy Peak, Frozen Paradise, Summit Peak, and King's Crown. The kingdom thrived on vegetation and animals that grew specialized for the cold, with a wide array of plants that allowed for a booming economy. There was such a wide array of history with this kingdom that I was almost overwhelmed with the task of rising to become one of its influential figures in the near future, but the tremendous power I held affirmed my resolution. I would follow the plan of taking down beasts in these surrounding nests around this kingdom and slowly grow. I will clash with epic ranked beasts the moment I was fully confident and equipped with a wide array of rank S skills. Surely, even if it takes some time, my goals would be achieved. Chapter 76, Going Solo. I left the library behind as I processed tons of information about the world I was in. After spending a few hours reading, I felt like I deserved a break. I found the same I stayed in the night before and enjoyed the different types of meals before going up the wooden steps to a room upstairs. I enjoyed the ancient-looking aesthetics as I fell on the bed and relaxed my body. Many thoughts came and went as I looked up to the ceiling and tried to fall asleep. This would be denied of me, however, As I heard light knocks from the door right after, I became alert as there shouldn't really be anyone that would need to do this right now. And hoped it was somebody working for the inn. It couldn't be any of the mercenaries I worked with today either. I went forward with caution and opened the door, to be faced with the figure of a woman all dressed in black bowing down. "My deepest apologies, sir. I was tasked with delivering a message from my lady. Would you be so kind as to let me in for a few seconds?" The person in front of me was fully covered top to bottom in a black material, and let out a rank S level of power. I thought about her words and wondered just what had occurred to cause somebody's attention to turn to me. I had been very careful, to the level of only using a rank S skill and showing power equivalent to a normal rank S. Maybe I was overthinking things and this would not be a major deal. I looked around the dark hallway of the inn as I nodded to the woman and closed the door. The moment we were enclosed in the room, dark magical power emanated from the woman as a thin barrier went to cover the entirety of the room. "My lady demands complete secrecy, so I thank you for entertaining me." I calmly looked at the thin barrier that seemed to prevent any sounds coming out from the room and looked towards this person and said, "All right, be straightforward and tell me what you're talking about." "You can call me Knight. My lady wanted to meet you for a discussion whenever you were available, preferably sooner rather than later. Her status is applicated, and she is committed to doing everything in secrecy." The woman calling herself Knight pulled out a golden plaque that had Snowy Peak written on it, stretching it out towards me. "Please visit Snowy Peak's famous white courtyard whenever you can. We promise not to waste too much of your time." As soon as I received the plaque and looked piercingly at the woman in front of me, her figure began blending into the night. She gave another quick bow towards me before she completely disappeared, and the thin barrier around the room also faded away. I looked at the golden plaque in my hands as my mind began to churn. There were a few things to note from this meeting. First, this person that I had somehow gained the interest of is very powerful, so powerful that someone as experienced as that dark-clothed woman followed her commands. Every time the woman called Knight spoke, she referred to that lady with the highest respect. This made me question if it was someone in an extremely high position, or someone with a rank higher than S, or both. The fact that they lived on one of the kingdom's 4 floating peaks meant she could be a noble or someone with immense wealth. The second thing to note was the goodwill they were sending my way. That very important person wanted a meeting, but she sent someone to relay her wishes and allowed me to choose when I would go to this meeting or whether I would even go at all. This was the most perplexing of things. Why was this person offering me such respect too? She obviously has enough power to compel a powerful rank S, so what made me stand out in her eyes that I received such treatment? I continued to mull over the entire interaction, even using recorder to go back and watch the scene that just played out multiple times to see if I missed anything. I couldn't glean anything else from it, just the fact that even though I had garnered the attention of someone powerful, with the way they were acting it shouldn't be malicious in any way. I still had to be careful though, so I would advance my plans a bit and take a risk tomorrow. I would increase my power by farming the Sky Peak nest before I do anything else. The night that should have been a relaxing one became restless as my rapidly moving thoughts pushed the sleep I wanted further and further away. Early in the morning, I went out of the inn and into the bustling streets of the fascinating kingdom as I made my way towards the huge fortress wall that led outside. A thinner layer of snow covered the ground today, with clear blue skies hanging overhead. The large metal gates of one of the entrances of the walled fortress was halfway opened as carriages and people moved in and out, with mercenary parties being seen moving about here and there. Besides the nests that beasts congregated in, there were dungeons that were naturally formed and maintained from this world's essence that many adventurers and parties ventured in. These dungeons differed in ranks, with the highest ones near this kingdom being epic rank. A lot of this knowledge came from the time I spent in the library. These dungeons spread out all over the world were different from the dangerous ones I had been normally used to, and they seemed like this world's way to raise the strength of its inhabitants. The system in my world had gone a completely different direction and created a system of power that more easily extracted essence and made its inhabitants rapidly grow in strength from dungeons created by invading forces. After these dungeons were taken care of in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if I find properly created dungeons meant only to raise the strength of hunters. A dungeon break would not occur with these types of dungeons as they were most likely properly maintained with this world's core, with more essence being placed into them to replenish the origins of the beings in it. From the information I read, the higher ranking the dungeon was, the more massive it would be. Some adventure parties found themselves spending a few days inside to completely clear an epic ranked dungeon. These dungeons would be another way for me to speedily increase my power, but I would start with the nests where many beasts congregated first. There were many leaders for me to take down and gain skills, and I should be safe as long as I do not go too far in. These extremely massive dungeons would be my next step after I collect more information. I passed by the busy doors of the large fortress and made my way around the throngs of mostly humans and a few demi-humans, activating all of my concealing skills before I used flight. Once I strayed far enough, I flew through the skies, heading towards the huge landmass that beasts congregated in. This time I would be going all out and targeting as many rank S beasts as I could. The goal was to get at least a few defensive rank S skills that would bring me more confidence if I ever came across a deadly situation of facing something of higher rank. Chapter 77's Skypeak Nest. The white lands passed beneath me as I flew at high speeds towards the Skypeak Nest. It remained magnificently in the air, and I flew around it to land on the opposite direction that the extermination task force cleared out last time. The beasts in that area had already begun propagating again, but I went around to an area where I could see even more beasts congregated. I could feel the auras of a few rank S leaders as I neared, and I started by casting Summon Virulent Abomination. The lovable but disgusting beast made its appearance again, this time in another world. It roared out while it sensed the thicker essence surrounding us, seemingly filled with energy and ready to begin. I smiled at this figure as we smashed down onto the periphery of the nest, alerting the nearby rank A and lower beasts. I gave the summon the command to focus on the left side while I focused on the right. I wanted to see my destructiveness with all of the rank S skills I held currently. The summon moved as soon as it received the command, its figure plunging into the group of rushing beasts as I focused on the ones coming for me and casted Rage of the Thunder Monarch. Boom! The area of 15 meters ahead of me was filled with thick electrical snakes and purple lightning that struck and decimated anything it touched. The loud impact brought to attention even more beasts as droves came out of the insanely tall trees covered in snow. Let's go. I felt the excitement of using immensely powerful skills to take down beasts again as two transparent mountains appeared in front of me and spat out molten lava and flames. The quick destruction prompting an S-rank leader to finally rush towards me. It evaded the extreme heat of the volcanic eruption. I casted and went around, coming at me from behind. The moment the beast neared, I used the rank S skill, Arctic Zone. For the first time, the entire area of 10 meters that the beast was in quickly froze over, stopping it in its tracks as its white fur trembled. It was heavily slowed down while the affected area continued to be destabilized by the chaotic cold elements. It wasn't heavily injured as its attribute was also cold, but it gave me confirmation that rank S skills were not too far off of rank S in power. While the rank S beast was slowed down, heavy purple lightning rained down at its location. The white-furred beast with a disproportionate body used its long limbs to defend from the killer attacks, each roiling strike of lightning destroying chunks of its flesh. I spammed another, Arctic Zone, further slowing down its movements and then casted another, Rage of the Thunder Monarch, to finally overwhelm its tight defense. The repeated casts of the rank A and S skill finally brought down the beast. I went towards its nearly destroyed body and placed my hand on it, feeling the movement of essence as an item and some cores appeared in one of my storage rings. The item was an extremely long blue sword called Blue Terror. Disappointing me a bit as I wanted more defensive or support skills right now. But the day was only beginning. There were many more beasts to take down. The Virulent Abomination was putting in work, now clashing against another rank S leader as its body continuously released noxious blasts of air. The white-furred beast it was fighting against became increasingly overwhelmed as the fight continued, with the abomination fighting and taking damage but not reacting one bit. I neared the area and gave a command, the abomination exploding in a storm of poison flesh and bones that cemented themselves into the body of the beast, bringing it to its knees as it wheezed for dear life. A large malachite runic circle appeared near me as the virulent abomination came out as good as new. Rejoining the fight and finishing it with another release of a noxious blast, this beast dropped a skill book this time around. It was All Element Resistance that I quickly learnt. It was an active skill that increased your defenses against elemental attacks once activated, but as always I would have it active all the time. The fight was gradually drawing to a close as we took down most of the beasts in this area. I could see my cold breath coming out as I collected the cores from the other beasts on the ground and looked towards the thickets of large trees in front of us. The trees taller than me by multiple times stood as strong as ever, their cover giving a menacing feeling for those that dared to enter its depth. I recalled how far in we came last time with the lead of Captain Reiner and carefully made my way in. Curious beasts that had heard the vibrations of the fight that just occurred were already nearing the area, with us meeting more just a few minutes after the abomination and I walked into the mass of trees. The combination of Arctic Zone to slow down powerful leaders and also deal killer blows to normal beasts as their bodies were frozen and shattered. as well as the use of Rage of the Thunder Monarch, right after became my new favorite spam skills with their efficiency. I also brought myself to repeatedly use the offensive rank as skills that weren't as efficient against the higher ranked beast. But I wanted to increase their proficiency for skill combination. I was now leaning towards more support and defensive skills that I could keep active all the time without worry, as they would quickly rise in proficiency and be perfect for combination. If we met a collection of larger groups of beasts, volcanic eruption was perfect for it, but it caused such intense damage to the surroundings that the thick white trees caught fire for a few minutes and called in even more droves of beasts towards us. The naturally cold elements that congregated in the air reduced the fire and distinguished it in the next few minutes, and no beast higher than rank S had come out so far, so it wasn't too much of a problem. We were able to take down a few rank A leaders and 2 more rank S. The rank S loot worthy of mentioning was the rank S item, storage pouch, that held a much larger space than the lower rank storage rings I had been using, and attached itself to my waist when equipped. The other one was a skill called Protection of the Wounded. Injuries cause you no fear as your defense is increased by 200% while the skill is active. A smile bloomed on my face as I finally got a high-ranked support skill, and a defensive one at that. Chapter 78 Caution. The new rank S skill was quickly learned, along with a few rank S skills that were not worthy of mentioning currently that would be used for skill combination. Once their proficiency rises, I looked in the messy attribute panel at the skills that continued to show their effectiveness that I regularly used. Skills: B Eagle Eyes 100, B Dark Assassin 100, A Flight 100, A Instant Transfer 98, A Infernal Purge 100, A Ultra Regeneration 94, A Spear of Destiny 95, A Pain Resistance 100, A Recorder 43, A Combusting Spears 69, A Language Comprehension 42, A Earth Armor 77, Obscure 78, Arctic Zone 53, S Volcanic Eruption 79, S Summon Virulent Abomination 89, S Rage of the Thunder Monarch 77, S All Element Resistance 5, S Protection of the Wounded 2. The rank S skills were rising slowly, with some more than halfway through to max proficiency. On the messy side of the many lower ranked skills on the panel, some B defense and support skills were nearing 100. I should be able to gain some new rank S skills from skill combination by the end of the day. I moved my eyes expectantly from the panel to the cold and snowy surroundings around me as the virulent abomination finished off any beasts that neared. We were only on the outer ring of this large floating landmass, but we neared the distance when the one leading the previous extermination task force had us stop. I didn't want to go too far in to come in contact with an epic ranked beast so fast, so I would proceed with caution and see if I can get another rank S skill before calling it a day and preparing for that possibly impactful rendezvous in the magnificently floating snowy peak of the Frozen Kingdom. We slowly moved further in, making sure to proceed carefully. I spread my attention through the barely visible trees around us while using Eagle Eyes to check for the incoming beasts. My attention was fully on reconnaissance as the virulent abomination took the brunts of the fight, our progress becoming slower as we moved in. Powerful beasts were present the deeper we went, and we soon came across 3 rank S leaders commanding a large group of beasts towards us. I looked excitedly towards these ugly-looking monsters as they already seemed like the perfect loot in my eyes. We waited for the large groups of beasts to come to us and moved back as we fought, putting a safe distance for the fight not to take place any closer inland. The virulent abomination clashed with the groups led by the 2 rank S bosses, its body quickly becoming shredded when 2 of the leaders attacked it in conjunction. The other leader was making its way towards me, its large body moving at fast speeds and evading the cold blasts of Arctic Zone as it neared. The beasts that were ravaging the summon thought they had won as they tore through its wings and tough muscles, but were dismayed soon after when the abomination exploded in front of them. Boom! The impact took out many of the normal surrounding beasts and heavily wounded the 2 leaders that were ganging up on it. Not a moment after, a large malachite rune bore out a completely brand new abomination that jumped back into the fight. The leader targeting me was finally caught by one of the Arctic Zone as its attention was pulled away, its figure slowing down and allowing me to cast even more of the skill where it stood. Its body let out uncomfortable sounds as the destructive cold elements that appeared tried to break down its defenses unsuccessfully. Rage of the Thunder Monarch and Volcanic Eruption would be its only respite as its large figure took multiple strikes of the roiling purple lightning and molten flames, letting out screeching howls before it fell to the continued casts of the skills. I continued to keep looking out to our surroundings as I neared the body of the dead rank S boss and received a golden skill book and cores. The 3rd rank S skill addition of the day would be Saint's Phantom. A mirage of a saint from long ago appears for 10 seconds, using its powerful magic to heal all wounds and dispel any major negative effects. I learned the skill right away and looked ahead to the summon that had ripped apart one of the beasts it was facing and was now clashing with the final one. At this point in time, though, I saw a drastic change to the area ahead of us that I had been continuously watching with eagle eyes. A powerful figure was rushing towards us like a speeding bullet train. Its body ignoring the extremely sturdy trees shooting up to the skies as it knocked onto them and blasted through in a straight line. Damn. I quickly used instant transfer to the body of one of the dead leaders and obtained another skill book and cores, before I turned my head at full speed and used eagle eyes with instant transfer again to appear more than a mile away from the location. Boom. I heard the impact the moment I disappeared as the large beast that was coming towards us smashed onto the virulent abomination and wrecked the summon through the trees around it. I only briefly watched as glistening white claws shredded into the chest of my summon before it exploded into the blast of flesh and bones that slightly pushed the figure back. The beast showed slight injuries as some of its fur became tinted green, but they soon turned spotlessly white as its piercing eyes found my figure more than a mile away. Another virulent abomination appeared in my location as I used instant transfer to appear at a distance another mile away, sending the summon to hold back the beast. Yeah. FUCK that. I used instant transfer multiple times until I neared the periphery of the nest again, not looking behind as I continued flashing away. When I was more than a few miles away and could see the floating landmass in the distance, a resounding roar of anger that could be heard from here broke out. I steadied my breathing as I continued to fly away from the nest. Remembering the information I read that powerful beasts did not rush out of the nest they were in unless a truly powerful one had united many of the beasts congregated together to attack the land surrounding them, this hadn't occurred for the past years in this area as the number of beasts was regularly reduced, with powerful adventurers and mercenaries forming parties to take down leaders that rose past rank S every few years. The roars of the angered beasts continued, and became distant as I continued to fly away. My heart was beating at a fast pace as I thought about the epic ranked beast that I almost clashed with. Not yet. Not yet. I had to play it safe until the skills I collected rose in proficiency and I stood no chance of losing my life while fighting against such a beast. My life was too important for me to play around without having full confidence. Once the proficiency of the rank S skills rose, I would be back to take down this powerful beast. It was highly dangerous, but would also be extremely profitable. Other people could not gain power exceeding rank S just by defeating an epic ranked boss. But I could, and I was looking forward to it. Chapter 79 Meeting. I moved away from the floating skypeak nest and flew back towards the large fortress walls in the distance. I took out the skill book that I managed to grab before the appearance of the powerful epic ranked beast. It was Profane Eruption Affect the bodies of slain enemies to violently burst, releasing poisonous blight in an area of 5 meters. I recalled the multitude of dead bodies that piled up whenever I fought and looked forward to using this the next time. The cold winds in the skies as well as the voluminous snow that always fell in the frozen kingdom became comforting and cooled the tension I felt in my body. I flew down once I neared the fortress wall, with the crowds that came in and out thinning as night neared. With the increasing fear and tension of demons plaguing the lands, most of the merchants that made their business traveling between kingdoms and selling their goods had to put their lives on the line. The roles of adventurers and mercenaries further increased to protect merchants and key figures that travel around. They had to have someone powerful in case they came across a squadron of demons moving across the lands. I passed the heavily protected gates with no issue and found myself back in the beautiful entrance town that seemed to be coming to life with the advent of the night sky. I recalled the invitation I had received as well as the golden plaque I held in my storage ring. This person that had taken an interest in me and called for a meeting out of the blue might be an extremely important step during my time in the Frozen Kingdom, and I couldn't take it lightly. I had added 4 more rank S skills in my arsenal, and felt all the more safer, but I still had to move with caution. I would take this risk with the meeting now and see what results come from it. I found myself moving past the rows of businesses that began their work as well as the barely dressed women that seemed to literally be materializing from the dark corners of inns. My destination this time was the long bridge that snaked all the way up to the floating snowy peak high up in the distance. 2 guards still stood side by side and carefully inspected everyone going up, only letting known people with a high status pass through without checking. I took out the golden plaque I received from the woman that called herself Knight as I made my way to the bridge. The guards on either sides looked at me briefly before their gazes went away. The first step I took on the bridge felt like a starting point for something entirely new. Ever created with the blue glowing gems that lined the opposite sides and its extreme width. It stood in the sky with very little movement as I climbed up. I had counted the bridge was built with complex artistry and looked like the most expensive stairs ever created, with the blue glowing gems that lined the opposite sides and its extreme width. It stood in the sky with very little movement as I climbed up. I had counted more than 300 steps before I came across two extravagantly dressed women making their way down that gave me curious looks. Another few minutes passed as I stopped enjoying the scenes high in the air while looking down at the twinkling lights below, and I ascended the entire bridge into a brand new region that seemed entirely different than what I'd been seeing. There were normal-sized trees with white leaves lined up from the bridge and heading into the snowy peak, the smooth road paved beautifully as this place seemed twice as exquisite as the land below us. The path forked as I went further in, and the end of the path held a figure of someone that seemed larger than 3 meters. The figure had a wild aura that definitely exceeded rank S as they stood guard on the path right off the bridge entering Snowy Peak. The being had their body encased in a similar white armor that I had seen many of the guards wear, with only their head remaining uncovered. It was the head that surprised me, as it glowed with a fiery light and had a full mane all around it. The figure had the striking head that closely matched that of the fiercest lion. This was a powerful beastfolk that was not to be trifled with. I calmed my beating heart after meeting this guard that was most likely of epic rank as I considered what path to choose. They had given me the message to come to a place called the White Courtyard, but I had no idea where that was. I was planning on speaking to the guard when a dark-clothed figure flashed into being on the right path. It looked to be the same one that I had met yesterday as they bowed towards me and indicated for me to follow them. Grand buildings came to light as we walked further in, and I started seeing throngs of people carrying themselves with a level of arrogance walk in and out of luxurious-looking stores and restaurants. The dark-clothed woman I was following took us behind a certain building and knocked on it rapidly, causing a release mechanism as a hidden door appeared on the ground leading to a dimly lit pathway. I jumped in with her as she spoke for the first time today. The lady wanted to take even more extreme measures to stop any outside intervention or peering eyes. "We will arrive at the White Courtyard shortly," I nodded at her words as we followed the hidden path snaking its way underground, eventually following it up to a small courtyard. We unearthed ourselves into an all-white room that gave out a calming feeling as the hidden door closed behind us. Night led the way through a few more doors and I soon found myself face to face with a veiled figure similar to someone I had seen not too long ago. I tried not to show the shock on my face as it dawned on me that the figure I took the interest of wore the same clothed veil of a high-profile person that even the powerful rank S captain just wanted to be in the presence of. Night quickly bowed and receded from the room, closing the door with a click as multiple magical barriers began enclosing the room we were in. The veiled figure stood up and took a small curtsy while lifting up her dress and pushing her head down a little. The dark veil that covered her in entirety disappeared right after as the most stunning face I had ever seen revealed itself to my eyes. The face had a detached and cold expression with dark eyes that piercingly shone in the night. A bountiful head full of dazzling blue hair came into light as the figure fully revealed itself to me. A clearly expectant voice that seemed to betray the icy expression rang out, "Esteemed sir, thank you for taking the time to meet me." Every word that came out of the white lips of this person seemed to be dripping with elegance as I shook myself out of my reverie and calmly spoke, "It's no problem. If I can be forward, who do I have the pleasure of meeting today?" The figure rose their cold face up high as the clear voice that I can definitely confirm showed more excitement compared to the frozen face rang out, "I am the second child of King Rourke Belmont of the Frozen Kingdom. The Ice Princess that holds control of the snowy peak we stand on. My name is Adelaide Belmont, and it is my deepest pleasure to welcome you here." Chapter 80 Building Trust. I was trying to control my emotions to the best of my abilities as I met with the person I had longed to meet. My unique skill continued to show, his body shining with a golden light to such an extent that the murky gray light that surrounded me started to recede. This was the person that would prevent my death and the incoming calamity. I had to find a way to gain his favor, no matter what. My mind that was always scheming was drawing a blank when it came to this person, as I really knew very little about him and had no information to work with. He had appeared randomly not too long ago, showing an average power of rank S with an ability that granted him slightly more mana than average. The only time the calm expression left his face was when he ate, or it seemed he was enjoying the food so much that a smile always bloomed. From the mercenaries that were with him, I found this esteemed person's name to be Noah Osmont. All of these were things I found out in a matter of a day after using the full force of my information agency to follow the movements of this person since the day he appeared. But I still had nothing to work with, making me very frustrated. The nobles that stood against me were met with swift destruction because of the many secrets I was able to dip my hands into. But I had nothing to build on for the current person. My mind cleared as I chose the most simplest approach for now: honesty. I squinted at the face that continued to shine blindingly as I spoke. I am the second child of King Rourke Belmont of the Frozen Kingdom, the ice princess that holds control of the snowy peak we stand on. My name is Adelaide Belmont, and it is my deepest pleasure to welcome you here. Honesty. This was something that many people overlooked, but could always be trusted when used properly. I continued, trying to keep my voice as stable as possible. Sir Osmond, I only have the purest of intentions for calling you here, but I do not know how to proceed given the subject of the matter. Yes. How do I tell someone that I just met about a huge calamity approaching us, and that he would be the one to save me from my untimely death without sounding just a tad bit crazy? How can I build trust with this person without seeming too eager or with a hostile motive? I would see if blatant honesty with no sophistry would do the trick. His gaze that motioned for me to continue felt like a tremendous weight pressing down. I have a peculiar unique skill that tells me who I should associate with, and who I shouldn't. You are the first person I met that the skill is calling for the strongest association with. There was silence in the air as the words left my mouth. I had exposed a secret about my unique skill that nobody else knew. My mother died with this secret, as even her husband was left in the dark. But I took this risk because I had full trust in Golden Rule, that continued to give the same message even now: stick to this person as much as possible. Now, how would you respond to a vulnerable girl exposing her secret to you? The dazzling woman, Princess Adelaide, continued to surprise me with every sentence she spoke. When I heard her last words, I had to take a few seconds and replay them with recorder to see if I heard correctly. This was the princess of the Frozen Kingdom, someone who controlled one of the peaks and the favored daughter of the current king. From her words, associating with me will be something extremely beneficial to her? I quickly thought about my own position and the goals I had when I descended into this world. I was someone unique, with nearly unlimited power. I planned to quickly raise my power and influence and disrupt the invasion of demons in this world, ultimately taking it for myself. The things she was saying about a unique skill that informed her of which people to surround herself with did not seem that far-fetched, so let's say she really is telling the truth. My heart increased its beatings as I was fully realizing the new possibilities if the words of this person were true. I had planned to rise to the top of this kingdom in strength and take the lead of creating huge achievements while fighting the demonic forces that would surely come. Only making grand moves after that. But with this person, I could see another, much accelerated path forming. I looked at the blue-haired woman who still had the same cold expression and said, "You really believe that someone of my level of strength will have an impact on someone of your standing?" "Yes. I wholly believe in my unique skill. It has never once been wrong. With that being said, I would love to work closely with you for the future. Whatever you need, let me know. I will provide you all the power I hold, while providing you with the most critical of information." I listened to words that seemed too good to be true. The princess of this kingdom would give me her full support in whatever I wanted to do because her skill told her so? Very well. This is an opportunity too big to pass up. I would use it to potentially take over this land in a much shorter time span than I thought possible. A possible period of a year or more could possibly be cut down to months. Alright, I'll play. As a measure of goodwill to start off our relationship, I will share the biggest secret about the intrusion of demon kings that are currently building their forces in the center of the continent. This is a secret that only the royalty of the remaining kingdoms have access to, and something that would definitely be of benefit to you. With a wave of hand, an exquisite table appeared between us with 2 seats on opposite sides. Sparkling trays of food began to appear one after another as one of the golden rings on her slender fingers continued to shine. The table was soon filled to the brim with the most ethereal food I had ever come across. As she motioned for me to sit, "Let me take some of your time to describe the huge secret of the conspiracy that brought down the most powerful kingdom of this world into the hands of demons." Chapter 81, The Fall of a Hegemony. The draconic kingdom that was situated at the center of the beast world was the kingdom that commanded the most power. With the mythical race of dragons at the forefront, the kingdom prospered and took the lead in erecting a stronghold that withstood the test of time for multiple millennia. In the kingdom, there were multiple floating cities where powerful dragons resided, ruling over the masses of the common beasts below them. Their power boasted such unshakable belief that the day they fell became the most shocking thing for the beings of the beast world to hear. The invasion of demons began abruptly, with multiple demon kings descending down in areas not too far from the draconic kingdom. They were somehow equipped with all the knowledge of the beast world as they began waging war right away, causing the battalions of black dragons that protected the kingdom to move against them. The demon kings that led hordes of demonic forces had terrible power, using abyss magic and unique skills that stood toe-to-toe against the strength of dragons. The war was brutal, causing the other mythical kingdoms of beasts to activate their forces and prepare to reinforce the draconic kingdom. This was when a huge change occurred. The daughter of the Dragon King that was fighting in the front lines was defeated and captured. This humiliation caused the Dragon King to go mad as he prepared for a war of mutual destruction with the demons. But the demons began pulling their forces out of the kingdom at this instant, calling for a momentary truce. They called upon the Dragon King to stop the war that was causing both sides to lose many of their forces and leverage the life of his daughter to call for an assembly of discussion of how both sides could coexist. The Dragon King naturally knew this wasn't possible, but his dear daughter's life obscured his judgment. His love for her was so deep that he ignored all the wisdom and logic he had and called upon his forces to attend this assembly. Even with love blinding him, he still didn't act rashly and moved together with the powerful regiments of black dragons as his protection. The assembly was set on a grassy plain where the two forces faced one another and the leaders moved to discuss. Of course, the only thing they faced was betrayal, but this was the wickedness of the demons. As the Dragon King was approaching the tent placed in the middle of the opposing forces, he was presented with the sight of his daughter being humiliated, and then watched as she was beheaded right after. The Demon King doing this was one that hadn't appeared in the battles previously. He had newly descended down into the ranks of demon kings that were present in the beast world. He was ranked 32nd, the demon of Lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, Demon King Asmodeus. With an ultimate skill that granted him glimpses of the future, he fought against the maddened Dragon King and brought him down. The ruthlessness of demons was seen firsthand as they played with emotions and sought destruction. After the fall of the Dragon King, the rest of the forces went down like dominoes, and the demon forces claimed the Draconic Kingdom. There was one thing that remained a secret from the outcome of this war though. Whether through means of illusion or abyss magic, nobles from other kingdoms were able to see the daughter of the Dragon King alive and well. Spies observed a figure that looked just like her standing beside Asmodeus as he led his forces to take over the Draconic Kingdom. The figure held the same face of the Dragon Princess, but it was dressed lasciviously with 2 horns growing atop its head. The forces believed that a betrayal had taken place and was the ultimate cause of the downfall of the Draconic Kingdom. This increased the mythical beast's apprehension of the terrible magic that the demons wielded, and they chose to prepare on all fronts for the war that would undoubtedly break out after the demon forces' power consolidated around the Draconic Kingdom. They didn't want the same mind games that the demons played before to occur. They didn't want to see their loved ones humiliated or turned to betrayers. Forces began to be bolstered by powerful mercenaries that moved across the kingdoms in these uncertain times, as the demons waited to start an all-out war. The true terror of the demons isn't their hordes of demonic soldiers that fight relentlessly. It is the mysterious, unique and ultimate skills that they possess. Skills that show extreme effectiveness even when matched by the most powerful beings in this world. Princess Adelaide took a sip of a red drink as she finished her story. More than an hour had passed as the drinks and food on the table were emptied. With the man standing opposite her listening with rapt attention while devouring the meals around him, his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire as a few words escaped his lips. Unique and ultimate skills. There was a sense of excitement on Noah's face as he pondered what he just heard. He focused on Princess Adelaide and said, "What are the movements of demons against the Frozen Kingdom currently?" The demons are moving their forces and dividing them across all kingdoms, slowing down their advances quite a bit. From the information I have collected so far, only a single demon king has been leading his forces towards this kingdom. Hesitation appeared on the princess' face as she continued with her next words. I am also keeping watch of suspicious movements in the kingdom. This isn't based on any conclusive information, but from the use of my skill that tells me who to look out for. A silence pervaded the room as both people were absorbed in their own thoughts. A clear voice rang out from Noah's side. Okay. Let's say we have this cooperation between the two of us. You believe I hold the key to your successful future, and I have my own aims. What will be the first move of this mutual cooperation? A small smile came on as opposed to the normally icy expression on Princess Adelaide's face as a relieved reply came. We have to give you a starting position to stand on that would allow you to be next to me with no questions. How do you feel about taking the command position of my royal guards? It was the calm before the storm as many beings moved their forces around and prepared for the incoming collisions. on the neglected kingdom that had a single demon king making its way towards it, a single event had occurred that would have tremendous consequences. Schemes continued to be created as battles of wits and of strength continued to be carried out. But in the face of ultimate power, who would come out on top? Chapter 82, wanting to move in the shadows. No, it was a simple small word that carried a lot of meaning. I observed the surprise of the princess in front of me as her lips formed around "oh," and I further clarified. I've learned a few things these past weeks that made me realize being on the spotlight isn't necessarily a good thing. Our cooperation can definitely be established, but I'll be supporting you behind the shadows. Calmness returned on her face as she heard this, and I thought about all the things we discussed today. There were many ways I could go about this new development. Well, you may be right. I was going to see if you would join the competition that decides who will be replacing a retiring guard, but to create an identity for you covertly would be even easier. I recalled the veiled in black woman that called herself Knight as the ideas I had came into place. I asked her about the positions of all her different forces and found out that she had a secret division of people protecting her called Shadow Guards. Instead of publicly joining her and becoming her guard captain, I chose to act as one of the figures of her hidden department. I heard her cold voice that held a tinge of allure in it ring out after deciding this. Working as one of the Shadow Guards would mean you would be staying very close to me in the castle, perhaps just separated by a thin wall for you to act whenever the need arises. My eyes shrunk into thin slits as I heard this, and the discussion continued. One of her golden rings shone again as a black material appeared on the table. I ended up receiving a black suit that tightly hugged my body, visibly showing the steeled muscles all over once I wore it. The black suit was a rank S item that had the innate trait of blending into the shadows, being great for assassinations and the like. As soon as you filled it with energy, your figure would quickly disappear. With the addition of the few hiding skills I could activate at all times, I was skeptical whether someone of epic rank would be able to notice me if I didn't want them to. For the latter half of the night, I told the princess that I had to think about everything as she excused herself into another room of the White Courtyard, telling me to call out if I needed anything. After talking in the presence of this person for so long, I let out a relaxing breath while going over the entire meeting. I was just met with one of the best possible scenarios by quickly getting in contact with someone of high standard. And it was an extremely high standard as things stood right now. All she wanted and expected of me was my presence, that I would be the person to protect her against threats she is confident are approaching through the use of her unique skill. When I thought about the idea of unique skills and the demon's ultimate skill she had mentioned, I couldn't help but feel excited at the possibility of getting them for myself. I would take it slow though, and focus on the immediate goals I have currently. Firstly, it was matching and taking down the epic ranked beast I ran from at the Sky Peak Nest. To do this, I had to continue raising the proficiency of rank S skills, as well as carry out combinations of skills that have met the requirements. On top of the few rank S skills I was able to obtain from my recent trip, I was able to take down even more rank A bosses that gave me many rank A items and skills. Putting together the rank A skills I received before leaving the Empire, I had a few additions that were already being used: Healing Light, Lion's Roar, Water Barrier, Pierce, Executor's Speed, Sense Heat Source, and Silent Communication. All the ones I learned were active skills that would become passive through the use of my nearly endless mana. For the offensive skills, I was putting more focus in raising the ones that were currently at rank S, while still bringing up the remaining offensive rank S skills that neared 100 proficiency. It felt like I was already spreading my focus on too many things, and I had to be sure I was going in the right direction as time passed. As for skills rank B or lower, there were too many to count, and I would only choose a few that I saw were compatible with rank B skills like Eagle Eyes, and a few others that I still actively used so that I could raise their ranks later. I was setting my sights on higher places as my rank S skills continued to increase and deserved even more attention. With how destructive they were. Currently, I was sitting alone in the room absorbing the rank S cores so that I could max my attributes to 350. With how many cores I currently had in hand, reaching it should not be a problem. Testing, skill combination, I was able to produce a few more rank B skills that didn't need mentioning the way they currently were, and would only show some effectiveness after I combined them later to produce some decent rank A hiding, defensive, and support skills. This process would only repeat itself and produce bulks of rank S skills that I will be able to make into rank S as time passed. Since I had some time and didn't want to play with death testing the epic ranked beast that I wasn't sure if it had gone back to the inner parts of Sky Peak Nest or still patrolling in the perimeter, I can use the time I have waiting for the skill proficiency to rise while getting to know this frozen kingdom I had plans for. I'll start with the princess whose face always seemed cold, but the voice betrayed the expectation and excitement when she talked to me. The night passed with me monitoring the many skills I was activating, while also spamming skills like Saint's Phantom, that didn't shine with outrageous effects to continuously increase proficiency. It would be a sleepless night, but my body that continued to grow stronger through absorbing essence and the multitude of skills would not be burdened in any way. When morning came, the princess showed herself in a new veil that was light blue. The black-clothed knight was beside her as she told me today would be the day of the competition amongst a few rank S mercenaries and adventurers to decide who would be joining as one of her new guards. We stepped out of the building called the White Courtyard as the figures of Knight and I became transparent. Knight was one of the few shadow guards that would keep close proximity with the princess, with a few other ones similar to her stationed all over the snowy peak ready to reinforce the guards that escorted her around if anything were to happen. I wasn't sure if this could be considered paranoia on the princess's side as she was being this careful even on her own peak that she controlled, but maybe I could learn a thing or two about going to extremes to stay safe. I would observe the ways of this kingdom and its people before I cement myself into an unshakable position to lead them against the demons that were on their way. Chapter 83, The Crown Prince. A grand occasion was taking place on the snowy peak of the Frozen Kingdom. A new royal guard was about to be appointed, and the selection would take place in the form of combat. All of those that deemed themselves worthy and had sufficient status climbed the long bridge into the luxurious world atop the snowy peak. Grandiose establishments were left behind as many nobles, adventurers, and mercenaries found themselves congregating in a large square field that had tiered seats in their surroundings. At the forefront, an elevated seating was present where the Ice Princess herself would be observing the match. Lower seating was present on the sides for merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, and anyone else with sufficient status to attend. Nobles would be seated on the opposite side of the princess observing the matches as well. An occasion like this would not normally draw such huge crowds, but it was the presence of the princess that forever wore a cold expression that people were waiting to see. When the new royal guard would be sworn in, there was a tradition of the veil that covered the entirety of Princess Adelaide's face to be gone for an instant. Many came just to be graced by this sight. I could see many figures congregating as I remained hidden in the far corners of the high seats that the princess was looking down from. My figure was fully transparent with the rank S equipment I recently received as well as the many hiding skills that nearly erased my existence from people's eyes. I could see the figure of Captain Reiner standing valiantly on the side of the people that would be competing, with his face showing an expression of confidence. Various types of foods and refreshments were being passed around by a collection of expertly dressed maids. I turned my attention from the sights of people into the surroundings as I enjoyed the peacefully rustling white-colored trees that symmetrically lined up this entire venue. One of the things that continued to surprise me in this kingdom was the different types of beauty you could see with their architecture and simple layouts of the various snowy and colorful trees. It continued to remind me just how different the world I was currently living in. Figures continued to fill in as discussions rose to their peak, before Princess Adelaide rose with her hand glistening in the air, bringing an abrupt silence. I had half of my attention placed on watching the skills that continued to rise in proficiency and combining the ones I could, with the other half of my attention on the events playing out in front of me. The rising of her hand signaled the beginning of the affair, as the people coordinating the event moved around to start the first match. At this point in time though, rough winds blew out as something majestically appeared in the skies. The beast that just appeared perfectly fit the description of a griffin, with large outspread wings and a sharp beak that glistened in the light. Atop this mighty-looking beast was a dashingly handsome man accompanied by a woman that was letting out a crazy level of power. My focus fully shifted onto them as I felt the feeling of an epic-ranked individual once again. My dear sister, you would hold such an event without inviting your loving brother, in a playfully berating tone. The voice rang out from the figure as the griffin slowly landed near the elevated seats where we sat. Looking at the figure drifting up to the princess and matching it with the information I held, this would be the powerful crown prince that was currently set to become the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. He truly did have the strength to prance around as he did, with the only guard he brought along being epic ranked. The terrifying guard's eyes observed everything in the surrounding, the gaze landing on Princess Adelaide's rank S aides that stood around her. The seemingly loving brother ascended the platform and came face to face with the princess, his arrival bringing with it a level of tension in the recently calm surroundings. His hand moved out and landed on the shoulders of the veiled princess with a light pat, and I observed a slight tremble occur on her figure. That is no way to welcome your older brother. Come on, let's see if we can get a few words out of you today. How about brother, it's nice to see you. No? Oh well. The crown prince talked this way as the veiled princess remaining still, her covered face only blankly staring back at him. He smiled brightly at this response as if he had won something and turned Aaron to the mass of people around us. Today is an auspicious day where our favorite princess will add another guard to her collection. Let us enjoy ourselves and watch the great matches unfold. Exclamations rose out as people matched the crown prince's enthusiasm, and two figures stepped into the square arena to start the first match. The dangerous epic ranked woman stood behind a chair that was right beside the princess, where her old brother took his seat when the match started. Not a single word was traded between the siblings after this. As the platform we were standing on became filled with an uncomfortable air, I looked at this newly appeared crown prince and recalled the things Princess Adelaide mentioned the night before. Among the many things she brought up after we agreed on a mutual cooperation, the name of her older brother occupied much of the discussion: Crown Prince Aeneas, the royalty that controlled Summit Peak, as well as the frozen paradise that the youngest Prince Theodred occupied. The biggest thing she told me to keep in mind was to be careful of the rapidly changing face of this crown prince. The berating persona of an older brother was not in any way how the person was in the dark. He was a shrewd individual who had taken control of two peaks, with the princess losing the battle against him when it came to the frozen paradise that their younger brother occupied. The crown prince's hands had dug down deep and now controlled a majority of the businesses and commerce there, elevating his status even further and giving him increased wealth. She told me that if there was anyone to cause us trouble in the future, it would be him. She was much more guarded against him than even the demons that would eventually wage war on these lands. His figure let out peak rank S strength, similar to the princess, but the main worry was his epic ranked woman that was guarding him with a fierce expression. My body remained veiled in the dark as I watched this crown prince and the ongoing matches below. Chapter 84, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The hunger that was rising deep within me was quickly pushed down as I sat near my little sister, my dear little Adelaide. How much longer do you think you will scurry around from my grasp? My face couldn't help but change when I recalled the cute fight you put up for the control of frozen paradise. You thought you had control over our little brother and could rope him to stand with you against me? Naive. The exhilaration I felt while looking at that face that was normally frozen be filled with anger that day kept me up at night. Yes. That face. I want to see that same fuckng face again. Furious emotions erupted out and occupied my mind. My fondness of this bitch was quickly replaced with hatred. She was the only one standing against me. Did she not know the things I was doing to keep the people of this kingdom safe? What gave her the courage to put up defenses against me? Even someone as powerful as an epic ranked adventurer healed under me. I looked to the dark-haired woman that was releasing a powerful aura as the anger receded within me. The matches happening below us were inconsequential to me as my eyes kept trying to pierce the veiled figure of my pitiful little sister. No matter how many guards you add, no matter how smart you think you are, under absolute power, what can you do but falter, just like this epic ranked adventurer behind me? Just like the many that have kneeled before me. So will you. When that time comes, I will see just how much longer that frozen expression can remain on your face. I retained my calm as I thought about the brand new strength I would be gaining with the possible deals being made in closed doors. People feared the advent of demons in this world, but I see it as an opportunity. There were too many fools with rigid thinking running around, and this would cause the death of all of us. Things that were never possible could now be seen before me. Grand aspirations of domination would not just be fleeting dreams. As for those that stood in the way of my dreams? I sensed the uncomfortable figure beside me as a smile returned on my face. Keep on squirming, little lamb. For I will have you in my grasp soon enough. The fights were spectacular to look at, but it wasn't the thing that grabbed most of my attention. It was the demeanor of the prince that stood near the princess. The facial movements were imperceptible, but I continued to see him shift from glee to happiness to anger all in a span of a few minutes. My guard was fully up against this new figure as I continued to observe the matches. The strength of the combatants going head to head was great to look at, and it made me admire the way adventurers and mercenaries rose their strength in this world. The adventurers of this world began at rank F like many of the hunters in my world, and gradually increased their strength over time. You had adventurers who were blessed with powerful and unique skills early on, with some that would most likely rise to become exceptional adventurers that could even earn the title of hero. The strength of the beings in this world rose at a much slower rate than the awakened in my world. but they honed their strength through constant accumulation and experience. A low-ranking hunter would start their adventuring in small dungeons and spend months in there obtaining cores and increasing their strength. The skills they had would grow with them as they spent years using and learning them. The damage of an adventurer's C-rank skill could be trained to be powerful enough to the level above if they continued to get stronger. This wasn't even mentioning the beasts that were the majority of beings in this world. There were many different bloodlines of beasts, and depending on your birth, you could quickly become strong or remain weak. An example was the race of mythical dragons that had control of and used to reside in the center of the continent. A newly born dragon had much more mana than many other beings, and as they aged they received innate skills of their species while also learning how to utilize essence to form other destructive skills. They were geniuses when it came to mana, and exceeded many other species in strength. This was also why their downfall shocked so many lesser races and made them treat the threat of demons as a possible world-ending calamity. But the dragons weren't the only mythical races in this world. Another source of their strength was the dungeons that lay all over the world. They were established for a long time, with some new ones rarely appearing over time. One of the amazing things I found out about the dungeons in this world is that they granted a random skill to those that cleared it for the first time. So adventurers spent their lives traveling all over the world to amass more strength by clearing different types of dungeons to gain more skills on top of the ones they innately have and train themselves. Higher ranked dungeons rarely granted skills of the same rank though, or a very low percentage existed of a party clearing an epic ranked dungeon to actually get an epic rank skill. The established norm after hundreds of years was that the more people you delved into a dungeon with, it caused the reward to be split across everyone. So powerful heroes who could take on dungeons alone would be the ones to find themselves getting powerful skills of the same rank of dungeons they were clearing. But how could someone of rank S clear an equivalent dungeon alone? Even the most powerful epic ranked figures could rarely pull off taking down an epic ranked dungeon by themselves, and those that tried spent days to barely make it out with their lives. Thus, figures that could do this were very rare in history. A few matches went by as the people around the elevated platforms ate and drank, with the platform where the two siblings were sitting continuing to be an uncomfortable area of palpable tension and silence. I watched as Captain Reiner advanced forward valiantly, defeating two opponents without breaking a sweat. He wasn't joking when he said he was a peak rank S powerhouse. I was probably looking at the future guard that would be following the princess around in the future. I continued to combine skills while the matches were going, gaining new additions of rank S skills, and could even foresee the appearance of the first rank S skill. After spamming Saint's Phantom consecutively every single second for the entire past night, the skill neared 100 proficiency, and I wanted to combine it with all element resistance that had also been repetitively spammed and nearly reached 100 proficiency, both turning out to be compatible. These skills were relatively easy to raise as they didn't come with world-shattering effects when casted. Aside from this possible rank S skill, covert skills of lower rank like Dark Assassin were combined together to produce 3 new covert rank S skills: Shadow Escape, Illusory, and Chameleon Skin. These skills were also quickly activated, giving me increased confidence of even those at the epic rank not noticing me. The process of combination was only becoming faster and faster as I chose more skills that I could passively activate which were compatible with one another. My dream of overlapping myself with multiple powerful defensive skills was slowly coming to fruition as multiple rank B skills were combined. This provided me with new rank A defensive and support skills that were Steeled Muscles, Hardened Bones, Wind Armor, Metal Scales, Tanzanite Skin, Yeti's Fur, and finally, Frigid Armament. Almost all of the rank B skills I collected the week that I spent in the Empire before coming here, and ones gained from the Skypeak nest were spent to produce this many compatible defense and support skills. There were so many that even I had trouble keeping track of all of them, and just continued to keep them active so that I could continue creating combinations of the next rank. Obtaining an epic rank skill through skill combination might happen faster than I thought with how efficient I was when I put my nearly endless mana to full use with constant activation of skills. The only other skills that didn't really fit into a category but I had plans for nonetheless were Regal Archer's Eyes, which rose from Eagle Eyes and a previously learned rank B skill called Enhanced Acuity. I was enhancing my skills in such a systematic way that it almost seemed foreign to me, with this type of progress even giving me an excited scare. I wanted to grind my active offensive skills similar to the defense, covert, and support skills that I will just refer to as passive skills from now on since they act that way with my nearly endless mana. The memory of me grinding Fireball in a dungeon as I watched the proficiency numbers go up passed through my mind, and I shifted the plans to visit the dungeons of this world as my next plan of action. I could see an epic rank skill being born in this pathway in at most 2 weeks, and it would be much less dangerous than battling an epic ranked beast while not fully prepared. Chapter 85 Dungeon Diving in Another World. The matches were quickly wrapped up as we were given a show of exciting battles between peak rank S powers. At the end of all of it, the valiant mercenary I knew as Captain Reiner took the title. He stood on the empty arena as cheers erupted all around for the new guard of Princess Adelaide. The Crown Prince rose up with a smiling face as he clapped, and turned towards his sister, as if he couldn't wait for the final part of the event to go underway. 2 guards led the about to be initiated Reiner over to the elevated platform as he went to his knees and bowed down right before Princess Adelaide. A golden sword appeared on the hands of the princess as she rose up and her veil disappeared, her stunningly frozen face becoming visible for everyone to see. It was tradition to give at least this much respect to a newly initiated royal guard. The disappearing of the veil caused the awes of many of the people CLU.S.tiered in this exquisite square field, with LU's eyes being extremely clear on the faces of the nobles sitting opposite to us that I watched using regal archer's eyes. But none of their eyes had as much emotion as I observed on Crown Prince Aeneas's eyes. They shone with a dangerous glint as he looked towards his sister. The golden sword in the hands of the princess lightly tapped the shoulders of Reiner, and he then lifted his hands up to accept the sword. Thus, a new royal guard had appeared. Cheers broke out as a veil covered the princess once more, and a fervent expression appeared on the new royal guard as he rose. Ha ha! Yet another pet in your collection, little sister. I can't wait to see how you make use of all of them. The Crown Prince made these his last words as his figure disappeared and reappeared atop his griffin, his epic ranked guard following right after. Throughout the entire exchange and the few hours that passed during this guard selection, not even once had any words come out of Princess Adelaide's mouth. She looked to the retreating figure in the sky as I felt heavy emotions of rage almost spill out of her veiled figure. With the finishing of the event, we didn't stay with the celebrating mercenaries and nobles, the princess making her way to the carriage that was surrounded by many royal guards as we made our way to another location. I heard the familiar voice of the princess ring in my ears as I followed the procession in the skies. We'll visit the castle where I can show you around for a bit. Her voice was much colder than the one I had been hearing all this time. I placed the Crown Prince high on my caution list after this as we moved to the center of Snowy Peak, where a luxurious castle manor laid itself out. Past the wide gates of the castle was a small garden of flowers and a water fountain in the center. It was a peacefully colorful sight as chirps of birds could be heard as they flew about. The carriage stopped in front of the manor entrance as the princess stepped out. The royal guards spread out to the surroundings as they took their positions around the manor. With one guard walking and talking closely with the newly initiated Captain Reiner that was looking enviously at the 2 guards that had access to enter the manor as their doors closed, with the covert rank S item and many hiding skills I had, I passed through the doors the same as the princess without any issues. The view inside the castle was even grander, with an enormous chandelier hanging in the ceiling as 2 sets of stairs SN.A.K.E.D to the second floor. The 2 guards that entered stayed at the bottom of each staircase as the princess made her way up, passing through a door that led to a large hallway. The door closed with a thud and Night revealed herself standing near the princess. With me deactivating some of the hiding skills and the veiled suit I had on, with a nod from the princess, Night moved forward and left the 2 of us walking across the hall. I know it may not seem like it, but my skill has confirmed it multiple times. My biggest enemy is my own older brother. I thought of the epic ranked guard that was with him as I listened to this and asked. I saw the powerful guard that stood at the entrance of Snowy Peak. Is the guard he came with the one protecting Summit Peak? Sadly no, and this is a point where I fell behind. There is an epic ranked guard protecting each of the 4 peaks. The guard he was bringing around was an adventure he found himself some time ago. His power continued to exceed mine after the addition of this one person. We walked through the halls of the manor as the princess told me more information about the 4 peaks of the Frozen Kingdom and the surrounding lands, not questioning for a second why I seemed to ask so many questions. I wanted to put my plans into place as I waited for my skills to continue rising in proficiency, as well as quickly rise the proficiency of my offensive rank S skills by delving into dungeons where secrecy would not be an issue. I want to go visit some of the dungeons in the surrounding areas to raise my strength a bit more after seeing the people you're up against. The princess turned to me with that same beautiful frozen face as I said this. And a barely visible smile appeared as she said, "Dungeons are a great way to go, and with how confident I am in my unique skill, I'm sure you aren't showing us your full power now." How about this? It's stifling to stay cooped up in this peak all this time, and I can't even recall the last time I went out of the kingdom. I don't know which part of the continent you hail from, but let me show you around the surrounding lands as you become more familiar with the dungeons and the people around here. With your strength, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. The girl continued to place complete confidence in her skill that apparently told her nothing would go wrong with me around. I thought about the idea and went along with it, thinking it would be nice to learn more about this world while getting to know the person who wanted my corporation so much. My passive skills continued to emulate proficiency even now, so passing the time with a gorgeous lady while getting stronger by combining skills as the requirements were met was also not bad. I would also get the chance to enter the dungeons where I can spam the offensive rank S skills multiple times to raise their proficiency too, and for this I would go into the dungeon alone. Give me a few hours to send out some messages and put a few things together. We can leave early tomorrow morning while I gather the intelligence on the traits of surrounding dungeons you can go to. I nodded as the princess continued to show me around her castle manor. She seemed to gradually be getting back the cheerful voice that still didn't match her face that didn't show much emotion the more she talked as the memory of the older brother from today faded. The rest of the day was spent walking around the manor and being introduced to where I'd be staying. She didn't lie with her words from before, she really did show me a grand room right next to an even larger one where she'd be staying, where Knight seemed to have prepared everything after she separated from us earlier. The first ever S-rank skill also showed itself at this time with the addition of Saint's Phantom and All-Element Resistance that reached the requirements. The new rank S skill was Saint's Return. A long-forgotten Saint's shadow stands behind you and your allies, constantly healing and providing heavy resistance against your enemies. The appearance of the first ever S skill made me feel a great achievement, while also reminding me of my rate of progress. The scary rate of progress confirmed that I would definitely be able to combine an epic rank skill sometime soon. It was a much safer and possibly faster way to strengthen myself, making me think skill combination was just an extremely killer addition to my nearly endless mana that continued to make my speed even faster as time passed. The day ended like this. It was one of those peaceful days I hadn't had in a while as I enjoyed the company of new people and became stronger through combining skills. Chapter 86 Dungeon Diving in Another World 2. The next morning, I found myself in a wide carriage that had the most comfortable seats that the cars in my world could not even compare. The princess was sitting opposite me in her veil as she looked out to the procession outside of the carriage. The carriage had a see-through function where the people inside could see the outside as it was a clear window, but those outside only saw the luxuriously made materials of the ride that was now attached to a magnificent horse. We were just a few steps away from the bottom of the bridge leading to the snowy peak as the carriage we were in was followed by many others like it, heading towards the large fortress wall in the distance. The princess seemed to have planned for many things as I could see various merchants and mercenaries coming along with us, as well as the royal guards that were valiantly defending from threats atop their horses. I could see the figure of Reiner that made me chuckle, as he seemed to have transformed into the most perfect princess knight that continued to gaze at the carriage we were in frequently. There are a few counties and dukedoms in our surroundings that face harsher winters with less food, but each of them have their own specialties that we can trade with. I can already see that you plan to go delve into the dungeons alone, so I'll be keeping myself busy while you do that. I felt like I could see a smile behind that veil as the princess spoke without worry, the barriers surrounding this carriage making it so that no sounds came out. She wore a thick white dress with glistening fur on her shoulders, clothing that was commonly seen on the people in this kingdom that always lived in cold winters. I liked how the girl quickly caught on as we began the journey outside the frozen kingdom. The procession of carriages quickly made their way out of the large gates as they paved their way across snowy roads. I was comfortably sitting in the carriage with the princess that continued to describe the things we were seeing even without me asking, "What? My little sister is making a trading trip?" A surprising move had occurred from the little rat that continued to evade my traps. Making a trip to surrounding counties at this time? Don't you know that dangerous things can happen in the outside world where many bad people move around? A gleeful smile broke out of my face as I thought of this opportunity that would never have presented itself before. What had happened to cause you to do something this reckless, huh? Did the number of pitiful rank S guards around you really make you think you were fully protected? Let's see what is giving you this newfound courage to prance around without worry. The first place the procession of carriages stopped at was a place called Valen County. It took a few hours to get to this place as I learned more about the surrounding places near the Frozen Kingdom. Valen County was famous for its textiles and exquisite clothing, so the merchants in this procession would start doing business here first. The county had a few dungeons in its surroundings, with the highest one being the rank A dungeon, floating pentagons. The princess was planning to provide assistance and talk with the leader of this county as she tried to expand her influence. I would dive into this brand new dungeon for the first time and see just how different they were compared to the ones I had been used to. Before I left the carriage, Princess Adelaide handed me a small twinkling piece of metal. This works as a way to communicate if something ever pops up. If it blinks orange, then something serious that could endanger us might be occurring. If it glows red, well, hopefully it never comes to red. I accepted the piece of metal and told her not to worry too much. I would only spend a few hours in the dungeon. I could most likely clear it in under 20 minutes if it was anywhere near the dungeons I have been used to, but the goal was to enter this secret area where I would be alone to spam and raise my offensive rank S skills, so spending a few hours would be required. I let the princess leave the carriage first and activated my many hiding skills and added mana to activate the rank S veiled suit before stepping out myself. She was received by a plump man who began talking to her fervently while I went toward the dungeon she mentioned. The monolith of this dungeon was much bigger than the rank A ones I knew. There were dark doorways instead of squares to place your hands on, and I walked into one of these dark doorways. Entering the first dungeon in this world, floating pentagons, was just as its name suggested. I was transported into a wide pentagon that was floating in the skies with complete darkness all around me. The only other points of light were 4 other pentagons similar to this one floating not too far away. Monsters began materializing on all the 4 pentagons, but the one I was on, where 4 humanoid rhinos came to life and went towards the center of the pentagon that held a runic circle. The moment they stepped on this runic circle, they disappeared from their pentagon and all 4 monsters appeared in the middle of the pentagon I was in. I smiled at this new environment as I began by summoning my virulent abomination and started casting multiple offensive rank S skills. Thunder and molten flames roiled about, as well as flaming spears and blasts of cold that froze everything. The goal was to nonsensically spam every single skill continuously for the time to come until they reached 100 proficiency. I made sure to keep the bodies of monsters that continued to materialize from the 4 other pentagons and were transferred to the one I was standing in so that I could raise up and use profane eruption, too. From the first 4 humanoid rhinos, there came 8 more in a few minutes, then 16 more after that, and then 32. They kept on doubling as time passed, until 64 monsters kept on appearing every 10 minutes. If your hunting party couldn't handle the old ones fast enough, you would soon be overwhelmed and find yourself dead. I cleared them way before the new ones even came and continued to spam my skills as I watched the proficiency numbers rise in real time. Profane eruption was truly deadly, as the bodies of dead monsters exploded in a shower of poisonous gore that blasted anything near, creating even more corpses. I made sure to target the skill to activate on a single corpse each time and not explode all the corpses at once so that I could activate it multiple times. I had completely gone into an insane mode of constant spamming that I lost track of time, completely not realizing when a huge 10-meter-tall colorful humanoid rhino that was most likely the boss became blasted as soon as it appeared by the surrounding skills. A large green crystal rose in the floating pentagon I was in while I felt a flow of information enter my brain. This was the random skill adventures received after clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world. The information entered my mind and instructed me on how to manipulate essence into an applicable form to cast the skill. Cook as long as it is activated, any dish you make will turn out delectable. I felt a ringing as this new skill appeared on my attribute panel as a rank S skill. But it was such a different skill from what I was usually used to that I laughed. But the purpose of me entering this dungeon wasn't for the clear skill I would receive for the first clear. Although the skill did seem interesting, and I would try it when the chance came. For now, I would spend the next few hours in this dungeon raising proficiencies and combining skills. Chapter 87 Dungeon Diving in Another World 3. As destructive skills continued to be cast all around me, new ones that met requirements were combined. The addition of Spear of Destiny and Combusting Spears gave the A-ranked Relegator Spear. Pain Resistance and Ultra Regeneration produced the A-ranked Immutable Regeneration that provided even faster regeneration while boosting my tolerance to pain. The new skill made me excited to try out. I also wanted to see just how great the healing effects of the S-ranked Saint's Return was when applied to summons like the Virulent Abomination that always continued to be injured. If the resistance buff and healing was high enough, the summon might even be able to withstand attacks of that epic ranked beast while dealing its poisonous damage before being completely destroyed. I watched as the numbers rose for many of the skills, as well as another 2 particular S-rank offensive skills that were just a few digits away from being combined. Another skill that was rising slowly while active was Summon Virulent Abomination, but I made sure to make full use of the deadly explosion that occurred when I casted it while it was already on the field to also raise the skill even faster with continuous casting. It seemed like it would be compatible with Profane Eruption, so that was one thing I was also actively rising. A few hours passed like this, until I felt mentally drained from continuing to multitask and repeat this process so much. I looked around the messy floating pentagons as well the blank darkness below in this dungeon that would be terrifying for anyone who didn't have the ability to fly. Hundreds of monsters had died, but not even their bodies remained with the constant use of Profane Eruption. I went out of the dungeon to find the procession of wagons fully ready to go, with Princess Adelaide being kept company by the same plump man that received her. I used silent communication to let her know I was done, and she said a few words to the plump count who nodded with vigor, with her heading towards the carriage right after. While remaining fully hidden from prying eyes, I was back in the carriage with the princess that seemed to have become exhausted after moving around these past 4 hours. You took your time, Sir Osmond. Are you sure you're good to go to the next location right now? From what she told me earlier, the next location would be the Shadow Dukedom with an S-rank dungeon nearby. It would take a few hours to get there, so I told her we were good to start the journey now. It neared evening, and I was able to serenely relax in the comfortable carriage after spending the last few hours incessantly casting skills. As we left behind the Vallon County, we were surrounded by a scene of white as snow fell down even harder along the unpaved road. The white horses that were a tad bigger than ones I was normally used to did not seem bothered by the cold even one bit as they pulled the wagons and carriages forward. The royal guards occasionally became statues of snow as they continued to surround our carriage, with a few more protecting the wagons in the back. We hadn't come across anything so far, but the princess exercised great caution as usual. I was curious about her unique skill she mentioned before and asked her about it. The unique skill I hold is a special skill that can be passed down to those of your blood. My mother used the skill to become a powerful woman that commanded a great number of forces. Half the reason that my father was so successful as a king was due to her. She passed the unique skill down to me before she passed away years ago. A semblance of sorrow could be felt from her voice when she mentioned this. It seemed the possibility of skills being passed down occurred very rarely with strict conditions. She talked about the effects of the skill, and how she made many of her plans based on it. I praised this girl's ability to get where she was at now depending on this one skill. I also didn't want to overinflate my ego, but it also allowed her to find someone like me. If her skill is to continue to be trusted, it means I will be making big moves in the future. To protect her from someone that was meant to become the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom as well as the calamity of demons she continues to mention. If her skill gave her confidence in passing through these events by keeping me close, then I smiled at the thought of the people I would be facing and the impact that would come from defeating them. I had to take things as they came though, and not play too much when I have yet to obtain an epic rank skill. I found the pressure of the possibility of my death weighing heavily on my shoulders the moment I thought about its impacts. This was why I had searched for and learned so many defensive skills, as keeping my life was the first and foremost important goal. The many ranka defensive skills were rising very well, and I would most likely be able to make them A in another few days. The tone in the carriage was light as the princess talked about the areas we were passing and the places surrounding the kingdom. The Vallon County that we just passed was one of them, and we were heading towards the Shadow Dukedom right now. These places depended on the protection of the kingdom's forces, and there was much tension right now as the forces of demons neared the Cold Lands. People from Vallon County and the Shadow Dukedom that were worried enough even made their way towards the Frozen Kingdom with all of their life savings to settle down there. In this dukedom, they have a specialty of different types of food that are unique to their location. I think you'll find it fun to spend the night there. The princess seemed to have caught on to how much I enjoyed the food here, and made it so that we would spend the night enjoying the delicacies of this new location. We arrived half an hour later to the dukedom that was lined by huge walls. The procession of carriages and wagons were welcomed with enthusiasm as they saw the banner on the carriage we were in. I could already see a huge monolith rising up in the dukedom with regal archer's eyes, and it was more than twice as huge as the rank A dungeons I had normally seen. This was the rank S dungeon, Waterworks, that I would dive into tomorrow. Both this one and the rank A, floating pentagons, had the same black color on their monoliths. Not adopting any of the usual blue, orange, or red I'd been used to, it was a hectic night as the merchants and guards moved around to unload a few things, and the princess was led to a manor where she would spend the night. We came to an enclosed area in the dukedom where a small castle stood, after the introductions with a valiant knight that had a red mohawk who was the duke of this place, among the few words that the princess let out, food was one of them. The duke was surprised when he heard the request of the princess to provide her with even more different types of delicacies than the ones they had prepared, and he agreed nonetheless. He knew the princess preferred to spend her time alone, so he didn't intrude too much, leaving after sucking up to her as much as he could. Guards were placed where they were needed as the doors to the small manor closed, and I finally lifted the effects of a few skills as well as the rank S failed suit. Please help yourself. I know you must be tired from delving into the dungeon and listening to me talk the entire day. The princess said this as night flashed by not too far away and took her position outside the door of the room we were in. I was courteous and allowed the princess to sit down on the extravagant seats first before we enjoyed the delicacies of the Shadow Dukedom. It would be a nice ending to this eventful day as I waited to combine a large number of skills tomorrow. Chapter 88 Schemes. My morning began with abrupt knocks waking me up from the comfortable bed I was in. I didn't necessarily need sleep with my maxed rank S attributes and many skills that now became passive, but I always felt rejuvenated whenever I had a decent sleep. I groggily said come in while rising up from the bed where the silk sheets drifted down. The door opened to a blue-haired girl who seemed to have a semblance of worry on her eyes. She came to a stop as she saw my naked upper half on the bed and turned away as I became surprised at this type of reaction I never would have expected from someone like her. I equipped my body armor and asked, "What happened?" There shouldn't have been anything that went wrong with just a few hours passing. I was even patiently waiting to combine more skills this morning before diving in the dungeon here. Something that I didn't completely expect has occurred. She turned back and spoke in a serious tone as she faced me once more. Before we left, I made a few shadow guards stay behind to monitor the forces of the Crown Prince in the case of any suspicious movements. I thought there was a possibility he might try something fishy once news of me traveling to the surrounding counties and dukedoms reached him, but I never expected him to make such a bold move. I was up with full attention as she said this and I asked her, "What exactly did you find out?" The shadow guards followed a collection of mercenaries working under the Crown Prince as they left the kingdom. Only the two of them followed to see if this would lead to something while others remained in the kingdom to continue monitoring. The two shadow guards that followed those mercenaries closely found them heading in the same direction we are. This doesn't seem too bad? I waited for her to continue as it seemed she liked holding the best things for last. Among the mercenaries they observed was the figure of the woman that was with the Crown Prince a few days ago. Now, with these words I finally became serious. An epic ranked individual was involved? What's their plan here? Surely your own brother isn't sending people to take your life. A light laugh escaped from her lips for the first time since I met her. And she said, "It's not my life that he wants. I've seen the way he's looked at me my entire life while I grew up. He's got a twisted mind, and I don't know what plans he's created from it." I thought about this possible new threat and my own level of power currently. Between beasts and humans, beasts of the same rank were always more powerful. Would this be applicable to the adventure that supposedly was heading towards us? I then looked through the many skills I had brought up recently, as well as the ones ready for combination after this past night, and a smile broke out on my face. They won't be making a move while we're in this dukedom, will they? Oh no, they will most likely put up an ambush in the snowy roads with low visibility when we leave this place. The plan in my mind fully formed as this was confirmed. Great. We'll head out in a few days to clash with these people. For now, let's continue to enjoy the time in this dukedom. A few days would be enough for me to get much stronger through combinations and loot. After all of this was completed, I even had a chance to gain another epic rank skill from someone that wished me harm. I couldn't wait. The calm returned on the face of the princess as she saw my own face that had no worry, and nodded her affirmation. You plan to head to the dungeon now. As soon as we grab some food, it's going to be a grueling few days of grinding for me. Grinding, the term threw her off and I told her not to worry as we stepped out. The plan would be simple for the next few days. Constantly grind and combine skills while gaining new ones from this rank S dungeon, Waterworks. This would actually be the first S rank dungeon I dive in, as all the ones I came across previously had dungeon breaks right after. After grabbing some food, I covertly made my way over to the dark monolith. The hazy doorways were striking, the blackness inviting and drawing you in. Without wasting a minute, I entered my first rank S dungeon in this world. Waterworks was a particularly interesting dungeon, as the first floor I appeared in had a few patches of land, with water surrounding the floor for more than 2 times. My regal archer's eyes, that could see triple the distance that eagle's eye, could observe many movements on the water below. Zoom, without a second passing, monsters flew out of the water with sparkling sharp teeth spread wide open to take a bite out of my figure standing on the small path of land. The beasts looked completely the same as sharks, just 4 meters large, but with the addition of wide wings on its sides. These were the famous monsters in this dungeon called winged shark. They could stay in the water as well as the air, and terrorized any adventurers that were not prepared. I had the goal of focusing on raising my rank S offensive skills as well as the rank of my one and only summon currently, so I began with those skills. With the shining of the circular rune, the ugly abomination came out with a loud scream as always. The winged shark S in the air found their small wings ripped apart as something much larger than them began to move. Saint's Return was casted next as the figure of a golden saint with white hair appeared behind me. The hazy figure had a stern look on his face as white rays of light shot down towards me and the virulent abomination. The light brought about an invigorating feeling to my body as I felt energized and like nothing could possibly hurt me. The summon that had begun battling with the flying sharks found many parts of its body that were injured, closing up quickly as it moved even faster. The next skills I began casting were Volcanic Eruption and Rage of the Thunder Monarch. I was excited to cast these even more as they would be reaching 100 proficiency in an hour or so. The first floor of this dungeon was cleared like this. The sharks were very aggressive and always dashed out of the water to attack. Even if they didn't though, the constant thunder that rained down in the water as well as the molten flames and gaseous heat made it easy to take all of them down. The moment any of them died, Profane Eruption came to play to cause even more mayhem. The Waterworks dungeon had 50 total floors, with the first 25 holding countless variations of winged shark S and the latter 25 holding the last boss room as well as another species of monsters. The fact that there were so many floors that provided a ton of monsters made the usage of Profane Eruption shoot through the roof and caused the proficiency to visibly rise over time. Hours passed by like this as I enjoyed the rising of numbers and combining of skills while terrorizing new species of monsters. Chapter 89 Fast-paced power-ups. Halfway through the 10th floor of Waterworks, Volcanic Eruption, and Rage of the Thunder Monarch finally hit 100, and I was able to put the two skills in the skill combination tab that shone blue. The product of these two was the rank S skill, Devastation. The sky cracks as destructive lightning and flames from the depths of an unknown dimension search for your enemies. The first trial of this skill was particularly eye-opening. The moment it was casted, it seemed like the sky was unzipped as roiling thick ropes of purple lightning and red flames spread out to every single winged shark in the air, as well as the ones hidden below in the water. The destructive combination of lightning and heavy flames seemed as if they had their own consciousness as they searched for and blasted apart any beast they pierced into. 10 seconds, that was how long the skill lasted, but also the amount of time that cleared out the entirety of winged shark S in our surroundings, leaving the virulent summon standing blankly in the air looking for more enemies. The advent of Devastation made my attacks overcome the efficiency of the fast-moving summon for the first time since it appeared, increasing the rate we progressed through the dungeon. On the 25th floor, the rank S skills that had been active all this time finally reached the requirements and were combined. Steeled muscles and hardened bones went together to provide Man of Steel. Wind armor and frigid armament produced the colorful dual element armor. Metal scales and Yeti's fur produced Bestial hide. Tanzanite skin and earth armor went ahead to produce Protection of the Earth. This gave me 4 new rank A defensive skills that had their power nearing rank S, giving me even more confidence of having a sturdy enough defense to withstand attacks of someone of the epic rank. I would still continue to over-prepare though, as nothing wrong would come out from that. After passing through the 25th floor, we came across another type of monster in this dungeon. This time they were the terrifying combination of a humanoid fish. The famous Siren S. They had naked upper bodies where voluptuous masses of flesh were flinging around as their lower bodies were made of hard green scales. They had powerful attacks shooting out from their mouths as deadly sound waves and poison continued to fly out as they moved across the water. Well, they still didn't stand a chance against the virulent abomination that ripped them apart without reservation, as well as Devastation that searched out for them even when they dived underwater. Profane Eruption caused them even more problems as the bodies of their friends exploded and left poisonous zones in the water that spread out, as they could not fly into their skies. They became even more pitiful than the winged shark S from earlier floors. I continued to bulldoze through the dungeon in this manner, a multiple array of skills continuing to be casted as their proficiencies rose. Summon Virulent Abomination had already reached 100 as my fingers itched to combine it with the poisonous and powerful, profane eruption. The moment more bodies of dead monsters continued to appear, I had already profaned more than a few thousand bodies just in this dungeon alone, as more than 2 hours had passed while I went down. Waterworks. The dungeon's floors were extremely vast and wide, providing a vast array of monsters that made me very happy, with a few thousand more bodies to explode until I reached floor 50. I might be able to carry out the combination of the two skills in this dungeon run. Another 2 hours passed as I took out the screaming siren, and I found myself on the 50th floor where the boss resided. The floor was a wide expanse of water, without even a patch of land to stand on now. Adventurers usually came into this dungeon equipped with information and items that either allowed them to breathe underwater or walk on it, being fully prepared for many different situations before they came in. I went about it a whole different way by remaining in the air with the G-flight, skill that continued to show extreme usefulness even now. I watched in the air as the ugliest beast I had seen in a while showed itself. I thought my abomination was ugly to look at, but the monstrosity rising up was something else. The boss of this rank S dungeon that was called Fish Monstrosity made its appearance. It was, as its name suggested, a monstrosity made up from multiple fish that seemed to still be alive and screaming as wails came out of various parts of its body. Its face was contorted in anger as it howled towards me, multiple water spears forming and making their way over. This beast was one that many adventurers had trouble with when looking at its hard defenses and powerful water element abilities. The maxed abomination that was at the height of its power swooped down to smash into the monstrosity as their deadly battle began. I let the water spears hone in on my position and strike my body, seeing just how effective the attacks of a peak rank S beast that needed multiple rank S adventures to take it down would stand against my many defensive skills, as well as Saint's Return, that continued to heal me and provide me resistance boosts consistently. The water spears seemed to have struck into a muddy wall as they didn't even get near enough to dent my armor, the many defensive skills that were either layered on top of my skin or in the form of colorful barriers stopping them right in their tracks, where they then dissolved into nothingness. I nodded in satisfaction while watching this, realizing that even if an epic rank were to land their attacks on me, they would at most injure me. But, let's continue ACCU. Adding more defenses, I eagerly looked to the battle between the two ugly beasts as the virulent abomination seemed to have the upper hand with the constant healing and buffs from Saint's Return. Every single injury it suffered closed in but an instant as the Yifish monstrosity continued to be injured with the noxious blasts it was releasing as well as its sharp claws. I finished the battle as I casted Devastation and watched the roiling thunder and flames rush out from the rift in the sky and pierce the body of the beast. Painful screams rung out as the beast withstood extreme heat and lightning, watching its body slowly become burned and destroyed. When the 10 seconds passed, only a mess of flesh was left behind as the monstrosity screamed pitifully. The summon ended the fight by digging into its body and releasing multiple noxious blasts from within. A similar scene to when I cleared the floating pentagons for the first time occurred, where a flow of information in the form of skill was placed in my mind. It was quickly absorbed and transformed into a skill that appeared on my panel. This time it was a rank S skill called Budding Farmer. You can become the best farmer in your region. In exchange for a large amount of mana, the skill allows you to change the essence in a surrounding field to promote the extreme growth of all plants. All the skills that I was receiving by clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world were non-combat skills that seemed to have their own special uses. I wasn't complaining as they seemed to be very interesting skills, so I would give the first one I received, Cook, and this one a try soon. From the knowledge I collected so far, the perk of gaining a skill when clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world was completely random. It was a completely different system from the dungeons that the demons used to descend to my world. I would see what type of skills I would continue receiving when I clear more dungeons of this world in the future. I went near the beast to get its loot, similar to how I had been doing these past 49 floors as I collected more cores and a skill book into my storage pouch. I then rose higher and casted Profane Eruption, watching the large body of the beast cause a heavy explosion and give the last point from 99 to 100 for the skill. I excitedly looked at the two skills that were ready for combination as the summon was cancelled, and I placed Summon Virulent Abomination and Profane Eruption into the skill combination tab. The tab shone in a blue light as the process took even longer than when I combined the skills to receive Saint's Return. It finished in a few seconds, and the new rank S skill produced from this deadly combination was Summon Plague Bearer, an abomination of extreme evil that causes deadly plagues wherever it goes. The skills Poisonous Breath and Defiler are among its tools. My eyes shone with this combination as I itched to restart this dungeon and see just how deadly the summon had become. Chapter 90, a journal entry. Hello, this will be night's number 786 entry. A perplexing event has occurred recently that deserves to be recorded. My gracious lady gave me a command that allowed her to connect to a man we just recently observed. It was a peculiar man based on the details we collected. He seemed to have popped out from nowhere and landed in our kingdom, showing an average level of power, and yet catching the eye of the princess, we were still matching his characteristics with those of beings across the continent. As for why he caught the eyes of the princess, I have yet to find out. It is the continued behavior of the princess towards this man that continued to make me observe them even more though. Not to even mention how close she seems to be getting to him and allowing him to be that frank with her. Let's just take a look at the past few days we spent in the Shadow Dukedom. After another one of my sisters informed her of another plot hatched by the royal wanker, the first thing she did was head to inform that man. She didn't discuss with us or with the royal guards on our plan of action. The plot currently afoot could be potentially dangerous for all of us, so I expected the princess to come up with one of her grand plans that would allow us to outwit the enemies and arrive back to our castle unharmed. But no such thing occurred. She simply went to discuss it with that man and came out, informing us to continue monitoring from a distance and to be sure that they do not catch on, that we will continue to spend our time in this place for a few days. This wholly surprised me and made me question the power of that man that made the princess disregard the power of an epic-ranked individual. It also made me somewhat down. Did the lady not need us anymore? The morning after we found out about the news of the impending attack that was waiting for us as soon as we left this dukedom, the man disappeared from my detection and didn't appear until the end of the day. I was happy to be back to spending time alone with the lady as she went about her work here. But was also curious about this man who could escape the perception of someone like me that was trained in this art. When he reappeared in the evening, he seemed to be in a good mood, and even went as far as to ask the princess to bring him some ingredients for food he wanted to cook. This was something I never expected, but I acted as instructed and brought in a variety of raw meats and vegetables to work with. He began cooking while seeming like a complete beginner, but the results were something completely unexpected. There was an appetizing smell in the air stemming from the food he made that I'd never come across before. I couldn't help but overstep my boundaries when I saw the lady enjoy the delicacies, and shamefully accepted the offered food. The conclusion? Maybe this man wasn't too bad after all. A significant amount of time was still spent with the lady and the sir talking. I never knew what the two of them spent so much time discussing, as the lady had already asked me not to snoop in when she was alone with him. I still had many questions, but I knew the princess was careful in who she confided in, so I will wait until she can come to me again. On our second and third day in the Shadow Dukedom, the same pattern continued to repeat where he disappeared and reappeared. Each time he came back seeming much more calm and confident. I wasn't dumb, and inferred a plausible activity that this man was doing every day was most likely going down the famous waterworks dungeon by himself. I was shocked when I came to this conclusion, as the only people powerful enough to delve into S-rank dungeons alone were either powerful heroes with unique skills or powerful adventures of the next rank, but maybe this would explain some of the many mysteries surrounding him, as well as the unexplainable savory food he has routinely been making. It was now the evening of the third day, and I can already smell that same aroma from before. I'll see if I can continue to overstep my boundaries and receive some more of those delicacies. Until then, a few days had passed while I continued to dive into my now favorite dungeon, Waterworks. The abundant amount of monsters and many floors allowed me to go all out testing the new skills that were already rising nicely. Both the newly combined rank S skills had reached the 30s in proficiency, and were taking their time even after I constantly spammed them these past 3 days. Maybe getting an epic rank skill in a few days was too far-fetched, and I might need another week or two as higher ranked skills took their time to rise. The one thing that I found to be helpful to my psyche after the constant grind of skills and killing monsters for so many hours was the new hobby I found myself doing. I count it as a blessing that I began doing this, as I felt like the only words passing through my mind was just this skill or that skill and which ones were next to combine. This new hobby was me using the skill, cook, to put a few things together. I wasn't doing anything special, only using my barely passable cooking that I had to learn when I was on my own. Yet the results were exceptional. Well, it was basically the skill doing what it described. I could confidently say that the things I made while cook was active was one of the best foods I had ever eaten. It beat the food I had when I first arrived in this world by a mile. This made me curious to try out the budding farmer skill too, as it probably holds even greater surprises. Aside from finding myself respite from the monotonous grinding so that I don't go crazy, I made new additions with skill combination, and received another 6 rank S skills as well as 3 items after continuously clearing the Waterworks dungeon. The new rank S skills were Flash high speed movement that allows your body to automatically evade enemy attacks, Phoenix arrow your bow momentarily releases inflamed arrows that carry the aura of a phoenix, enfeeble a terrible curse strikes your enemy, reducing their speed, damage, defense, and resistance, aura of belligerence and aura of war surrounds you and your allies. 200% damage, shield slam your shield comes to life, targeting any enemies around you in a flurry of attacks, obfuscation your presence continues to thin out until the best detection skills cannot observe you. It was a great addition of powerful skills, or even ones that I doubted I would use like Shield Slam and Phoenix Arrow. I still learnt them anyways. The newly obtained rank S items were Viridian Boots, Legion Armor, and Dulled Trident. Besides the Trident, I could wear everything else. The new Legion Armor went on top of the rank S veiled suit with no issues, and the Viridian Boots vastly increased my speed. All of these new additions and skills made me confident to stand against the power of an epic rank skill without my life being snuffed in the next second. I would give myself another day before going out to clash with the mercenaries still waiting in ambush outside the snowy roads. Chapter 91 Epic Eye. It was now the morning of the 4th day in the Shadow Dukedom. Even with most of my time cooped up in the Waterworks dungeon, I was still able to spend some time watching the mundane and sometimes extraordinary lives of the people living here. They weren't too different from the masses that I was used to in the Frozen Kingdom, only looking slightly more impoverished as they had access to less food. I was standing next to a frozen field in one of the designated plots of land that were usually heavily protected. They treated the source of their food with this much importance. Princess Adelaide had mentioned that the vegetables growing in these fields were called white radishes. They were a strong plant that grew in the extremely cold conditions very well. But the soil of this dukedom and a few others around the Frozen Kingdom had been seeing reduced crop yield on lands that were normally fertile. I wanted to test the usefulness of budding farmer after the surprise that Cook brought me, so I would try the skill before I head out to clash with the strong attackers waiting for us. A lone princess was standing far behind me in another light blue dress, the cold winds not bothering her one bit. I could also feel the presence of night that I had recently felt like she was watching me just a tad bit too much. I raised my hand towards the small field that had a few hundred white radishes growing and casted, budding farmer. Rough winds roiled about as the essence around the field condensed and visibly changed to a tinge of green that landed on the field. The green color shone for just a few seconds as changes on the plants began occurring. The somewhat dried, white radishes had their white leaves begin to extend and grow, with them sprouting from the ground so quickly that half of the body of the radishes could now be seen bunched together fighting for space. In the next minute, the field I casted the skill on had undergone a complete change, becoming vastly different from the surrounding fields. Sparkling and robust, white radishes now valiantly stood in the fields. The princess that couldn't contain her shocked expression even with her cold face went forward to pick one up as she continued to be surprised. It turns out the new vegetable that rapidly grew under the effect of budding farmer was twice as large as normal ones. Gears were turning in the mind of the princess as she began walking back and forth rapidly. This skill, just like the previous Cook, had shown extravagant effects. Especially the amazing economic use that budding farmer had. The princess had already started to look at me with her shining dark eyes as she realized the possible impact of something like this in these frozen lands. I casted the skill on a few more fields before leaving, with the princess letting me know she would come up with an excuse of being blessed with a unique skill that raised the land's fertility and increased the growth rate of produce. She would use this opportunity to expand her influence even further in this dukedom. This aligned with my current thoughts of remaining in the shadows while moving around, and the fact that whatever influence the princess continued to amass in the future would also become mine. I confirmed this as I continued to spend my time with her, affirming her claims of her providing me with whatever I wanted. The time for me to take what I really wanted would come soon enough. With the testing of the non-standard skills I received from the first clears of this world's dungeon done, I moved on to the next phase that I was excited about. A collection of mercenaries with an epic ranked powerhouse in their midst had been patiently waiting for us in snowy lands. I didn't want them to wait much longer as the last combination of skills met the standards I set for myself before. These past 4 days, after the constant activation of the skills, I was able to combine the rank A defensive skills of Man of Steel and Protection of the Earth to bring out the S-ranked Rune of Defense and Archaic Rune spreads throughout your body. 200% defense. dual element armor, and bestial hide, produced, dragon scales. Your body is surrounded by defenses that are meant for the highest beings. In addition to the defensive skills, the covert rank as skills were also able to become with obscure and shadow escape, becoming abstruse cover. Illusory and chameleon skin came together to produce barrier of illusion. With the increased confidence of these new skills, I would move out today to see the power of someone of the next level once again. The previous time I was matched against two beings of a higher level, with me becoming gravely injured where even a limb was lost. I was going to be careful enough that even with confidence in the many skills I had active, such a scene would not make its appearance again. The information we continued to receive from the shadow guards keeping track of the mercenaries set to ambush us was that they were camped near the only pathway leading out of the shadow dukedom. They wanted to corner the caravan the princess was leading on the only path that could be taken. This also meant that I knew where they were, and they had no idea I would be coming. A smile crept onto my lips as I observed the procession of carriages and wagons ready to move out of the dukedom. I would be making the move first, and meeting the attackers before this procession even reached that position. The princess was staring in the air with an expectant expression on her frozen face as she waited for me to return. I flew out of the dukedom with vigor, looking forward to the clash that would undoubtedly provide me with an amazing skill of the next rank. In a cold and blistering environment with heavy snow falling, a group of people were angrily fanning the flames in a small makeshift hideout they created. Their bodies were extremely powerful, with most of them at rank S and one even being epic ranked. But after constantly facing the cold these past few days with their targets not appearing, their defenses continued to wane. A group was tiered together as they talked in hushed tones while looking towards a figure that stood in the stormy cold outside with heavy armor plastered over her body. The cold didn't seem to bother her in the least as her body emanated a level of power that kept the ice elements at bay. Hey, do you think we can at least tear the veil off after we capture her? Only if you want to spend the rest of life being tortured? Keep to the assignment details. Our task is to handle the guards and destroy the wagons. We leave the main target to the commander. I know. It's just hard not to think about it after you've seen her face once, Tisk, focus on the mission. Visit a brothel after this if you need to, but don't let your stupidity cause your death. We act as soon as we see that woman's caravan's flames crackled as the snow fell. Not too far from this group, a flying figure was meeting with someone that was keeping watch of these rowdy mercenaries without their knowledge. The figure's eyes honed in at the location of the collection of mercenaries, his presence so thin that even the falling snow passed through him. A hunter had found its prey. Noah Osmont, occupation, hunter, vitality, 370, focus, strength, 380, skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, flight 100, guardian's light 100, instant transfer 100, infernal purge 100, arc lightning 100, area expansion 22, pain resistance 100, recorder 100. Language comprehension 100, healing light 100, lion's roar 23, water barrier 100, pierce 100, executor speed 100, sense heat source 100, silent communication 55, regal archer's eyes 66, cook 33, A. Arctic zone 100, relegator's spear 23, immutable regeneration 100, abstruse cover 2, barrier of illusion 2, S. Protection of the Wounded 100, Flash 11, Aura of Belligerence 23, Enfeeble 11, Phoenix Arrow 1. Shield Slam 1, Obfuscation 33, Rune of Defense 2, Dragon Scales 2, Budding Farmer 8, S, Saints Return 41, Devastation 45, Plague Bearer 39, Equipment, 3x Spearing of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, S Legion Armor, S Viridian Boots, Chapter 92 Epic 2. I enjoyed the winter storm that further obscured the view as my figure silently stood in the air. I looked down towards an individual who was blatantly releasing their dangerous aura without care. A few tents were tiered under the shade of trees, with this figure standing alone outside and staring blankly towards the path leading to the Shadow Dukedom. I focused as I prepared to move against this power of the next rank. I put everything aside as I looked to these people I would be embroiled in a battle with. I didn't know them, and they didn't know me. But they wanted to harm someone I had plans for, so I would steel my heart and fight. My figure was fully hidden with multiple skills as well as the veiled suit, making sure nobody could see me coming. Even though I was confident in the defensive skills, it didn't mean I would have to be reckless. I would attack while still hidden in the dark. I counted 1 epic ranked mercenary and 9 S ranks. My focus would mostly be placed on the most powerful one. I breathed out as I prepared for the oncoming battle. I started off with a small welcome of multiple casts of devastation. Rifts in space opened up as wriggling destructive pillars of lightning and molten flames sn.a.k.e.d their way towards the enemy. Barely a second passed before the mercenary reacted and took up a stance. A wild look appeared on the mercenary's face the moment she saw the rifts opening up as her body began to shine golden. With a shout, a golden bell formed the moment the skills sn.a.k.e.d towards her. Boom! Pandemonium ensued as the attacks connected, the golden light shining strongly and holding on as the nearby rank S mercenaries were blown away. The epic ranked mercenary looked around the ensuing destruction to find her attacker, but she was met with a dark aura plaguing her body as, enfeeble, was casted. The spell ignored her defenses as it struck her and weakened the golden bell she had erected, causing the attacks from devastation to connect. OMG, I began feeling the exhilaration of conducting the battle in the dark as the essence around the mercenary roiled. A spectacular skill was being casted from her. The damage from devastation was pushed away as a transparent figure began forming around the mercenary. The rank S that were flung back were about to jump to block the incoming attacks when they stood back stupefied at the sight of their leader. The transparent figure of the skill she had casted held a long sword, its body boasting an incredible size of more than 8 meters. The essence around us roiled as the being was fully formed. The figure of the epic ranked mercenary could now be seen in the transparent belly of the incarnation she had casted, each of her movements being duplicated to perfection as sharp winds came out from the large transparent thing holding a long sword. The roiling snakes of flames and lightning were all blocked as the figure stood imposingly to meet my next attack as I remained in the dark, so this was an epic ranked individual. The power it let off was definitely higher than my S-summon or the devastation skill. But since I could cast them multiple times without reservation, I would make up for the lack of power in quantity. This wasn't to mention powerful support skills like Aura of Belligerence, that further increased my damage. Making me confident if my skills weren't already packing firepower equal to epic, they were nearing. As the mercenaries waited for the next attack, what met their eyes was a grotesque beast that was even larger now that it was S-ranked. The virulent abomination that had become a plague bearer appeared with wide green wings outstretched. Poison was constantly falling off its body in blobs of green that smashed into the ground. As soon as the expanded mercenary saw the monstrosity, the large body moved with a speed that it shouldn't have as its sword struck down with a beautiful circular swing. My summon did not evade the incoming sword, its belly rumbling as its mouth unnaturally opened more than a meter wide. Poisonous Breath, a skill unique to the plague bearer, was casted. The air trembled as this skill made its appearance. Green and murky, with an unbearable stench, the noxious collection of liquid and fumes came out to cover the entirety of the rushing figure. Boom! The large sword of the expanded mercenary smashed into my summon, knocking it down and nearly splitting it in half. But, like a sticky material, its two sides were slowly joining back together as Saint's Return was already active and healing its injured body while continuing to provide buffs. Using Regal Archer's eyes, I could see the figure of the woman in the enclosed transparent incarnation move in pain. Her left arm had turned a deadly shade of green as the figure she commanded did the same. She could not completely evade the poisonous breath. I tried to remain as emotionless as possible and casted more devastation, as well as giving another command to the upgraded and healed summon. Its other newly gained skill, Defiler, could not be put to full use as there were not many corpses nearby. 2 rank S mercenaries had already met their end from being too close when the poisonous breath landed, with the rest of them going further in the distance as they tried to jump into the fight with panic. To them, only a single enemy had appeared, and even after taking a strike from the most powerful person there, it just closed itself up like it was nothing. The plague bearer howled as its wings flapped, rushing towards the 8-meter incarnation once more. The roiling snakes of flames and lightning that completely ignored it and smashed into the enemy gave a fantastic picture of this grand battle. The epic ranked mercenary wasn't for show, as the incarnation holding a sword she had casted was becoming more and more solid as time passed. Its blade became faster as it rushed towards the summon. The sight in front of me was hard to describe. The 8-meter-tall figure that enveloped the epic mercenary was moving as if it was the lightest thing in the world, the long blade in its hands spinning beautifully in the air as the summon continued to evade the strikes. One of them finally connected. Thunk! The blade wedged itself deep into the body of the plague bearer that was now over 6 meters. It pierced from the front to the back completely, and without reservation, the summon continued forward. Its wings flapped behind it as it ignored all the damage and came close to the belly of the incarnation where the mercenary was hiding in. Green smoke roiled out as two green bodies unnaturally appeared, flinging themselves towards the figure of the large incarnation as well. These were the two dead rank S mercenaries that fell from poisonous breath. Their arms flailed as they seemed like the fastest zombies alive, reaching and sticking to the epic ranked mercenary's large figure in an instant. This was the second skill that the upgraded summon could now use, Defiler. When I first watched this skill in action, too many grand ideas popped up as I saw the summon controlling the bodies of dead beasts and flinging them around like poisonous bombs. A cruel smile seemed to appear on the plague bearer's wretched face as it reached the position it wanted. The two dead beings it controlled through the skill began expanding dangerously while stuck to the transparent figure as both them and the body of the plague bearer exploded. Boom! The impact shook the surrounding 15 meters as green muscle, pus, and bones flew out, knocking the large bladed figure backwards as screams rang out. Chapter 93 Epic 3. There was a sense of desolation in the air. The rank S mercenaries were moving around avoiding deadly patches of green that were spread throughout the battlefield. One stayed near a patch of bubbling pus for a few seconds, only to feel his limbs start losing strength as he became poisoned. Find the attacker, reinforce the commander. Occasional shouts could be heard as the figures moved around the poisonous battlefield. They had what could be considered great strength, and yet they had to evade the poison this beast released with the best of their abilities just to stay alive. More and more of them fell as they tried to reinforce their commander that continued to be swamped with constant and deadly attacks. A rank S seasoned warrior was moving through the snowy field frightfully as he tried to evade the thick lines of flames and lightning that sn.a.k.e.d their way in the surroundings. He could feel desperation as he couldn't shake any of them off, with even the slightest lapse in concentration causing him to be poisoned by the air that was turning a shade of green. His vision began darkening as he moved, and soon slumped down. The epic ranked commander was staring at the skies as she found her figure thrown back from the explosion. She could feel a searing pain running through her body that continued to be poisoned all this time. The recent explosion where that horrendous monstrosity as well as the dead it controlled attacked her had sealed the deal. She wanted this pain to stop. Someone of her caliber had never been subjected to this, and she was feeling extreme anger. Who? Just who had the power to hide from her sight and attack her like a coward? She closed the eyes that were staring through the transparent figure of Sword Saint's incarnation, the skill that allowed her to get where she was today. She needed more energy to keep the skill active and bring it to life. The more energy she provided, the more solid the incarnation became. The pain from the poison was taking a lot of energy from her to keep it at bay, so she was stuck in an impasse. Boom, her figure landed on the ground as she made up her mind. She didn't want to use it as there was no turning back. But she had no choice. A jewel shining in a menacing red light appeared in her hands. She did not hesitate as she brought it to her mouth, and swallowed right away. Zing! An uncomfortable sound spread out through the snowy field as the red light permeated her body, and the larger transparent figure that surrounded her as well. She seemed to be undergoing a transformation as a horn began appearing on her forehead. Her opponent would not leave her be though. In the middle of this transformation, the hideous-looking figure that leaked poisonous pus had reappeared and was already releasing another one of its vile breaths. Rifts continued to open up in the sky as flames and lightning struck down. Not giving this powerful figure any respite during her transformation, RGH, the interruption caused the energies to go berserk as the change was only half completed, and the large transparent figure now tinged in red became more visible. The moment the sword in its hands slashed towards the monstrosity vomiting poisonous material, it stopped the belching and dashed towards her body, exploding again in the next moment. The mercenary was full of wrath as this occurred again and pushed her back, the poison reapplying itself with even more vigor after the second explosion. Her incarnation was getting back up again when she saw the same monstrosity appear, and explode again for the second time. Boom, a third time, boom, a fourth time. She was breathing heavily as she felt the incarnation fading away after using up all her mana. Fear of the unknown person that continued to send suicidal attacks with their monstrous beast had etched itself deep inside. Rough breathing was coming out as she saw the green monstrosity appear above her again as good as new. Ah, ha, ha. She found herself letting out gory laughs as the poison permeated through her at this ridiculous sight. Even swallowing that jewel for its forbidden power did not do a single thing about this attacker that didn't even bother to show himself. She had many decisions in her life and never regretted any. But it seemed she stood on the wrong side this time. She wanted to at least see the person capable of taking her down like this. What sort of great person are you? Why do you stand with the princess of a small kingdom in the north? Her thoughts soon came back to the current situation as she saw the monstrous green beast in the skies. She was baffled at the ridiculous repetition of explosions that continued to wear down her now 8-meter large body. The incarnation was slowly fading away as the monstrosity continued to explode and reappear in the next instant. At least give me the honor of seeing the person who would take my life. She found the strength to speak as her body worked to push out the poison and try to maintain the incarnation at the same time. Silence was all she received as she found the same beast appearing from a huge runic circle once again. Bah, pathetic. Not even enough balls to show yourself. The large incarnation used this time to vault the huge sword it was holding into the air where the monstrosity had appeared. Swish, the beast curved the rushing blade without difficulty as it only slashed air, and looked below at the transparent figure, and the mercenary still floating in it. A wicked expression could be seen as its large mouth began transforming. The epic-ranked mercenary looked at this and realized her journey would be ending here today. Unexplainable terror rose out as this idea spread throughout her being. Her sight was occupied by the beast's head that had its jaws open unnaturally as it belched out poisonous atrocities towards her. A green light covered the eyes of this mercenary. In a moment, this green light turned into darkness. I breathed out in relief as I prevented the crazy power-up from continuing in front of me. Did she really think I would give her the time to transform into an even more powerful version of herself before acting? The dark menacing light she swallowed before her failed transformation began gave out an oppressive feeling, but I stopped whatever its purpose was meant to be. The power it let out was almost twice what I felt from the epic-ranked mercenary. And it had an evil feeling emanating. This appearance of this red light gave me a certain feeling of apprehension, and made me form some new assumptions that would be deadly if they were true. I had to move faster. During the many explosions that occurred from the plague bearer carrying out its killer suicide attacks, the remaining rank S mercenaries had fallen from the constant blasts of poisons and the targeting attacks of devastation. I would be blessed with another set of S rank skills, as well as something even more wondrous from the body of the epic mercenary that was bubbling with pus currently. I sent a command and watched as the summoned plague bearer absorbed the poisonous fumes and liquids around us. I targeted the bodies of dead mercenaries as I started with the most powerful one first. The body glowed in a purple light when I neared it, a large skill book, an item, and multiple glistening cores appearing in my storage pouch right after. I was surprised as this was the first time that both an item and a skill book had come out from a singular enemy. The item was Kingslayer, a sword worthy of killing the highest echelons. Has a constantly sharpening blade edge and weighs as much as a feather. It was a glistening golden sword that was the same size as myself. It was such an exquisite sword that I couldn't help but grab and swing it a few times. I shook myself out of this new feeling as I looked at the skill book next. Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation. The body and memories of a genius sword saint descend for as long as mana is provided. Requires caster to equip a sword to activate. When active, 300% physical damage, 300% speed, 200% defense. Dark Slayer sword style. I looked at the numbers shown on the skill description in shock at this new type of skill. It wasn't my usual type of skill that I learned, but I wanted to try it out so damn badly. I couldn't hold my excitement as I watched the particles of the epic ranked skill book fade into my body. Now, what surprises will you bring in? Silent Killer by Celebrity, 7 times stronger than Viagra. It is sold in Chino Pharmacy, the most indecent t-shirt photos of all time. Chapter 94, Ambition and a Demon King. Adelaide, I've been feeling a rare semblance of peace these past few days. If I could put it into words, it would go like this: you had a constantly sharpening blade hanging above your neck, and it could drop down any minute. This blade was so sharp and deadly that it built up a fear of the approaching death and continued to fill you with anxiety and dread. You then spend the next few years just constantly trying to avoid that blade, but it still hangs over you. Then one day, out of nowhere, you find a person that would lift this blade off your back and make sure it never approaches you again. The blade hanging and waiting to strike down on me was lifted by Sir Osmont. The stress and anxiety I had been feeling all this time, gone. Even now, I don't think this esteemed person knows just how much influence he has over me. I couldn't even begin to recount the amazing feats he continued to do. I expected his power to be very high for the unique skill to confirm that he would be the one to prevent the coming calamity, but I didn't know to what extent. An adventurer taking down a rank A dungeon by himself was rare, but not mind-bending. Doing the same thing for rank S dungeons? That was a whole other level. Putting his battle power aside, something even more magical was his power that allowed him to turn a barren land fertile and cause the almost instantaneous growth and ripening of plants. This was the thing that completely cemented my trust in him and made him all the more special. I was able to put this dukedom's leader completely under my influence with the sudden abundance of foods that I provided, and now, I was waiting beside the carriage as he went to face a deadly epic ranked powerhouse with a smile. Ha! I patiently waited as I held full trust in him, and soon saw a gold light fly in from the distance. This was one of the secrets I held, the ability to see his light whenever he was near due to my unique skill. He seemed to have an even more amazing skill that allowed him to become completely hidden to anyone near him, along with the addition of the purposefully made veiled suit. But my skill always reacted when he was near. I smiled at his expected successful return and opened the doors to the wide carriage, overlooking the long line of wagons behind us as I gave the signal to prepare to move out. The esteemed sir silently got in the ride, with me going in last and closing the door, multiple barriers encircling the carriage soon after. He had the same calm face as he reappeared in front of my eyes, with a hint of worry as he seemed to be lost in thought. The significance of the event that just occurred seemed to be minor in his eyes, but it was something tremendous. Epic ranked powerhouses were a nation's deterrents, and he had just defeated one. He had successfully taken down those that wished us harm. And the effects would be large. I would be using this event to my advantage and seek an audience with Father as soon as we get back to the kingdom. He seemed to have made up his mind after a while and spoke. You asked me before what I wanted? Yes. What exactly did someone like this want? I had an inkling but wanted to hear it from him first. If it was what I had in mind, I would wholly give it to you. He looked at me seriously as the golden light on his body shined even more. If I told you that I wanted to take this whole world into the palm of my hands, what would you say? I could feel my heartbeat increasing when he said this. It was better than my wildest dreams. I replied as I could feel a smile slowly form on my face. For someone with your power, it would only be natural. Did he finally decide on his ambitions? For him to prevent the coming calamities, he had to lead us through them. My peace-loving father would not be able to do it. My scheming older brother would fail even more. My unique skill told me this was the person to stick to in order to pass through the coming times. If not just me, but the entire world that attaches itself to him, then naturally the whole continent will find itself with less anxiety just like me. I trusted my skill that much. My mind had long ago been made up as I rose in the wide carriage, and bowed towards this man once again. The cold voice that I wished had more emotion rang out. My heart was pounding as the words left my mouth. I formally greet and show respect to esteemed sir. As I have said before, whatever you need, I will provide. For the prosperity of myself and many more that are suffering, I will follow the direction you lead us to. Somewhere in the frozen lands, a demon king was surrounded by scantily clad figures in a compound that seemed recently erected, ranked 56. He was Demon King Gremory. 2 horns could be seen growing on the sides of his temple, with a face that seems to be a better fit if it were placed on a woman. He was the holder of the unique skill, Primal Conjurer, which allowed him to call upon 2 powerful primal spirits of the same level as himself. His presence alone was the equivalent of 3 beings of the same rank, and he was terribly powerful. He was not fond of the cold, and yet he was the one assigned to the weak kingdom in the north. He was currently moving one of the demon legions towards this place slowly, as the cold and the mountains surrounding this kingdom were the only things slowing their destruction. That didn't stop him from sending a few forces ahead to do what demons do best, sowing discord. Of course, someone had taken the bait. They had been hesitant at first but soon came to willingness after realizing the number of forces the demons had on their side, as well as other factors in the mix. Since that time, they had slowly moved forward, taking over a few counties and duchies, their advance not slowing down. Yet, something out of his expectations had occurred a few hours ago. One of the few power jewels he had procured had been used, only for its user to die a few seconds later. The protector he had sent forward to placate one of his pieces had fallen. This meant some problems had occurred. For them to be forced to use the power jewel and still die meant they had come across a powerful enemy. He was already waiting for his messengers to return after establishing a line of communication, but the event made him begin taking his mission seriously. Losing a power jewel, as well as its user, was a very big loss. And he did not enjoy taking losses. He called forth his lieutenants as he gave the order for the Demon Legion to start moving once more, increasing their speed towards the Lone Kingdom in the north. Chapter 95, The Feeling of an Epic Skill. We arrived back to the Frozen Kingdom after half a day. The ride back in the carriage was interesting, to say the least, as the princess continued to exceed my expectations of just how much trust she placed on me because of her unique skill. She said she would do anything, and I believed her. With such a person in place, the issues dealing with the kingdom would be taken care of with ease. The procession of carriages and wagons went inside as citizens welcomed back their ice princess with vigor. I talked with Adelaide about the events after this, and she was confident that nothing even remotely dangerous would happen now that she set foot back here. Even the person scheming in the back would be crippled for a while after they lost such a big piece. She would be meeting the king after I left, a powerhouse that I was interested in seeing sometime soon, but I was itching to test out my new skills on powerful opponents, so after escorting the princess to the snowy peak and seeing all the guards surrounding the manor, I flew out and made my way over to the Sky Peak nest. It was time for me to have fun with that epic beast I ran away from more than a week back. My speed with flight continued to increase as I learned and activated more support skills, but I was using it for its function of keeping me in the air as I used Regal Archer's Eyes and Instant Transfer, in conjunction to disappear and appear a few miles away. Using flight at its maximum speed would get me across the same distance, but not as fast as the instantaneous movement. I thought back to the other rank S skills I received from the dead mercenaries earlier today as I flashed towards the beast's nest. The ones that I didn't see myself actively using but I still learned nonetheless were Ricocheting Shield, Bear's Fighting Style, and Archer's Gamble. The more useful ones were two support skills, Lion's Heart and Speedster, that increased my speed and damage even further. The remaining four were two offensive skills and two standard ones that I liked. The offensive ones were Smoldering Sword Strike and Earthen Spears. With the ones I called standard being Thought Acceleration, the speed of your thought processing is raised significantly, and Crisis Avoidance, a few extra seconds are given to you as you sense incoming danger. The last two skills were great, especially Thought Acceleration, that seemed like one of the best rank S skills I've received so far. I knew it wasn't all-powerful, as the person who had it previously fell under my attacks, but it was still a great supplement. Many decisions and thoughts could be made rapidly in a short time span with this skill, allowing me to assess many things quickly before moving forward. I soon arrived near the towering Sky Peak nest and looked to the prowling beasts below. The goal today was to fully enjoy the usage of the new epic skill that I gained. With the excitement that I couldn't contain, I landed on the floating landmass, equipped the epic ranked Kingslayer sword, and cast Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation. A powerful beast was slumbering not too far from the outer fringes of the Sky Peak nest. Ever since it felt the frequent killings of its brethren a few days ago, it had remained in the periphery of the nest waiting for those cowards that only dared to bully those weaker than them. Days had passed with no intrusion as it thought about heading back inland where the concentration of essence was much denser. It looked like it wouldn't leave in disappointment as its red eyes opened because of the new vibrations it could feel on the earth. An expression of glee appeared on its ferocious body as it rose up to be larger than 6 meters, its disproportionate limbs flinging around its sides. It went forward to see if it was the same intruder that ran away from it last time. It slowly inched forward so as to not scare the coward away again, and came to a surprising sight of a larger figure swinging around a dark red sword at extreme speeds. The figure was more than 7 meters large, with a face that had a dark red horn pointing to the skies and a body fully covered in armor. It let out ripples of power as the sword that should have been heavy in his hands moved around like a feather, smashing into the surrounding beings and causing them to explode in a mass of flesh and gore. The epic beast watching this was angered as it let out a howl and went forward at full speed to clash with this intruder. Boom, as if he knew it was coming, a sword met its outstretched claws as a thundering voice came out from the large swordsman. "Huh, you're finally here again. Let's go." The battle started off rapidly as the two figures clashed. Enfeeble was casted right away as the snowy beast felt its power weaken. The beast that was proud of the speed and defenses it had trained all these years found its strikes being met with the sword every time, its claws feeling pain and cracks after every clash. The being in front of it seemed to be letting out purely physical attacks, with shockwaves exploding after every point of contact. The large figure was moving gracefully with the sword, meeting every single attack the beast threw with extreme precision, so it casted its innate ability, Iceberg, to end the fight as soon as possible. Voem, a resounding horn that seemed to signal an arrival could be heard as a tremendous landmass filled with a deadly collection of ice elements appeared above them. The iceberg was more than 30 meters long and covered the entirety of their sight as the beast wrapped its large body around the large swordsman and held him down. Boom! A tremendous impact that shook the entire sky peak nest occurred as the iceberg smashed into the ground. Ha! A laugh could be heard as the beast felt the body it was holding down slip away the moment before its attack hit, making it furious. He clawed out of the jagged spears of ice from the fallen iceberg and found the figure mockingly laughing above it, safe and sound. The 8-meter-long incarnation remained suspended in the air, defying the laws of gravity as the body became more and more solid as the red light spread throughout the skies before deadly words could be heard from it. Alright, that's enough playing around for now. The beast's body was shining as it prepared to go all out against the intruder, and it seemed like its opponent was doing the same. A green runic circle appeared as another powerful presence came out of it. And multiple cracks that let out deadly power of flames and lightning formed in the skies. Neither was backing down as a brand new iceberg appeared high in the skies. The corrupted incarnation looked up to the falling landmass and pointed its large blade up, the body becoming enveloped in red light as the Dark Slayer sword style was activated, while a dark red light spread out in the skies above. A menacing green was spreading throughout the ground as the plague bearer triggered Defiler onto the surrounding bodies of beasts. The bodies unnaturally began rising as they turned a deadly shade of green, all turning into furious runs towards the epic beast. The humongous incarnation shining in a red light jumped from the ground, leaving behind a crater as it rotated in a spectacular dance, spinning rapidly in the air as the figure smashed into the falling iceberg. Boom! Chunks of solid ice flew out as the large iceberg was clearly cut in half, its two portions falling on the ground below where a battle continued with a monstrosity belching out poisonous breaths towards the epic beast. It tried maneuvering from the snaking lines of flames and lightning as well as the poisonous beast and was becoming slowly overwhelmed. It howled defiantly as it looked up to see its attack sliced apart, and could only see the figure of the large swordsman rushing towards it, the sword in hand already pointing towards its chest. Boom! The impact of the large body smashing into the ground resounded, as the pained howl of a beast rang out. The red sword had pierced all the way through to the back of his chest, going even further to pierce into the ground. Strength began leaving its body as it could feel deadly power from the sword ravaging all his being. It didn't help at all that the poisonous beast was commanding the bodies of its dead brethren to continue exploding and cause more virulent poison to pierce into its hardened skin armor and leave its deadly attacks on it too. Howl! It struggled at the sword that nailed it to the ground and tried to move out, but it was unsuccessful. The struggles gradually became less and less as ragged breaths came out. It watched the large figure of the solid swordsman with the horn rising from his head continue to pull its fists up and smash them into its body. The tremendous strength of the strikes was purely physical damage that was causing searing pain wherever they landed. The combination of a giant figure with a sword, roiling snakes of flames and lightning, as well as a poisonous monstrosity slowly dwindled the life force of the epic ranked beast until it could no longer move. Silence prevailed as the body of Noah surrounded by the Sword Saint's incarnation looked further into the sky peak nest. Multiple powerful auras in no way less than the beast he just took down had become active at the center of the nest and were making their way here. The large incarnation could be seen devilishly smiling as it reached out to the body of the dead beast, and then flashed away into nothingness. 3 tremendously powerful auras arrived not too long after, but the only thing that met them was a poisonous battlefield with the mangled body of their brethren. Chapter 96, The King in the North, King Rourke Belmont, the powerful figure that led the Frozen Kingdom into prosperity. Or so many people thought. Rourke was overlooking the lands beneath him as he stood in the highest castle of the King's Crown Peak. He thought of the memory of his dear wife as his aged eyes moved with longing. Annalise, do you know how much I want to be with you right now? So many things are happening, and I don't know how to pass through them. Where is your wisdom when I need it the most? A sigh could be heard as the powerful bearded man stretched. He was getting old, but still had the same power of legendary rank. The thing that caused him the most stress was overseeing every single department to make sure things continued to go smoothly in the kingdom. But resources continued to dwindle with every passing day as the war raged on. What tired him even more were the soldiers he was taking away from their families, with many of them never able to see their loved ones again. When does it all stop, Annalise? The grand man seemed lost as he continued to gaze below. He thought about the only person that seemed to be lifting some of the weight and helping with the stabilization of the kingdom. It was at this moment that he heard the sound of footsteps that were very familiar. Speak of the devil. The father smiled as he turned around and found his daughter entering the terrace. He looked fondly at this girl that didn't always show emotion on her face, but he knew how much she cared. Your trip was a success, relatively. father. Although not without extreme complications, Rourke's face changed as he heard this. She was back here safe and sound with no commotion being caused. What could have happened? His face became cloudy as he asked, "What went wrong?" On the way back here, there was an ambush waiting for me that consisted of an epic ranked powerhouse and a collection of rank S. Here is a memory stone that was able to capture the faces of these ambushers. King Rourke's face had become dark as he caught the memory stone that could record and replay a scene when a certain amount of mana was put in. A shadow guard that was lucky enough not to be noticed took this at the risk of their lives. Can you recognize the people on there? Her voice seemed to be getting colder and colder as she spoke, bordering on the line of disrespect that nobody should cross with their father. But King Rourke was sullen as he saw the recording of a woman under the command of a special someone. He looked at the blank face of his daughter and was glad she was safe and sound as he asked, "How did you make it out? And what happened to the attackers? If I told you a prince in shining armor appeared to save the life of the princess and kill those that wished her harm, would you believe me?" The exchange between father and daughter stalled after this, with the daughter proceeding forward. "When I was 11 years old, I came to you and told you that I didn't feel comfortable with how my own brother stared at me. You brushed it off as the ramblings of a child and told me to be more approachable." Adelaide walked as she stood near her father, overlooking the buildings below them as she continued. "When I was 15 years old, I began hiring even more guards to escort me after I was almost kidnapped. You allowed this and gave me more power as you didn't want that to ever happen again. I told you who the mastermind that orchestrated this whole act was, yet you did not believe me." Her gaze turned from the buildings back to her father, the same voice ringing out. "The years after that, I continued to protect myself and rarely left the kingdom, and here we are today. I am telling you once again. My own older brother, your son, orchestrated all of this to get his hands on me. I wonder what you will choose to do now, father." Silence pervaded the area as those that stood at the peak echelons of the frozen kingdom stood next to each other. A sense of anger and betrayal could be felt from the icy face of Adelaide as she laid out her grievances to someone who should have been her biggest protector. King Rourke was looking down in sadness, his eyes not being able to meet the person next to him. "He is my son." The words were difficult to start, but he began anyway. "My firstborn son, and I thought he would change in time. I promised him the kingdom in the hopes of it. I also did my best to give you everything you wanted." He gave a tired look to his daughter as he said this. Under the veil of a thriving kingdom, the house that leads it is fractured with stupidity and unneeded conflicts. When was the last time you went to see your younger brother? Adelaide turned away after hearing this question. She recalled the face of someone she had hoped would stand with her at one point. "He was the biggest loss I have ever taken. Someone that I thought would be worth helping, and he too let me down. A horrible son, a calculating daughter, and another son that could never choose what he wanted to be." A difficult decision seemed to have been made in the mind of the king, as he raised his chest up and commanded with a powerful voice, "Very well, convene a grand assembly." The tone was powerful, one that could not be questioned. The girl by his side bowed after she heard this. "Yes, father." A commotion was occurring in the four floating peaks as the relevant people got word that a grand assembly was convening in a few days. Nobles panicked as they began preparing the moment they received notice. Fearfully questioning what had prompted such an abrupt call for an assembly, in a large manor at the center of Summit Peak, an extravagant prince was fuming with a face full of anger. He had made a bet and lost terribly. He thought the chance was too sweet to pass up, that his opponent would never make such a mistake like this in the first place. But it was actually a trap? She had played him. Ha ha. Rueful laughs came out as his head was raised up furiously. Who exactly did you whore yourself out to? Which powerful helper did you find for yourself, little lamb? He wondered about the defeat he had faced as his face regained its calm and he pondered. A setback was a setback. He would get over it. What he did from now would define how his plans continue to unfold. He could feel the communication medallion he received from a few special beings that had been ringing for a while. He moved around the room as he shifted from moods of pondering to rage. The area was filled with anger and malice as the man paced back and forth. He felt as if a knife was closing in on his neck, and he did not know where it was coming from. She and everyone else in this kingdom had no idea of the things he was doing to keep them safe. They didn't understand now, but they would all come to be grateful in the future. As for this knife pressing down? Let's see just how sharp you are. Chapter 97, A Storm in the Making. I was still relishing the excitement of moving in an 8-meter-tall body as I floated a few miles away from Sky Peak Nest. The three powerful presences were most likely some of the powerful epic ranked beasts that almost always stayed in the center of the nest. I was told that a possible reason the beasts continue to stay in the nest was due to the deterrent of the powerful individual that was the king of the Frozen Kingdom. The common knowledge currently was that only after more epic ranked beasts were born in the nest or the momentous rise of one of a higher rank beast occurred would they grow courageous enough to lead their packs out of the nest again. Even though I was pretty confident of coming out in one piece even while taking on all three beasts, I would still over-prepare if I can. I looked through the loot from taking down the disproportionately sized white-furred beast. I found epic ranked cores to start absorbing as well as 2 skill books. One of the skill books was the spectacular iceberg that the beast was casting. It manifested a freezing and nearly solid mass of ice that was more than 30 meters. Such a skill was already tremendously powerful in the hands of the beast, but to me who could cast it multiple times, I couldn't wait to use this as soon as possible as I looked towards the next skill. It was Absolute Zero. The heat near you is sapped away as ice elements reinforce your body and attacks. When active, all attacks carry the freezing touch effect. 100% ice element resistance. I had a wide grin as I viewed the 2 skill books disappear into particles of light. With even more additions of epic skills, I wanted to badly go back and have a go at the 3 new epic beasts that popped out, but there were still too many unknowns. I would find out more about just how many beasts of high rank were in each nest before finding myself surrounded. I had already taken down one of them. It wouldn't make it that easy for me to continue taking down more. Another point was that I received the first epic skill that I could activate at all times and would continue to grow stronger as time passed. Or so I thought. The moment I activated Absolute Zero, the surroundings of 5 meters became deathly cold with ice being condensed all around, visible to the naked eye. Soon enough, a storm of ice elements could be seen rotating around me as just the outward effects of this skill were this powerful. I stopped myself from rushing back into the nest and went back to the Frozen Kingdom. I had to find out the new developments that occurred, as well as prepare for big moves soon. I deactivated Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation and Absolute Zero as I neared the kingdom and looked at the grim looks of guards that had vastly increased on the large fortress wall as well as the closed doors. Things seemed to be moving along as I passed the fortress wall and thought about the first epic skill I received. The Corrupted in the skill name made me think quite a while as I replayed the scene of the mercenary swallowing that menacing red jewel, but I would solve the mystery in due time. My figure covertly passed through many buildings below, passing by the moving humans and beastmen as I went towards Snowy Peak. Even the epic ranked beastman standing guard at the entrance of Snowy Peak was not able to catch a glimpse of my aura with the many covert skills I had active. It didn't take too long until I came across the huge manor at the center of the floating landmass and I found the princess giving out commands to a few shadow guards. I smiled at the fact that even with many skills that made it so that an epic individual wouldn't notice me, she was still able to see me the moment I came in through the use of her unique skill. This made me look forward to when I met the individuals who held such skills and they stood against me. The shadow guards were quickly sent away with my appearance, and I got the chance to hear about the developments after she went to meet with the king. One of the major takeaways was how King Rourke finally seemed to be acting against his crappy son after all this time. Being given clear proof didn't allow him to use the excuse of fatherly love anymore, and he had to bring to account everything else. The other takeaway was the grand assembly that would be convened in as soon. The princess had an inkling of what things would be mentioned as she talked about her aging father, and the toll the war was taking on him. My mind was filled with curiosity as I thought of this man who was a rank above anything I have met so far, legendary. That was the rank that many of the top powers had in this large continent. The type of strength that they held made me extremely hopeful and excited to reach it myself. The only issue that presented itself was the demon kings that were running rampant across the continent of the beast world currently. Their powers were most likely legendary, or even worse. Along with their strength being boosted by their unique and sometimes ultimate skills for those that are of higher rank, I was looking forward to possibly matching their strength with my continued stacking of many skills that have worked well to allow me to defeat people of the next rank so far. Would it be the same when they are of the next rank and also holding powerful categories of skills and magic? This brought us to the other takeaway today. A demon legion that was slowly making its way towards the kingdom was now advancing at full force. This was why fear was in the air, with the battalions of the kingdom being put on standby, soon set to be sent to the defensive positions across the cold mountains to hold back the advancing demons. I had to continue to move faster with this new information, and amass as many epic skills as I could before the clash. I thought about how I might not be the most powerful figure taking the role in this fight as the king himself would be moving, but only time would tell. My blessing of nearly endless energy to work with made it so I could skip ranks, but I didn't know how wide the gaps were as I continued to rise higher and higher. So, while people are preparing for war by convening assemblies and troops, I would prepare by obtaining more loot from epic beasts. The talks and discussions about possible ways everything could go continued as I found myself roasting a few types of meat to enjoy at the same time. The day finished like this, fairly fun and eventful. The skills combined today were Guardian's Light, Healing Light, a Paladin's Blessing, Infernal Purge, Arc Lightning, a Pursuing Infernal Lightning, Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 375, Focus, Strength, 388, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight 100, Instant Transfer 100, Area Expansion 22, Pain Resistance 100, Recorder 100, Language Comprehension 100, Lion's Roar 23, Water Barrier 100, Pierce 100, Executors. Speed 100, Sense Heat Source 100, Silent Communication 55, Regal Archer's Eye 66, Cook 33, A, Arctic Zone 100, Relegator Spear 23, Immutable Regeneration 100, Abstruse Cover 23, Barrier of Illusion 23. Paladin's Blessing 1, Pursuing Infernal Lightning 1, S, Protection of the Wounded 100, Flash 18, Aura of Belligerence 31, Enfeeble 22, Phoenix Arrow 1, Shield Slam 1, Obfuscation 45, Rune of Defense 11, Dragon Scales 11, Budding Farmer 8, Ricocheting Shield 1, Bear's Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Lion's Heart 8, Speedster 8, Smoldering Sword Strike Dash, Earthen Spears 1, Thought Acceleration 8, Crisis Avoidance 8, S, Saints Return 69, Devastation 51, Plague Bearer 65, Epic. Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 8, Iceberg 1, Absolute 0-3, Equipment, 3x Bearing of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, S Legion Armor, S Viridian Boots, Epic Kingslayer. Chapter 98, A Line of Communication. Calm had returned to Aeneas's face as he sat down on a luxurious couch and took out the metal that had been blinking all this time. He had a sufficient period to think and prepare before having this very dangerous conversation. Mana flowed into the metal and it shone briefly, a strong voice coming out not too long after. What happened? Hearing this voice, Aeneas's eyes turned into thin slits as the next words rolled out of him calmly. I underestimated someone I thought I had full information of. None of the plans we previously discussed have been disrupted. Your underestimation was the cause of the death of an epic ranked powerhouse? Slight anger could be felt in the voice, causing a similar reaction to the listening Aeneas. Is it my fault that you sent me such a weak powerhouse? You boasted that as long as she wasn't besieged by multiple epic individuals, she would be a pillar I could rely on, TSK. She was a powerful mercenary, and even used a treasure I provided her before she died. She should have been at her most powerful when she fell, so I need to know which enemy you made that has so many individuals who likely besieged her to take her life. At these words, Aeneas stalled as a dangerous light shone in his eyes. The enemy is not one you have to worry about. You just have to keep your side of the bargain. I do not want any deaths for the common people in this kingdom, and my father, as well as my siblings, will be left untouched. Yes. He had struck a deal with the devil for the preservation of his home. Months back, he had received a memory stone that showed terrifying things. Multiple demon legions under the commands of powerful demon kings that had powerful and unknown magic. The mythical beast kingdoms were the ones receiving the brunt of the attention of these demon kings as they held many powerhouses. But what about the small kingdom in the north? The safe haven that housed humans without persecution only had a single legendary individual in the lead. How could they stand against a force that took down the strongest draconic kingdom in the span of a few months? Under such immense strength. Would it not be better to swallow their pride and just wipe their chins? His father knew they would fall as time passed, yet he did nothing. He fought a losing war, with soldiers continuing to die as time passed. He was a staunch man who considered honor and honesty, and they would all die because of it, honor. Would such a thing give them the sudden strength to withstand a rampaging demon king or the many horrors that will come before it? This was why he both hated and loved his father. He was a powerful man that created a beautiful place for all people to live in, but he was a good man. Good men never win. It is not good men that conquer kingdoms and build legacies. It is merciless people that wage war and kill millions before they etch their name for the dynasties to come. With them in the rule, history is theirs to write, the genocides they caused to obtain the lands and their resources? Erased and forgotten, the natives they conquered to enslave them to work under them for hundreds of years? Just backward people who needed to be led to the prospering direction. This was how history always went. History was written by the victors, and it did not matter how cruel they were as long as they obtained victory and made the world what they wanted. That was why he shook hands with the devil. To preserve the lives of his family and the many people that would face death at the hands of these demons. He would not be one of the droves of good men that valiantly die upholding some stupid beliefs. He would not watch as the kingdom his father has created these past decades goes up in flames. Even if a few people had to die to achieve his goals, history won't remember that. During all this, if he can also get his hands on someone he's wanted all this time, well, that was a thought for later. The voice of the stern demon king rang out once more. The terms we agreed on will certainly be adhered to. You just need to make sure that you continue administering the poison so that unexpected casualties do not occur. At the mention of this, a difficult expression showed on the crown prince's face. Feelings of shame and sadness could be seen on his face as he thought about his actions. He was weakening his own father. This was something he found hard to do in the beginning, but as he continued to hear about the demons' continuing victories as they tore down more defenses of the beast kingdoms, he affirmed his beliefs. I will apologize to you later, but at least we will both live to see another few decades after this. He fought back against the feelings of shame and weakness as he replied to the waiting demon king with a strong voice, I will keep my end of the deal. Period. When will your forces be arriving? A few seconds of silence passed before a reply came, a week at most, a few days at least. The crown prince nodded as he confirmed this, rising up from his seat and preparing for the oncoming assembly as he cut off the communication metal. Demon King Gremory had a wicked smile on his face as he finished conversing with a pitiful prince. This was what he loved to do the most. A gleeful moan escaped him as he was lost in his own fantasy. Yes, they had strong forces that would easily take over the small kingdom in the north. His power was equivalent to 3 legendary individuals because of his unique skill. Primal Conjurer would be more than enough to take down the kingdom's forces, and yet he still made plans to lessen his work even more. He created a play by showing a prince of this kingdom the deadly power that was coming for them, and making them fold into weakening their own forces on the promise that they would all not be killed or enslaved. Leaving him to rule in the end, the memory stone the prince received was tampered with long ago by a powerful demon king who was a master of illusions and emotions. While the prince thought he was just watching the scenes of powerful demon legions, his mental defenses were torn down as he became completely susceptible to the communications after that. A measly prince that was ranked S. How hard was it to put one under your influence? All that he did after was place a guard to watch him, but this guard had unexpectedly fallen. There was still a question that many people would have asked this demon king who went through all of this trouble when he had the power to easily take down the target. Was any of this necessary? The answer was, no. Gremory gleefully thought of the faces he would see at the end of this play. The encroached prince could only believe in a promise as they would face destruction anyways, and the lives of his people depended on it. Gremory couldn't wait to see their faces at the end of all of this. He imagined the face of the king. Would he be saddened and depressed by his son's betrayal after the poison in his body is activated and he finds his power reducing? Would the prince be filled with despair when he finds all the promises made being broken? Even better, what expression would he have when he sees his family humiliated? The demon king had to cool himself down as he was getting too heated thinking about the conclusion of his play. The only thing he had to keep in mind was the possible disruption from an enemy that the prince chose not to mention. After that, he could just sit back and watch the drama he created to play out. No, he didn't have to do any of it. No, it would not affect the eventual end result. Yet, he did it anyway. Why? Because it was fun. Chapter 99, a tremendous opportunity. 1. I kept in mind the grand assembly that would be taking place sometime later today as I made plans to go back to the Sky Peak nest. The full information I received let me know that the last time a legendary beast arose in the nest and led an insurrection was decades ago when the kingdom was in its early beginnings. It took the strength of the powerful king along with the help of the epic battalion commanders to quell the beast's insurrection and slay the most powerful one, pushing the beasts back onto their floating landmass. The only beasts currently propagating the dungeons were epic ranked, their numbers most likely not that high. The other 2 nests that were located further away from the kingdom were between frozen mountains that had a similar level of beasts. but were worried less about because of their locations. Occasional checks were still made to be sure that no powerful beasts were rising in consolidating forces. Since I had already taken down one of the powerful beasts in this nearby nest, it would be easier to take down more of them, so this would continue to be my target. I would get as many epic skills as I could before all hell broke loose. As for the assembly that I would most likely be missing, I could make better use of my time getting stronger than listening in. I'll know all about what was discussed when I got back anyways. Amassing more strength before the battle fully starts was crucial. Now, my full focus was placed on how to utilize the epic rank skills I had to efficiently and safely hunt down the beasts that I could sense yesterday. I had already absorbed the epic cores that the beast dropped, giving me a significant boost in my attributes. The skills I liked the most currently were Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation and Absolute Zero. This was simply because their combination was killer. My body received a huge buff and became exceedingly huge after calling down the Incarnation, and I couldn't even begin to explain the thrill of moving around in it. As for why the skill had the corrupted tag in front of it, this was likely due to the powerful jewel the mercenary absorbed before she was about to transform. I was not at all hesitant to use the skill when I saw the red light and long horn pointing out from the head. As strength was strength, no matter which forms it came in. Now, with the addition of Absolute Zero, a piercing layer of ice elements danced on the surface of the large body, with even more of them collected on the edge of the outstretched long blade. Iceberg was another killer skill with a tremendous amount of damage, and would work best to clear large droves of enemies. With this in mind, I neared the Sky Peak nest with full concentration. The death of even a single epic beast should have put all the other ones on the island on the edge. Sure enough, crisis avoidance showed me that there were multiple powerful figures waiting to strike not too far inland of the nest. Well, the threat was not showing to be too high, just that it would take a significant amount of work. I could feel a smile forming on my face with this thought. This little bit of work was nothing to grab more epic skills. Before even landing on the floating nest, the poisonous plague bearer was summoned, and Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation was cast as my body began to be enveloped all around. I could feel the tremendous boost of power rushing in as the Incarnation fully formed, making me enjoy this feeling just a tad bit too much. Absolute Zero was cast next as the air around me began forming cold crystals and my body gained a white layer on top of the red one. Hexagonal columns of icy white crystals spread all around me, snaking their way to the outstretched sword as well. A storm of ice elements then formed around me as the skill fully formed. My figure was striking as I floated grandly in the air. I was fully prepared and began the fight by sending my summon over. The instant it landed on the nest and attracted the attention of a few beasts, the dangerous auras I had been feeling all this time moved. The three bosses that appeared varied in shape. The one standing at the forefront was a 6-meter-tall emperor penguin. It had sleek black feathers on its head and back with a white yellowish belly that shone in the light. A ferocious expression was on its face as it looked towards the plague bearer. And then to my figure hidden in the skies, to the right of the emperor penguin, was a large white wolf of exactly the same size. It seemed like an Arctic wolf, with its dangerously glowing yellow eyes and bared sharp teeth. To the left of these two was something even larger than them, a nearly 10-meter-tall beast that seemed very similar to a walrus. It had powerful tusks pointing down from its mouth with an extremely ugly face that was looking at me angrily. Among all of these three, the fat walrus seemed to be letting out the most dangerous vibes. I felt the extended epic sword in my hands as I breathed out dense cold air, and my figure blurred down towards the beast. I tried to keep my excitement in check as I found myself fighting against beings as powerful as these in equal standing. I didn't forget where I came from, and just how weak I was just a few weeks ago. From the dilapidated apartment in Outer Bank X, to the quick rise from rank F and above. There had been many changes in progress, and they all brought me here today. In a completely different world where beings of all powers were present, and I was closing in on those same levels, my reminiscing came to a stop as the blade on my hand struck the thick skin of the dark walrus. Thuck, like it met a layer of fat, the sword sank in just a bit, the freezing touch effect from Absolute Zero activating and causing a blooming flower of ice to bloom from the struck location, but its damage was reduced with the tough body of the beast that had the cold as its home. The walrus retaliated with a quick swing of its hairless flippers that condensed cold spears as they smacked into my large body. Even with Flash still activated and my large body maneuvering in the air, the speed was too fast to evade. Boom, the impact sent me to the side, where the large white wolf was waiting with its jaws spread wide open. Terrible energy was being collected in its mouth as a blue beam shot out towards me. Instant transfer was quickly activated as I faded away and appeared in the air, looking to the three beasts below. The emperor penguin that should have been kept busy with the plague bearer had formed a hazy gray light on its flippers and smacked them into the body of my summon. And I watched with a surprised expression as the plague bearer disappeared from sight. The connection I had with it informing me it was now a few miles into the nest. Saint's return was already healing the damage my large figure received from the walrus and the blue beam of destructive energy that barely grazed me as I cast Summon Plague Bearer to call back the summon, when the emperor penguin on the ground shouted with a stern expression and disappeared from my sight. An alarm rang out. As I felt Flash automatically activate to move my body out of harm's way as the large penguin appeared in the air. A hazy gray light was already covering its entire flipper as my body couldn't avoid it in time. The light just barely grazed me, but it was more than enough as I felt my body disappear, and it wasn't due to instant transfer. This time, when I reappeared again, I found myself in an extremely large and dark environment with barely any light. Ancient frozen and broken structures were all around me, but that wasn't the point that gave me the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise was in this large environment I was transferred into with that attack from the Emperor Penguin. I was not alone. Multiple auras that were in no way less powerful than ones I had just been fighting honed in at my position. Chapter 100, a tremendous opportunity too. My mind moved rapidly as I counted the auras I could feel in the surroundings. My eyes shifted with Regal Archer's eyes, active as I tried to look into every nook and cranny of the dangerous locations. More than 12 powerful auras were in the large clearing, their bodies emitting stupid levels of power as they began to circle around me. I calmed my breathing at this unexpected and possibly perilous situation as my large incarnation grasped the long blade tighter, my skills ready to move at the slightest movement. Instant transfer could be used to move me to another location I could see, but the entire area was enclosed with no exits in sight. There were dense foliage and frozen surfaces all around as I could make out the varying sizes of beasts circling me. Their menacing eyes honed in as I felt movement once more. This time I watched the beasts I had been fighting with appearing one after another. The extremely fat walrus materialized first, with the Arctic wolf after, and finally, the emperor penguin that had the skill that allowed for all of this to happen. The air was palpitating with roiling essence as I prepared to fight for my life and find a chance to slip through this encirclement. The penguin looked towards me with its head raised disdainfully when a clear voice suddenly rang out in the surroundings. "You are a peculiarity." My eyes searched to see where the voice was coming from as my thoughts rapidly moved, but I could not find the source of the voice. "When you first appeared on this land, you were very weak and surrounded by others just like you. Yet, every time you returned after that you had grown significantly stronger, strong enough to even take out one of the contenders here. What exactly are you?" The voice was sonorous and strong, being seemingly feminine. I didn't reply and only continued to keep my focus at the many surrounding beasts. If I saw the slightest signs, I would summon the plague bearer and turn this entire area into a land of poison and try to make an escape. For now, I didn't know what other powerful skills these beasts had in their arsenal, the skill that teleported me here making me extremely cautious. The voice rang out once again. "Oh well, it doesn't really matter. You taking down one of the contenders with your own power qualifies you for the trial currently taking place." At these words, my tension slightly calmed as I wondered just exactly what I had gotten into. I probingly asked, "A trial of what?" The beasts around me reined in their wild auras as a disdainful voice came from the Emperor Penguin. "This time, you humans do not know of the secrets and intricacies of the special locations of the beast world. These spiritual lands you call nests and routinely come to bully those weaker than you are trial grounds meant to give birth to the toughest beasts." What? My mind absorbed this brand new information as I continued to listen. I was finally able to find the source of the first voice as it rang out once again, this time from a transparent red figure materializing in the air. "Yes, this is one of the spiritual lands where the most powerful beasts appear from. I underwent the strenuous task of upgrading this Tier 1 spiritual land into Tier 2 by using quite a bit of treasures for the possibility of creating another powerhouse in this era of war with the demons." The transparent figure had a fiery red color with the most exaggerated curves, taking the appearance of a human. She didn't seem to let out any aura of power, but she gave off the feeling of extreme danger. I continued to listen as I watched her move closer. Her figure becoming extremely clear with every passing second. I have found no success so far, with talented individuals not being born in these past few decades, and that did not change even with the coming of demons. Yet you, Dear human, you hold promise. The red figure floated in front of me with an air of elegance, and I could barely make out its exquisite facial features that seemed to be screaming nobility. Her next words became increasingly stern and cold as, crisis avoidance, sent me the loudest signals for the first time ever, especially seeing this ability of yours that seems to stem from a source similar to the abyss magic of demons. I'm going to need you to explain very clearly how you came about this. Or the next few minutes will be your last. Oh, and if you say any words other than the truth, I will know right away. My body that was enclosed in the large figure of the corrupted sword saint could feel the piercing gaze that broke past the outer cover and came to land on me. The corrupted tag of this skill that was most likely due to the jewel that woman ingested was actually going to give me trouble now. I calmed myself down and carefully thought things through. The words left my mouth slowly as, thought acceleration, worked at full speed to put everything into account. I gained this skill after defeating and ingesting the essence of a mercenary that was intending to harm the princess of the frozen kingdom I was escorting. The only thing I could note that might have any relation to demons was a jewel that the mercenary ingested during the fight. I myself have no ties with demons and am working against them. An eerie silence pervaded after my words rang out, both the beasts and the figure of the red woman not saying a thing. The next moment, though, I was surprised to hear the stern voice speak out with a tinge of excitement. No lies in your words. Wow. A human was actually blessed with a Devour class unique skill? Good. This explains your fast progress and power. Alright, this might not be a wasted trip after all. Rumbling began to occur around us as the transparent red woman raised her hands. I watched with rapt attention while repeating the words she said and wrapping my head around them. Behind us, an area of a few miles was lit up as the uneven frozen ground was made visible. A powerful force was compressing the earth as the jagged rocks evened out and the miles around us became flat surfaces. The clear voice that was now tinged with excitement rang out once again. I have a kingdom to focus on, so we will make this quick. An opportunity lies in front of you. In this spiritual land, you can undergo the trial of supremacy. If you are talented enough, rewards you cannot even imagine will be yours. I tried to keep my breathing under control as I passed this ordeal, and it seemed like my life was not under a threat for the time being. My thoughts moved rapidly as I asked, this trial that is normally meant for beasts, what rewards can you gain from it? Oh. Well, for starters, this Tier 2 spiritual land will guarantee the champion of the trial of supremacy a safe advancement to the legendary rank.